Yep, last person we're waiting for. So I'm gonna go ahead and click the go live button just so y'all know. Is anybody else streaming on Twitch tonight?
I am streaming.
You are? All right. I'm gonna get the stream together thing going here in just a second then.
For that North America Union thing?
Yes, sir.
I would be a yes and a no on both of that one. So I actually have been for about 4 years now, been talking about make North America America for once, one continent, one country. Everyone else wants to be American. Why don't we give them a chance?
Who else wants to be American?
Greenland
disagrees. So it sounds
everyone wants to be American.
Yeah,
nobody wants
like hold your pantyhose. We're not doing the debate yet.
Across the border illegally.
Greenland said
it sounds like I'm not going to have troubles finding somebody on the other side.
The Greenland thing makes it makes tons of sense to me to anybody that's played Risk, right? Like if you're going to keep North America, you have to have Greenland.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, fuck it. Why don't we just and while we're at it, if we should just take Mexico. We should just take and then matter of fact, and then let's just take the UK also. Why don't we just take the whole world at this point? I mean, fuck it. So nobody can attack us anymore.
All the way up.
Panama, since we're gonna be fucking dumb as shit, why don't we just take the whole world over? I mean, come on, that's logical.
I mean,
that's when we're at it, let's get rid of all the out groups. We need to stop allowing all these undesirables in our country. Let's just start wiping out people that don't look like the people that we want in our country. Why don't we do that next?
Those are not going to be the first words of the stream. So if you're done, I will click the go live.
My fault. Go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good. I know. No, the fact of the matter is, I'm abnormally riled up today myself, so it's going to be tricky for me to keep it on task, but I'm gonna. That's all saved for tomorrow and or next week's stream. So, like I said, those aren't this week's stream. But like I said, it does definitely sound like I'm going to be able to get some. I'm going to be able to get some people on that prompt, which makes me happy. All right, start streaming. Yeah, so I'm going to message Groofus and see if I have to. Funny enough, I think that would be the guy. That would be the prompt that dude. Where the fuck are you? Question mark. There we go. All right.
You hit him with the car 54? That's crazy.
Yeah. I did hit him with the car 54. Good shit. Tyler's, I guess, technically not here either. He's over playing grab ass on a different panel, I guess.
Thank God. I mean, that's terrible.
No, really though. Thank God. I can't fucking stand that guy.
Yeah, well, you know what? He is the current leader on the leaderboard. So for whatever that means, I guess technically he is tied with Let's Chief at this point. But no matter what happens tonight, he is going to take the lead. So y'all do with that information as you see fit.
Is his win rate better than mine though?
Well, you'll have to go over there and look.
Obviously.
I don't know if you've noticed.
More than one lost and no.
Oh, Lethy. You're ganging up on Lonzo. You can't do that. He doesn't understand.
Yeah, you're supposed to be on my side.
I can be on your side and not lie to you.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean?
I'm joking.
Nothing at all. Are y'all going to debate his ability to debate? Because I think that would be actually pretty funny.
On or off the Zone?
Is that going to be our excuse?
No, I have a headache. I'm just.
See, he's already like setting up how he's going to. I'm gonna
shut up. Shut up. I'm not.
Okay. You said it, Lethy. You said it. Here. Wait. I got a response from him. Oh, MFG. How long?
I'll go last.
No, you didn't. Yeah, if all I have to do is change the order, I will. I had the order this way for a reason, but you know, I keep having to, like herding fucking cats, people. Doing this is like herding cats.
Hey, Margera, dog, I was a fan years ago.
All right, I can give you 5 minutes.
I don't even know what that meant.
The dude below you looks like Bam.
Bruh.
He looks just like him.
all look the same.
No.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Bam Margera.
Yeah.
Who
What's
looks
he
like
talking
Bam Margera?
Hammer.
No.
Oh,
Doesn't he
actually,
look
Hammer.
just fucking like him?
He's nowhere near fat enough to be Bam Margera these days.
No, but like
Yeah.
young, handsome Bam Margera.
well,
like back when he was
Bam
still
Margera on
talking about
cocaine,
me?
maybe.
he's never
but-
really handsome, but you know what I'm saying.
CKY2 Bam Margera, yeah.
Yeah. No, I hate to say it, but I actually do kind of see it. Now that you mention it. So-
Jess Margera's a cuck.
Sorry, Hammer. Are you a Bam Margera
Sorry,
fan?
I was like not paying it. I was
I don't know
like,
who this
my
is.
attention was split. I don't know what was said about me.
Oh, just that you look like Bam Margera, a young Bam Margera.
Hey, Lethy.
Yeah. So apparently he's heard that before
Does it start all the way up here or?
No, I don't know who that is.
from
We need
Jackass.
someone to-
Like literally, it's full
What is it?
body.
Bam.
Like it's
Yeah.
not even.
He was a
Jackass.
professional skateboarder and stuntman
and
who
drug addict.
is famous for doing
he was a pro at
doing
that too. Yeah.
Jackass and and letting dildos get rocketed up to his ass. Yeah.
Yeah, he was an interesting one.
I mean, the funniest one was when he got put
Margera,
in
Margera.
the snake pit. That was the foulest thing ever.
Bam,
Yeah,
Bam Margera. Okay.
I have
Yep.
no clue what this is about.
It's
Yeah,
not
I've
the
never
worst
seen this
thing.
guy before.
Yeah, you're really not missing much. Did you never watch Jackass? Is
No.
that is
No, my
Jackass a
parents were really
generational
strict when I
thing?
was a kid.
I mean,
Gen X thing,
Hammer is but a
man.
wee
Most
lad.
millennials don't know about
He's
it.
but a wee lad.
But a wee one.
No, my parents. I remember it was around, but like my parents never would have let me watch anything like that. They're very strict.
Gotcha. Yeah, bunch of naked men dancing around and wrestling in baby oil. Why
I couldn't
wouldn't
even
they?
watch like Family Guy and 2.5 Men, anything like that.
Yeah, well, for what it's worth, I'm not a big fan of Family Guy just because speaking as a Gen Xer, he just basically capitalizes on all of our like pop culture. It's like, yeah, okay, I can make Star Wars jokes too. Ha ha ha. Whatever. Anyways, give me that Cam Groofus and give me a couple of words. Yes, sir.
I feel like back in those days, like in like the 90s, watching gay dudes or dudes and like like you just said, like in baby oil and stuff. I feel like they'd have probably been saying like you can catch AIDS from that, judging on how shit was going in the 90s.
I mean, just being honest,
Tell me
Alonzo,
you don't know much
we,
about the 90s.
we picked up the
I'm not
torch
sure that you couldn't.
and we did Loiter Squad. So I mean, it's all
Yeah.
universal.
All right. So real quick, go ahead and say a few words for me, Griffiths.
Hello.
Okay, you're a little hot. Give me 1 sec.
Oh God.
Try it again.
Hello. Test.
Beautiful. Perfect. By the way, Jason, apparently you have a fan club. Maida out in the audience, one of our debate beasts, is very
okay.
pleased to see your face. So
Hold on, Maida?
yeah, Maida.
Yeah, I think I know that.
Yeah,
name.
he's on Pentuple's chat a lot.
Yeah,
We've had
yeah.
him up on panels and shit a bunch.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good
I'd like
guy.
to actually get him in here judging as well. That's the end goal. But all right. Well, fuck yeah. It's only 7 after. We got everybody in here. I want to say thank you to every one of y'all for showing up more or less on time. I'll even just pretend like you were here on time, Griffiths, because you were close enough. For those of you who have never been here before or have not participated in the debates, I'm going to go through and explain everything twice, probably. The first time is going to be right now, and then the second time is going to be in my little intro spiel that I'm going to use for the actual VOD. Just so y'all know, and this is a new thing also. If all of you would please at some point put into either DM me, actually, that would be the easiest. If you could DM me in Discord, any socials, links, et cetera, credits that I can use, because on the YouTube videos, I want to be able to put everybody's links so that people can go ahead and find you guys that way. That said, for the judges, Letha, you know how to do this, but Allie, this is your first time. So
Letha, you know
the way
how
this
to
is
do
going to
this,
work,
but Allie,
we're going to
this
go
is your-
through each of the 3 debates. You guys have probably watched it, but I still want to explain. You're going to go through each of the 3 debates. After each one, you're going to have a total of 10 points to distribute as you see fit across the 2 debaters. So it could be a 5-5 split. It could be a 10-0 shutout, although we have yet to see that. And somebody would have to literally go sideways for it to, like, they would have to just go fucking blank for, oh, wait a minute. No, that was Lonzo.
Bring on Pearl.
No, Sorry, Alonzo, I had to. Anyways, no, but they would have to completely choke, I think, to get a 0. But 9-1 is generally the agreed upon minimum score. And then we also are going to have the audience debate or the audience judge, and we will take whoever wins from those 3. We do keep score. Judges get 5 points, so that way judging doesn't feel like a burden. You actually just get a flat 5 for showing up. Now, the times and the way that this is going to work, I actually sent this to Vigilante. I forgot to send you one, Jason, but I can give you the quick skinny of it. It's going to go 3-minute open from the AF, then 2-minute, and we'll have a discussion later on, Alley Cat, about what you said, because the funny thing is Tyler is adamant that the easier position is affirmative, not the harder. So again, we'll get into some meta conversation about debate strategy later, I think, because I'm willing to change it and alter it. But right now, 3 minutes from the AF open, then there's 2 minutes from the negative to be able to cross-examine or ask questions as they see fit. I recommend people use that time to set up their traps or to poke holes in whatever was just said. Then the negative gets 3 minutes to open, and 2 minutes goes to the affirmative to be able to do the same thing, to cross-examine. And the reason that still exists is so that you can have a controlled time. Then we're going to go to a 10 to 15 minute open conversation time between the 2 debaters, where you guys just talk whenever you want to, control it as you see fit, back and forth, etc., etc. During that time, if the 2 judges have any questions that they think did not get asked or that they need to have clarified, they can DM those to me, so that and I will ask them, not the judges, so that way we don't have a situation where the debaters are debating the judges. I will ask those questions. I will give you a minute on the clock for each of those questions. Once we are done with all of that, then each of the 2 people gets a 3-minute close as well, starting with the affirmative again. Afterwards, we go through the judges. We put the audience's vote in the chat. The 2 judges go through and tell us their thoughts on the subject. Then we refer to the audience, and then we're going to go straight into the next debate. Then after the actual all 3 debates have been completed, we're going to have an open panel after party where anybody who is either vouched or vetted can jump on in here and say all of the things that they think didn't get said, right? I don't want any bad ideas to get carried on just because they were defended by a shitty debater. So people, we kind of have a more fulsome conversation, a less structured conversation about the 3 topics of the night. And if we're not too drunk by the end of that, sometimes we'll even go on and have more conversations as well. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and read my little cold opening that is my editing prompt. And as I said, I will be putting anybody who's, and I see you guys are all sending them to me. I appreciate that. I'm also going to be putting those into the chat here throughout the course of the night. So anyhow, here we go. And here we go. All right. Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the Demilitarized Zone, the one place designed to help you feel better about engaging in hot button issues. Our goal here is to teach discourse survival tactics, not just farm gotchas and dunks. We try to cultivate meaningful, intelligent conversation where you have to stop and listen to the other person, even if it is just to find the flaws in what they are saying. So, at least for tonight, please check your weapons at the door, take notes, act like grown-ups, and refrain from the blood sports and shit-slinging that have plagued our politics for far too long. But here, our audience does get a say. There will be a link in the chat at the end of each debate where you can vote for a winner. So please cast your vote. It is completely free, and exercise your democratic rights to decide which side made the most persuasive case. I'm going to actually say that sentence again. So please cast your vote. It is completely free, and exercise your democratic rights to decide which side made the most persuasive case. Sit back, relax, and listen up. Who knows? Someone might just change your mind tonight. Now, to introduce our debaters and judges, from the top left, we have Tyler, the average debate enjoyer. He is going to be on the affirmative tonight. Top center, we have McGruff. He is also on the affirmative. And our third affirmative debater is in the top right corner, Vigilante. Our judges from left to right are going to be Alley Cat on the far left, Lethe in the middle, and then I'm just a lowly old moderator. And in the bottom left corner, we have Jason on the negative side. We have Lonzo in the bottom center. And in the bottom right, we have Mr. Hammer. Now, our first prompt, as you can see above my head, the U.S. Constitution is or has become a meaningless document. That debate is going to be taking place between McGruff in the top center and Lonzo in the bottom center. As I said earlier, we have 3 minutes on the clock for opens. We have 2 minutes on the clock for cross-examinations. 10 minutes is going to be the default for the open conversation. However, I have the right and privilege of adding an extra 5 minutes if I feel like you guys are cooking and I want to get a little bit more out of you. Finally, we're going to have judge questions posed with a minute apiece and then 3-minute close from each of the two debaters. Now, I assume that nobody has any questions. All right, then in that case, I'm going to go ahead and, I did not send you that invite for the stream together. Let me do that now, Mr. Lethe. There you go, send invite. There you go. And McGruff, are you ready? You are muted.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
There you go. Lonzo, are you ready? Was that a yes nod? Cheers. All right. All right, and did you get the request, Lethe? Yes, you did. Very cool. And sharing chat. There we go. All right. So we have 3 minutes on the clock. I'm looking at you, Groofus. McGruff, I'm going to get used to calling you that eventually, I promise. I will start the clock when you start to talk.
Lysander Spooner said it best in 1870. But whether the Constitution really be one thing or another, this much is certain. That it has either authorized such a government as we have had, or it is powerless to prevent it. In either case, it is unfit to exist. This single phrase captures the true resolution of this prompt. The U.S. Constitution has become a meaningless document. Recent polls highlight the disconnect. 94% of Americans say the Constitution is important for protecting liberty, yet only 22% trust the federal government most of the time. That massive gap shows symbolic affection for the document as an idea, but not evidence it actually functions as a restraint. People love the symbol, while the reality, unchecked powers, remains unchanged. Mathematician Kurt Gödel discovered a logical loophole in the Constitution. No one quite knows what it actually was because he was consistently paranoid about saying it, but he says that the Constitution could have been legally transformed into a dictatorship through legal steps. If the supreme law permits its own suicide, how is it that as a meaningful restraint? The Commerce Clause, meant only for interstate trade, has been stretched far beyond enumerated powers. Gibbons versus Ogden preempted state laws under a broad commerce reading. McCulloch versus Maryland upheld implied powers for a national bank via necessary and proper. Wickard v. Filburn declared a farmer's homegrown wheat affects interstate commerce, justifying federal limits and private activity. Today, this clause authorizes vast regulations on healthcare, education, and more, rendering enumerated powers meaningless. The Bill of Rights fares no better. Through selective incorporation via the 14th Amendment, the court has applied some protections to states, like free speech in Getlow versus New York, or right to counsel versus Gideon versus Wainwright, but inconsistently. Others remain unincorporated or weakened. Third Amendment is rarely invoked. Second is under regulatory pressures constantly. Selective enforcement means the Bill of Rights only protects liberties when the court chooses to. Cases like Dred Scott versus Sanford use judicial power to protect slavery or deny citizenship. Slaughterhouse cases in 1873 gutted the 14th Amendment's privileges or immunity clauses, limiting federal protections of rights. These show a pattern. The Constitution either authorizes expansions or is powerless to prevent them.
Going to put 2 minutes on the clock now for you, Lonzo. use it as you need to. I'll start the clock when you start talking.
Rufus, does an expansion of the rules, like by extending the rules of what the Constitution is to fit the parameters of what you're doing, constitute the Constitution not working, or does that just mean that you're abusing the limits of it?
It would mean it's not working because it's meant to restrict the power of the state, and if the power is growing, then it's not. Then the self-enforcement or the Bill of Rights, or not the Bill of Rights, the checks and balances aren't working. It has failed.
Okay, but the issue is if they're trying to work within the parameters of the Constitution, within the rest, because you said that they're extending what these things mean within the Constitution, which means they're working within the parameters of the Constitution to extend what they can do. That is an issue, obviously, but that means that they're still using the parameters that the Constitution sets for their own power. They're just trying to abuse where that goes. Does not mean that the Constitution does not work. It just means that they're trying to find loopholes. That's like saying that regulations on businesses don't work because occasionally a business tries to find a way around them. That's not the same thing. They still are there. They're there for a reason, and they do work. Clearly, they know that they have to follow them and that there is repercussions for not following them. That's why they're trying to find reasons to justify their way of kind of using loopholes within it. Would you disagree with that?
The issue, I see where you're going with this. My issue with that statement is what's if you can continuously reinterpret the Constitution, what's the point of the Constitution? If you can say this is constitutional via this interpretation, what's the point of having a constitution if you can constantly reinterpret it?
That would be saying that's like comparing that a lawyer who finds different interpretations of the law in order to defend their client, is also, there's no need for a law then because they find their way of bending what it means. It's an absurd statement.
And that's time. So I'm going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock now for you, Lonzo. It's your time to open. Start whenever you're ready.
Okay. I believe that the Constitution has been expanded and extended. The powers of the government has extended the use and range of what the Constitution actually allows them to do. However, I do not believe that the Constitution is some invalid document that we now completely ignore. If it was, then there would not be any fear or justifications being made by the actual administration to justify their actions within the Constitution. It is not a perfect document that will always hold everything that we consider to be unacceptable accountable. However, the purpose of the document is to make sure that no matter how far somebody tries to stretch it, there is an actual basis that they can then be held accountable to. That means that regardless of what currently is happening with the abuse of it, it has not lost its value until it is no longer a existing threat to the abuse of power currently happening. So whether the perception of it by the general population is that they believe it's an important document, but also that they don't believe the federal government is being held accountable while doing that, I think he said 20% or so believe that the federal government can be trusted to be held accountable or something by it, whatever. Even if that's the case, it's not about what the general public thinks will happen with the federal government. It's what the federal government themselves know that they cannot get away with. That is why when, like, for example, when police officers abuse your rights and they find ways to for arresting somebody for resisting arrest, something like that, the absurd things that they might use that are considered completely unconstitutional and not lawful at all, that is an abuse, right? That right there does not mean that the law does not matter, that it is not valuable, because the follow-up to that is that you can then sue them for breaking the law, right? Does it mean that because they were able to do it in the first place, that law no longer, that it's not a real document anymore, it's of no importance to anybody? Or does it mean that the reason that law exists, the reason why the Constitution exists and limits their power, is so that in the interim, I guess is the right word, the follow-up to what has happened, you can actually hold them accountable for their actions. That is my point. And that's my time. Yeah.
All right. 2 minutes on the clock for you now, McGruff. Go ahead and cross-examine.
All right. Does the 10th Amendment state that powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution are reserved to the states or to the people?
Yes, it does.
Is the power of judicial review the authority of the Supreme Court to strike down acts of Congress or the President expressly granted the Supreme Court anywhere in the text of the Constitution, or did the court first assert that power for itself in Marbury versus Madison in 1803?
Are you asking me constitutional questions for your? Yes.
So since 1803, has the Supreme Court ever repudiated or surrendered that self-asserted power of judicial review? Or has it effectively gone unchallenged as a core function of the court for 223 years?
I actually don't know, but I'm going to assume that the answer to that is yes, though I would say that.
No, it's never.
Yeah. No, because I was going to. No, go ahead. Continue. I want to see where this is going. Go ahead.
So, in other words, the Constitution has either failed to prevent the Supreme Court from claiming power not delegated to it, or to correct that expansion once it has already happened, allowing federal power to grow unchecked for more than 2 centuries. Is that fair?
Okay, but so what's your point?
My point is that the Constitution the Supreme Court granted itself power. It was not explicitly granted within the Constitution, and would be not allowed after the 10th Amendment was passed.
So you're saying that the Supreme Court is in defiance of the Constitution, and that itself makes the Constitution an invalid document. That's your argument.
It's
and it's
an
been
argument,
for and the Constitution has been an invalid document for 2 centuries. That's your argument here.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, your time's up. So
yep. Sorry. I go ahead, and 10 minutes is on the clock. Y'all just keep talking.
I feel like history completely refutes that statement, but I don't understand. So, in the past 2 centuries, wait. What was the year?
1803.
This first 1803. Okay. So since 1803, the Constitution. See, I would think that you would argue this from maybe in a more recent time, maybe since the 1950s, since the president has declared war numerous times without congressional approval. That would be
sure. I have a bunch of cases.
But my confusion here is that your addressing of this is the Supreme Court's overreaching power for the 10th Amendment. I mean, this is something that if anything at this point, if it is that big of a difference to it, because our Constitution, let's be honest here, has only really been, in my opinion, of any real importance since 1865, since it was already denying the rights that was supposedly in the Bill of Rights to a large chunk of the population. So, I mean, from 1865 to the current day and age, I think that's the time that I'd really consider the Constitution to be what it. No, actually, not even then, even later than that. But my point being is that if that hadn't changed and they have not ratified the Constitution to give the Supreme Court that power since then, and they have had that, then there's likely something here that because I don't know the Constitution entirely, that is probably there that'll grant them that power in the first place. Now,
you could argue it's implied within the Constitution, the power of judicial review, but it is never explicitly enumerated within the Constitution. And after the passing of the 10th Amendment, so it would be about 12 years between the passing of the 10th Amendment and that SCOTUS case. If that case has happened before 10th Amendment was passed, I could see the argument where the implied powers would work. But because it was passed after the 10th Amendment and the enumerated powers have to be explicitly enumerated to the federal government.
I'll tell you, I honestly expected this to be a debate about the current overreach of the administration that we're currently dealing with. I didn't expect this to be a question about the powers of the Supreme Court dating back to.
No, I thought of that approach, but I thought that was too obvious.
Well, okay.
The same. No, but the same token. Yeah, we could talk about the war powers and executive overreach from the Korean War onward, the declaration. No, there hasn't been a declaration of war since World War II. Yet
Yes.
Korea, Vietnam, Iraq,
Congressionally
Afghanistan.
approved, yes.
Yeah. War power resolutions in 1973 tried to restrain power, but it has either been ignored or at most weakly enforced.
Now, what I was going to say about this, and honestly, my whole point here that I was coming towards this with is every single constitutional or every single overreach by the government that is in defiance of the Constitution will be met with some form of repercussions due to the fact that that is literally what the Constitution is for. Now, if those repercussions are not to what we see fit, that is not our decision. However, the purpose of the Constitution is definitely being served in the follow-up to overstepping, or no, not the right word. Defiance of the Constitution, I guess the right word. I say that because currently the biggest fear right now, if you listen to, I believe, I can't remember which was this a senator, I believe, who was talking about if they lose the midterms that there will be a lot of officials likely going to jail. The point that he's saying that, the reason that he's nervous and saying that, was that Rick Scott?
It sounds like something Rick Scott would say. I don't know for sure.
I feel like I'd remember since I'm a Floridian if that was Rick Scott. But the reason I'm saying this is because there's a reason that they're worried about that. There's a reason that they have a fear of prosecution following up after the actions that they've made. Because if the Constitution was an actual useless document that nobody cared about, these people would not try to find a justification for their actions. Not to the public, not for a moral, because they don't care about how the public truly feels about their actions. It's a justification to avoid the legal ramifications of what they're doing. And you can see their fear about this currently. That is proof enough that the Constitution has its purposes and serving its purpose.
So if we lived in a non-constitutional government, would they still not be trying to explain away their actions?
Absolutely not. They don't. Do you think Putin explains away his actions whenever he commits war? He might try to justify it to other nations, but to his own people, he has no reason to attempt to explain it because there's no possible case of prosecution by his own people. You think that Xi Jinping explains away his actions? I can't think of a single other country that's had an actual authoritarian-like regime that has then done actions such as, people love to talk about like Tiamat Square in China. I believe that was Mao Zedong, right?
Yeah.
I don't believe he went to the public and said, listen, this is the reason why I did it. Here's the legal grounds for how I did this. Please don't prosecute us. They didn't have to. You know why they have to justify these things here? Because they know that there is legal ramification for their actions here. That is the point. Now, the only difference in this is, not the only difference, but the only thing that you can truly point out that might affect how effective the Constitution is how effective the people who enforce the Constitution is afterwards. But that is nonetheless still means that the Constitution has its powers. It's the purpose of the paper there that is to decide what you can do to them afterwards.
I already showed that there has been at least one case where the Constitution wasn't enforced.
Mm-hmm.
I already showed in 1803 the SCOTUS gave itself more power.
I'm sure there's situations where the law is also not enforced and nobody served a time sentence for committing a crime. Does that mean that the law no longer matters? I'm sure that there are situations where it is decided to not be enforced. However, that is, again, the purpose of a law is so that you can enforce it when you need to. That is like the purpose is to enforce it all the time. But the fact that it's there and that it exists is so that you can still enforce it when it is necessary. If they never felt it was necessary, or if there was no true opposition to the Supreme Court's, overreach, as you would call it, then there was never any prosecution for it. But that does not apply in this situation, especially because the general public is not happy with what is currently going on.
So only necessary. So is there a point where someone could break a law and it becomes unnecessary to punish them for their actions?
But a situation where somebody breaks a law and it was unnecessary to punish them for their actions, I guess intoxicated walking around or something, nothing happened to somebody. Like, it's illegal to be intoxicated in public. But if you saw somebody passed out on the sidewalk or something, I mean, you don't have to prosecute them. You don't have to arrest them. It's not that big of a deal. I mean, there are minor things that the government can commit that would not be that big of a deal to most people. There are numerous cases I could think of that were definitely overreached by the government that didn't face repercussions. I mean, we literally talked about like declarations of war that were not congressionally approved, that were not followed up on. But the fact is that even in that
because
case,
Americans don't give a shit.
Okay,
Americans
and
don't give
that's the point. The Constitution is supposed to be an agreement amongst all of us. And if the agreement here is that we don't give a shit, then why should we? What's the point there? It still serves its purpose. When we do give a shit, we can still enforce those rules, can't we?
When did I agree? When did I agree to it?
Okay, this country is, as I will describe it, always is authoritarian. Okay, it's authoritarian of the majority. Just because you don't agree with it doesn't mean that the majority doesn't. You know, and if we wanted to prosecute, for example, if we wanted to prosecute Bush after the war on terror, which I guess did get approval, but his illegal wars in other countries, however, if we wanted to prosecute him for those things, we absolutely could have. But instead, the decision that was made afterwards was to rebuild and come together, which I don't agree with. But I'm not the majority of the country now, am I? The Constitution is an agreement amongst all of us, which it has to be a majority. Sorry, but that's how the country works.
I guess I'm confused. Why does it have to be something we all?
Because it's a democracy.
Was it?
Because it's a democracy. The Constitution is literally the foundation for our democracy. The democracy is the majority's opinion. Is kind of what rules. It's an authoritarianism by the majority. In this situation, currently, with the overreach of the administration, the majority is not happy with it. That's why they fear prosecution. In the past, when Bush committed his acts, the majority was not happy with it. However, the majority preferred a peaceful solution instead of prosecution. The Constitution works.
I would say that.
Sorry, go ahead. You go ahead and finish your thought there.
Okay, I would say that the Constitution should be able to stop those acts from happening in the first place. If ICE can, why is ICE or Trump able to just dilly dally do whatever the fuck he wants?
That's not how that works. That's a law doesn't prevent somebody from committing a crime. It's there to define when they have committed the crime. The Constitution is just the law for our government, so it's there to define whenever they have committed the crime. It's not there to It should make them not want to commit the crime, but it doesn't stop it. That's not how that works. Just like how regular laws are. It's there to enforce it afterwards so that they don't repeat it.
I'm going to go ahead and step in there. We're going to go ahead and call it. I feel like we got through most of the points there, and I felt like we had a couple of moments of pause there where it seemed like we're ready to go ahead and move on. So I do have a question for both of you from one of the judges. If the other judge has any questions, please go ahead and send those my way as soon as possible. But I'm going to put 1 minute on the clock for each of you. We're going to start with the affirmative. And this one's pretty simple and straightforward and kind of maybe should have happened already, but super easy question. McGruff, what is your definition of the word meaningless? Go ahead and start.
I would say it would be lacking effective force, binding authority, or practical consequences as a restraint on a government power.
Okay, nice and
clean. I had that written down. I just had to find it. That's all.
Perfect. Nope, no worries. And now I'm looking at you, Lonzo. Same exact question, sir. You got 1 minute. How do you define the word meaningless?
Well, purely in reference to the Constitution, I define meaningless as in it is completely absolved of its power. It has no actual use or practical use in this country and cannot be used to hold anybody accountable to their actions.
Okay, sounds good. Looks like we might have gotten a question from the other judge now. Nope, apparently they just wish they had a question. All right, so in that case, we're going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock. We're going to look over at you, Grufus, for your closing. The clock will start when you start talking, sir.
Marbury versus Madison in 1803. The Supreme Court asserted its judicial review, striking down a federal law without any express grant in the Constitution. The 10th Amendment reserves undelegated powers to the states or to people. Yet the court claimed this one for itself. That self-granted authority has gone effectively unchallenged for 223 years, no repudiation and no reversal. If the Constitution can't stop its own enforcers expanding beyond the text, it's meaningless as a limit. Kurt Gödel's loophole exposes a deeper flaw. The Constitution can theoretically legally permit its own transformation into a dictatorship. A document that can amend into tyranny isn't a safeguard, it's a suicide pact. Enumerated powers were meant to confine the federal government, yet the Commerce Clause, intended for interstate trade, has ballooned into Gibbons versus Ogden, McCullough, and Wickard v. Filburn to regulate private wheat grown on a farm. The necessary and proper clause became a blank check. Selective incorporation applies to some Bill of Rights protections to the states, but leaves others weak or unincorporated, protection on the court's whim. These aren't isolated glitches. The pattern is constraint, self-expansion, loopholes, selective enforcement, unchallenged overreach. The Constitution either authorizes power growth, as we see, or proves it's powerless to prevent it. In either case, as Lysander Spooner said, it is unfit to exist as a meaningful restraint. I yield the rest of my time.
3 minutes on the clock now for you, Lonzo. Start when you're ready.
I don't know how he had the time to, and I am doing my time here. I don't know how he had the time to come up with any of these court cases and stuff. It's only been a day, but I will say that when it comes to the Constitution, just like any law or parameters that are set for just any civilian within any country, not just America, people will bend them. People that have bad intentions or even good intentions will find ways to bend what they mean to suit their purpose. The idea that a document such as the Constitution, which is a living document, in cases where it has been bent or used in ways that are not considered to be the proper way that you interpret it, does not mean that it does not hold its purpose. If it is not being used properly and it is clearly in defiance of what the Constitution, the actions of the government is clearly in defiance of what the Constitution is actually saying, then they will face repercussions for it. That is the purpose of a document. And it is not to completely prevent exactly these actions. Just as a law isn't completely to prevent you from doing something, you absolutely have free will to do things that would go against the law. However, it is there to make sure, one, to hopefully instate in their mind that there will be repercussions so they won't do those things, but also so that you can do something after and make them face repercussions. That is the purpose of our Constitution and many other things that were not brought up in this discussion that I don't feel the list at the moment, but I think I basically got to the purpose that I wanted to state here. That's it.
All right. Well, that concludes our first debate. I'm now going to go ahead and put the link to the vote into the chat for everybody. For anybody who is streaming but not on this platform, please go ahead and do me a favor, grab this poll link and put it into your chat. It is free, everybody, so you have no excuse, no reason to not click it and tell us who you thought won. Now, I want to be clear, voters. Ultimately, it's your choice how you want to vote, just like in America. But what we are looking for here is not just who you think is the prettiest or who you necessarily agreed with. We are specifically looking for the people who brought the best rhetoric tonight, the people who put on the best performance, the best critical thinking and reasoning skills. That's really what we're looking to reward here. But ultimately, reward whoever you want. Just like that, I'm going to look to the judges, and same thing goes for y'all. Reward whoever you want to, but I like it whenever we reward the people who debated best. So, Alley Cat, are you ready to render judgment, sir?
Yes, this is a good one. So when I first heard the affirmative's opening speech, I was pretty much like really happy with it. Especially he invoked my favorite mathematician and all that. And he brought up very good examples for where he thinks the Constitution is failing. And at that point, I actually was thinking, oh, well, this is a pretty slam dunk win. But obviously, that's not how debate works. You got to hear both sides. So after the negatives opening, when he brought up his points about how the issue is enforcement and call it blame, if you will, like what happens and so how do you find out somebody does something wrong? These are good points. And so that's why I asked the question about what meaningless meant. And the honest truth is I don't buy the affirmative's definition of meaningless. It still has meaning. It still has restrictions. Even in his own examples with like SCOTUS and Marbury versus Madison, they still set their own limit on them. And we haven't reached the point where Google has said that we made into a dictatorship. So while that's possible, it hasn't happened. So as of this point, until maybe Google gets his wish, I think that the Constitution still has meaning, and so therefore I wear the negative 6-4.
6-4 to the negative, or I guess 4-6 technically, but we all know what you
gotcha.
Lethe, now it is your turn, sir. Where did you land on this one?
So, as much as Grufus was able to create a framework about why his argument was what it was, it did not convince me that the Constitution itself is meaningless. As Lonzo laid out, the idea that it's not enforced while still being brought up in every judgment when it comes down to how powers are being used pretty much put the nail in the coffin almost immediately, because there's no rebuttal to the fact that this is the barometer that we gauge things by. So if it were meaningless, it would never come up in conversation. And if it did, it'd be struck down immediately, like, who cares about the Constitution? So as robust as Grufus's argument or McGruff's argument was, I'm going to have to judge also 6-4 to Lonzo. He lost the extra point just because of the white tee with the overalls. Shame. Just shameful.
All right, so you said final score was 4-6 as well, correct? All right, so that is 2 definite votes from the judges for you, Lonzo. Congratulations on the win. Everybody out there in the chat, I know it doesn't really mean anything anymore, but I'm going to give you all a couple of more seconds to lock in a vote just so we can see, because again, all the points matter. We do keep a cumulative score. There will be a reward after each season. I haven't decided if a season's if I want to do this like hockey where there's 3-4 months or 4-3 months, but either way, we're keeping score, so it does matter your vote. But either way, just like in America, your vote is mostly just for show and doesn't actually matter. So looking back, we're going to go ahead and head over and see where you guys landed. The audience has spoken, and their vote was 70-30 for the negative. So it was a shutout, but you impressed them a little. No, actually, you impressed them less, Grufus. Okay, so yeah. So unfortunately, 3-7 for the negative there. I'm sorry, Grufus. But yeah, it seems like tonight was not your night.
This was not a prompt I was expecting to win. I want to be clear.
No, I do. No, and I do also. I absolutely, and I do want to two quick caveats before we roll straight into the next one. Number one, I want everybody to know that we had a different debate that was scheduled for tonight. It was going to be a 2v2 debate. It was going to be our first 2v2 ever, but 2 of the people had to cancel. So Lonzo and Grufus came in for me yesterday morning. That's what Lonzo was talking about. How the fuck did you get all these? All this evidence? Are you kidding me? This is shit that he just has written on the back of his hand. He probably has those court cases tattooed on his shin. So anyway, second of all, I just want to say, and this is just because it's kind of funny, for those of you who have been following the debates for a little while, the person who actually presented this prompt originally or suggested it was, I spelt this wrong. Who no longer debates with us. That's a whole nother story. But that's the joke that I was looking for. So it's just kind of interesting that he's no longer with us, but I finally got his prompt in front of the people. So great debate, gentlemen. That was actually, I think, both of y'all's best solo debate yet. That's all I'm going to say about it. We'll get into more of it in the after party, but both of y'all put in a hell of a performance. So thank you for that. Now, We're going to go ahead and get going straight into our second debate now. That is, give me 1 second. Control copy. Control paste. Badoink, badoink. Badoink, badoink. There we go. All right. Our second debate, everybody. A unified world government is inevitable and should be expedited. Our debate here is going to be between Vigilante in the top right corner and Hammer in the bottom right corner. It's perfect how everybody lined up columns. It satisfies my tism. All right, so you both understand the rules. You both understand the clock. Do either of y'all have any questions, or are y'all ready to go? Give me a thumbs up. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Cool. All right. Well, then in that case, 3 minutes is on the clock for you, Vigilante. Start the clock whenever you start talking.
So as we can see by the natural formation of things like the EU trade agreements like NAFTA, USMCA, and the USMCA that intertwine economies and allow freedom of movement and between countries that are part of the same continent, as well as numerous free trade agreements that globalize the economy. Globalization is something that's been happening naturally and has overall been a net benefit to society. The natural progression of that is the globalization of government, not to mention how crucial the UN has been for world governance. The way I personally would want to see a world government set up is a mix between the EU and the United States, where we would have a global parliament that is a multi-party democracy with equal representation based off of population, like similar to how the EU and America are both set up. I would want us to have an executive branch, and I would want to turn the ICC into the judicial branch, and I would want to turn Interpol into the global police force, as the ICC and Interpol are generally already set up to be able to serve both of those purposes. Now, where the America side comes in more, I would want us to still have a degree of shared sovereignty with a global federal government, while the federal government still holds the majority of the power. But why should we embrace and put effort towards expediting this process? What issues in society would be solvable via the establishment of a globalized government? Well, for starters, we would be able to remove tax safe havens, so corpos and individuals would no longer be able to use tax safe havens to avoid contributing to society. In global health crises like COVID, we would be able to have more organized responses, and we would no longer be dealing with countries who are trying to serve their own individual interests. And then we'd also be able to standardize environmental protection, social safety nets, human rights. Things like the Universal Declaration of Human Rights would no longer be worthless political posturing and would actually be enforceable. We would be able to better empower the ICC and Interpol to actually be able to properly act as global justice systems. They are already supposed to be, due to the fact we would naturally establish freedom of movement globally. It would also prevent people like Andrew Tate from being able to commit atrocious crimes in one country and fleeing to another country for political protection. The opening of the economy to everyone would create more opportunities for people to be able to move for economic opportunities without having to jump through the thousands of dollars of hurdles to get work visas. We would be able to finally put an end globally to child labor and slavery, because with the globalization of the government, we would have more means to actually enforce the end of such human rights violations. There is so many ways that we would be able to globally improve the lives of the people around the world.
And that's time. All right. I'm going to go ahead and for those of you who are just now figuring this out, if somebody is at the end of their time, I try to give them the opportunity to finish their thought as long as it does eventually have a finish. I will jump in at some point, though. 2 minutes is on the clock for you, Hammer. Cross-examination is you see fit.
Okay, so my first question is, do we need a overarching federal government to establish free trade between different countries in this example, they would be like states or whatever.
In the example that I'm going with, yes, it would make it easier. So for the economic aspect, not necessarily, but I'm not just focusing on the economic aspect. I'm also thinking about like the standardization of laws, specifically so we can remove things like slavery and child labor as well.
Okay, just for the question's sake, we can have free trade agreements between separate countries, right?
We can just have
Right.
free trade agreements, yes.
Right. Okay. And then can we also, without the use of a overarching world government, push for laws such as human rights laws and other things like ending child slavery? Can we have influence push countries to do so without? Yeah.
We can push for it, but it's very clearly shown that it's not effective for us to just sit there and push for it without an overarching government.
Okay. And then my final question is about, obviously throughout history, most countries and most groups of people are resistant to the idea of being occupied and ruled over by a larger state. So obviously this is going to come into play if we have a world government. Every single country is going to resist this. How do you think that we can bypass that?
So generally speaking, because we are already seeing the formation of minor world governments, both in Europe and in North America, we really wouldn't see much. I don't think we'd really see much resistance between North America and Europe. The main areas that I think we would see the most resistance is going to be the Middle East, which honestly, in order to resolve the issues in the Middle East, the Middle East is going to need some very heavy authoritarianism anyways.
All right, that's time. So I've got 3 minutes on the clock now for you, Hammer. Start when you're ready.
Okay, so even if we were to assume that world government system is possible to implement, despite all countries throughout history resisting any kind of occupation by a larger government, and with the establishment or with the knowledge that every country is going to have national pride, an innate desire to remain to have their country have independence. Even if this were possible, it wouldn't be practical, right? The greatest issue that we face in America is, or one of the greatest issues we face in America is just our size. Having a federal government. Having a federal government creates issues of bureaucracy, of slow movement of laws, of just literally losing tax dollars due to having government officials dealing with the interaction between different government states. We see in Congress nowadays that we can't even get laws passed because we have so many people from different countries and different places fighting for their own gains. Right? There's this gridlock that we have. Imagine if we were to expand this from a 300 million population country to a 8 billion population entire world across the entire span of the globe, with the difficulties of communication and with all the different countries that we would need to bring in to whatever Senate Parliament to be represented. Um, I can't even see how we would establish any laws. And even if we could do those kinds of laws, I mean, we can have the establishment of laws that we might like no child labor, but generally speaking, federal laws are really flawed and kind of weak. They can't account for all the different nuances that every single country is going to face. We can pass laws based on economy, right? But every country is going to have a different economy. If we were to implement tax brackets, well, all these different countries have different currencies, even, right? Um, and I had a third point. I concede my time.
It's 2 minutes is on the clock for you now, Vigilante, to cross-examine. Ask any questions when you're ready.
Yeah, so could you provide an example of a country that doesn't have bureaucratic issues?
Bureaucratic issues. Well, it would be the third world countries that don't have very little government, right? Those probably have minimal bureaucratic issues.
Yeah, but at the same time, they're not getting anything done in general, anyways.
Right. Well, bureaucratic issues are a spectrum. It's not you have it or you don't, right? By having a larger government, we're going to be where we are more frozen with those bureaucratic issues, and the more money we have to invest into people who are handling all that paperwork.
There was another question I forgot to write down. Yeah, I'll cede for now on the rebuttals.
All right, no worries. 10 minutes is on the clock for both of y'all. Go ahead and start talking and sort it out.
Okay, so you said that wait, okay, I just remembered what the last point I was going to make during my opening was, and I would like an answer to this. So, if we were to get every country on board with being ruled by an overarching federal government, say they agree to whatever law they agree to being subject to whatever laws this government establishes, why wouldn't we use that willingness to cooperate to just create alliances and enforce our influence that way? If a country is saying, okay, yeah, you can rule over us and implement child safety laws, couldn't we just do that without implementing this great federation by just saying, hey, we're America, if you want to be in an alliance with us, you have to implement these kinds of laws, which is something we do already.
So we do that already to a degree, but as I mentioned earlier, that's not something that really necessarily works. I mean, like a great example of that is like we have alliances with a lot of African countries, and we do a lot of work with a lot of African countries. But the number one place in that we have that still has like slavery and fucking child labor is Africa.
We have alliances with countries in Africa, but they're very temperamental. The reason that we can't implement laws, that we can't enforce our will as much as we would like to on these countries is because our relationships are so weak. Could you imagine if you were to go to these countries and instead of saying, hey, implement human rights, we say, hey, you're a part of the world government now? They would never agree to it. And if at any point they would be willing to agree with it, they're probably so strongly on board with an alliance with us that they are willing to implement those laws anyways.
I mean, we were allies with China for the longest time, and they still utilize child labor. And we never, even before all of the issues that Trump caused, where we started fighting with China, because if you actually look at the history between the U.S. and China, Trump caused all of those, the majority of those issues in his first term. We never even attempted to push for China to end child labor.
I mean, I don't know if we were ever in an alliance with China in the same way that we're in an alliance with European countries, right? It was always like we had trade agreements. I don't know if we were in a full-on alliance. We would have been still economic rivals. We still would have been, I mean, after the Cold War, one of our biggest opponents, because they were a communist country, was China. There was actually threats of nuclear war between us and China. So no, I don't think that, yeah, of course we can't like enforce we never had the ability to enforce our will on China. And we were never at a position where we could say, like bring them into a fold of a world government. Again, I mean, that's really the core of it. Why is this the solution? I mean, it seems like a very poor solution.
To a degree, the thing is, like, to a degree, we already have a world government with the establishment of the UN. The whole reason why the UN is as ineffective as it is, though, is primarily because of the US and Russia's veto powers. And the whole reason why I would rather switch to a more updated system is to be able to get rid of those powers, because without getting rid of those powers, the UN is going to continue to be useless, and the US and Russia are not going to get rid of those veto powers.
Well, the uselessness of the UN is the reason that it's allowed to exist. The UN is in my opinion, the UN is nowhere close to being an overarching government that can have authority over the countries within it. America is not going to be subservient to the UN, and if the UN decides to like pass laws, or I wouldn't pass that. You can't pass laws. If they were to make a decision that the America didn't agree with, then we might just leave. And if we did that, the UN has no sort of repercussions. So again, the barrier between whatever we have established now, including the EU in Europe and including the UN, is nowhere near what it would be to have a federal Interpol policing state that has absolute control. Relatively absolute control over all countries.
I mean, Interpol has jurisdiction in damn near every country in the world. The harder part is going to be outside of like the establishment of a world government would be getting the ICC to actually have jurisdiction in more countries than it already does, because we see more problems with the ICC not being able to be utilized properly than we do with Interpol.
I'm sorry, can Interpol, so say that a country is like a major country is, and I'm actually ignorant on this. If a major country, like a world power, is committing war crimes, what power does Interpol have to step in and stop them, like immediately?
So it doesn't, but that's only because of the ICC. So the way that works is the warrants have to be issued by the ICC, and if a country is not signed on to the ICC, then Interpol really cannot do shit. We see that a great example of that is with Israel. We have the ICC warrant out for Benjamin Netanyahu's arrest, but Interpol cannot do anything about it because of the fact that Israel is not signed on to the ICC.
Okay, well, let's take the example of Russia. I would assume Russia is a part of the ICC, right?
Yes.
So obviously, Russia is committing war crimes in Ukraine, and I'm sure Interpol has many regulations against so much of what Russia is doing to Ukraine. What power does Interpol have to come in and say, Russia, you have to stop. You're not allowed to do this. What recourse does Interpol have right now?
Well, they would need a warrant from the ICC, and to my knowledge, they don't currently have a warrant from the ICC for anybody in the Russian government.
Okay, and if they did, they could come in and could they come in and say and disempower Putin?
They could potentially go in and arrest Putin. Yes.
Potentially arrest Putin. Okay, I mean, I think there's a lot of potential there, but I don't.
That's part of the purpose of Interpol.
Right. I get that that's like a potential, but I don't think that any force has the authority to come into a country and enforce laws all on its own that the country isn't going to agree to, right? I mean, I would say at this point, if that were to happen, the most practical result would be if a warrant was initiated from Interpol to Russia against Putin, then Russia would probably leave the ICC. And if the ICC still came in with Interpol and tried to like attack them, there would probably be resistance. It would probably be war, right? Something like that's the reason, again, with the ICC, with every other country, with the UN, the reason that they sign on to these agreements is because of the lack of authority that they have. Right, it's general agreements, it's general handshakes in the dark about, hey, let's not do this sometimes, and if I change my mind, then there's nothing you can do. They're not going to agree to an absolute authority over them. It's a completely different realm.
That's the whole problem with the way that the ICC and Interpol and all that is set up currently, is the fact that it generally has no authority. So we don't have any ways to prevent things like war crimes. We don't have any ways to prevent things like child slavery. We don't actually have any actual way to fully enforce international law because, as you said, they can just pull out of it. That's why we need a unified world government, is to actually prevent those things from happening.
Don't you think that, like, obviously, no, like China's not going to agree to this. I mean, with the system that you propose, this is like a democratic system where every country gets into a parliament and votes on this stuff. Like Russia's never going to agree to that. China's never going to agree to that. And these are major world powers. Don't you think that even if we could practically implement that, it would be massive, like it would definitely be World War III, right? And it would probably be more violent than World War II, right? Again, like this doesn't seem like the most practical solution.
I mean, at the point we're at now, World War III is pretty much already inevitable because of the actions of our current administration. So this is likely something that would be able to happen after the fact, anyways.
Are we in talks to enter like on the ground combat with China or Russia?
No, but NATO has actually been threatening military action against us because of Trump's actions against Greenland. Did you not hear about that?
Well, no, I'm aware of the issues between us and Greenland, and honestly, I mean, it's up in the air, but I think that a lot that's mostly posturing, right? It's not an actual plan to engage in military combat with NATO. I don't think that it'll actually come to that, right? Whereas
a lot of our NATO allies have already moved troops to Greenland, and France, Germany.
I mean, they would, right?
UK.
Obviously, if their land is being threatened, they would mobilize troops. But I think that it's silly to think that Trump would actually go to war with our NATO allies, and I don't think that like our president, Congress, and military generals are going to sign off to that, right? Versus like a actual plan, like that kind of thing is ridiculously stupid and a horrible idea. Starting World War III, like mobilizing our troops against a country or a force like NATO is horrible idea. Mobilizing our troops against China, horrible idea. Mobilizing our troops against Russia, I mean, it's up in the air. They're not as strong, right? But again, so justifying that against all the countries that we oppose and probably some that we are currently allies with, that doesn't make that any better of an idea, right?
I mean, like I said, it's more likely to be something that happens after World War III already happens. Like it's something it is inevitable already down the line, but it's more than likely not going to happen until the conclusion of World War III, assuming there's anybody left, and it's not a nuclear war.
So that's going to be time. I gave y'all a couple extra minutes there because I wanted to see where you were taking that. But we do have some questions from the judges again. Thank goodness. So I'm going to go ahead and put 1 minute on the clock for each of you. Kadoink, kadoink. Boom. And first question, we're going to go to, let's see, this. It doesn't say, so I'm going to ask each of you this question. I'll start with you, Vigilante. What benefit would ceding power to a world government be for larger world powers? So what benefits would be brought to larger countries such as Russia, US, China, etc., or India, Brazil, the larger world powers? What benefit would they have from ceding power to a world government? Go ahead.
Yeah, so one of the things that we didn't really get into is like the currency aspect, because in one of the things that we would end up doing is likely shifting to one global currency, which would eliminate currency risk. If you don't know what currency risk is, that's the exchange rate between currencies. And what that would allow for is basically when specifically with the corporations doing business in other countries or in their own country, there would be no currency risk between moving currency between countries. And so like with a lot of the countries like here in the United States, them doing business in like Europe or Africa, then they would not have as much of a lost profit, and it would
All right.
positively impact our economy.
All right. So I'm actually, now that I read the question out loud, I realized that it wasn't really a both of y'all question, that one was pretty clearly for the AF, because I'm guessing that Hammer's answer will be none. So I'm going to look over to Ali. Oh, do you want to answer that question? No, absolutely. Then 1 minute on the clock.
I have a quick...
What benefit would the big countries have?
So I'll make this quick because it's more probably more aimed at vigilante, but generally there are some benefits, but these are benefits for the populations of those countries. The major downside of implementing this force would be to disempower these countries, and that runs counter to what these countries want. These countries want to gain power; they want to establish power, and so no practical element is going to override that desire that every country has.
Okay. All right. That is actually a relevant answer. So good stuff. Now we're looking over at the AF again. So that's you, Vigilante. This question: what countries have veto power in the UN? Do you happen to know?
I mean, technically all countries have a downvote, but specifically the ones that have override veto powers are the US and Russia. I actually mentioned that during the conversation.
You did? Didn't know if there were any other countries that you know of that did as well. So, all right. Now, one question over there to the negative. What powers do you think a federated government would have to have in order to enforce the law? I'll ask that again. What powers do you think that a federated government would have to have in order to enforce their law?
So a couple of them would be free movement of federal of like worldwide federal police, right? Or not police, military, right? And police to implement anything that they want, right? So if a country doesn't do what they want, they can just mobilize troops into their country at will. Another one is like kind of what the American federal government has, which is like the establishment of laws that override any laws within any individual country. So anything that the parliament passes takes priority over any law that any of these countries take. Those are the big ones.
All right. Good stuff. Well, then, in that case, we're going to go ahead and move straight on into our closing arguments. 3 minutes is on the clock for you first, Vigilante. Put a cherry on top for us, bud. And you can take your time, collect yourself started when you're ready.
Yep. So realistically, the only way that we'll ever have a chance to ever like end world hunger or have truly ever actually be able to force world peace upon the world would be through a world government. I say this because we would be able to rapidly industrialize the non-industrialized world via the power of a world defense force. We would be able to pressure both sides of the Middle Eastern and Eastern European conflicts into backing down. As I mentioned, we would be able to further establish the ICC to actually be able to be useful, because the way that the ICC works right now, it is effectively toothless. It can issue warrants, as I mentioned, but they cannot be enforced as long as the country is not signed on to the ICC. One of the things that we didn't get into would be the immigration issues of a unified world government, which is a very controversial topic nowadays, obviously. We would be able to have freedom of movement between states, just like in America or in the EU, where people can move between states, or people can move between countries to go to work. We'd be able to have people collect across the globe for better opportunities. For example, we'd be able to have the majority of the people researching tech collect in Japan, which is currently the tech capital of the world. We could have people researching science or medicine collect here in the United States, or we could have them collect in China or wherever the country is that the majority of medical research is happening. And with a lot of the jobs for like factories and stuff moving overseas. People would be able to more easily move to where those jobs are, especially because a lot of the resources for those jobs, especially if we talk about like mining and stuff, are primarily in Africa. They're not primarily in the United States. It would make it a lot easier for people to be able to move for getting better jobs in general. I mean, also we'd be able to institutionalize like a global minimum wage and push up the living standards of the non-industrialized world in general. Yeah.
Is that time? All right. And 3 minutes is now on the clock for you, Hammer. Bring us your closing, sir.
Okay, so in my opinion, this debate kind of showed to me, at least, more that my main point of the downsides of a world government are not worth the upsides, especially when those upsides can be achieved through other means, through more practical means. It's like nuking an anthill, right? If you want a country to start implementing human rights laws, the way isn't to dominate them and to occupy them, right? You can do that through diplomacy. Um, he brought up how in his plan the way that we would establish a world government is by allowing World War III to happen, and then once it's happened and completed and finished, then we could and we've defeated these other countries, we can implement a world government and take them over, right? But that's, again, it's not that simple. Assuming that World War III happens, right? um our plan to implement a world government is going to have a major impact on that. Say that we get into conflict with China and that ends up resulting in troops on the ground. Well, how that's going to turn out is based on what our goals are. If our goals are to stop whatever conflict and resolve whatever occupation that is happening that we don't like, then they might just pull back because it's not practical. But if our goal is to bring them into a fold of an overarching federal government, then it's not going to be that simple. It's not, they're not going to pull out and they're not going to end the conflict in any reasonable time. It's going to need to be a absolute domination of our country over theirs, and we're gonna have to slaughter them. And again, these are the kinds of things that we need to that we need to do to establish a world government. We didn't talk much about the like issues of like bureaucracy and like having to pay having to pay for having a federal government in order to have, like, if we needed to fund an international world police and military in order to enforce these laws, on top of each military that each country would have to have, because you know that they would, that's more tax dollars for every clerk, for every building, for every branch of government that we have. It costs more money. I think one of the best examples that destroy his argument is one that he brought up in his concluding argument, which is, well, we can implement a worldwide minimum wage. Again, the exact kind of law that is so bad for a federal government. I mean, it's a rough one for our federal government to pass, let alone a world federal government where every single country has wildly different economies and laws and even currencies. I mean, he said we can establish a universal currency. Like, imagine the type of work that we would need to do that. We need to literally, even just the printing of the money, but also all the logistics. I'm done.
All right, time. That was great. Okay, that's second debate in the books, and both of them tonight have been absolute fucking fire. Thank you, gentlemen, for bringing it tonight. So I'm going to go ahead and drop the link in chat for the vote. Everybody out there in chat, please click that. Vote for who you thought was the most persuasive tonight. Not necessarily who you agreed with, not necessarily who you think is prettier, just which one you thought was the most persuasive arguments. And you've got until the judges are done rendering their decisions. This is going to be a tough one, I think, for them. So we went with Alicat first last time. We're going with Lethe first this time. Lethe, are you ready to render your judgment, sir? All right, let's hear it.
Unmute. All right. So it was pretty close in the beginning of everything. Like, the details laid out were basically just competing ideas. I want to say the internal critique that Hammer gave in his closing destroyed so many pillars of the efficiency of this argument, even stating like to the point where World War III has to happen for this to be the case. I don't think this was addressed as to how this implementation is going to actually be tenable when it comes down to the larger world powers. And as Hammer also refuted to the statement, the question that I asked, when it comes down to, who benefits or how do larger countries benefit, literally just saying that it disempowers these countries and they would not like that one bit. There's no way they're going to release power. The powerful never release power. So to where I really appreciate what Vigi was saying, and I think it is a very strong inevitability. I don't think his arguments as to the tenability, the functionality, and the overall framework stand up against Hammer's cross-examination of this and internal critique. So I'm going to give it to Hammer 7-3.
Okay, so that's 3-7 for the negative from Lethe. Alley Cat, it is your turn, sir. I assume you are ready. Go ahead and render judgments.
So to me, this was a very difficult topic for the affirmative. I'm sure I'm going to talk to Tyler about this later on, how it is very difficult. The reason why it was difficult is because there's two things he had to prove, both that it is inevitable and that it should be expedited. And I think he failed on both. Like, I think that the whole idea with the resistance for larger powers and such like that doesn't show that it's even inevitable. And expedited, it wasn't shown that this couldn't be done otherwise. So all the advantages that he gave him for being expedited wasn't good. And I also thought that the negative had better delivery also. So I also score it 3-7.
3-7 for the negative as well. All right, so both debates now. The judges have been in alignment. That's nifty. Which means, once again, your vote didn't matter after all, audience. But I still want you guys to keep voting because it's good to see and it's good to hear, and I like to know where you all land. So with that said, go ahead and lock in your last few votes.
Do your civic duty,
pull up the results. That's right. That's right. Do your civic duty. All right, and the results are 60-40 for the negative. So that was a three-way shutout as well, but at least it was a little bit closer for the audience. So it was 60-40 for the negative. So that's 4-6. And I am sorry, Vigilante. You did a great job, sir, and I will give you tons and tons of feedback and kudos in my time later. But there were definitely I got a shit ton of notes for that one to go over later. So I'm super excited to discuss that further. I felt like there was definitely some stuff left on the table, and there were some amazing quotes there that I actually I'm gonna fucking write down and keep for later. So. All right. Great job, everybody. We're almost done now. We got one more debate. I saved this one for last because, as I mentioned earlier, it is a little bit of a grudge match. Apparently, the two of them have had this conversation before, so they've at least had the chance to stretch out their general arguments against each other and see more or less where each other is going to go, which means that this has every reason to be a banger. So, our last prompt for the night. Religious people have a dual loyalty that parallels dual citizens. Our debaters are going to be the top left corner, Tyler, the average debater, on the affirmative, and Jason in the bottom left corner on the negative. We got 3 minutes on the clock. You gentlemen know how this works. I assume both of y'all are ready. You've been waiting patiently, and I appreciate that. Whenever you are ready, Tyler, the clock starts with you, sir.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to expose hypocrisy. First, we have seen that a far-right bubble led by Nick Fluentes demanding the U.S. go past its constitutional authority granted by the 14th Amendment and upheld in Ephraim versus Rusk 387 U.S.C. 256 in 1967 and demand the people leave their citizenship to another nation behind when they come to the U.S. The same moral principles that don't allow the government to strip you of your citizenship from another nation are the same moral principles that don't allow the government to strip you of your freedom of religion. religion. These two constitutional rights were given to us by two very important amendments, the 14th and the 1st. U.S. moral principle laid out in the Declaration of Independence also backs these as well. As stated in the Expatriation Act of 1868, the right of expatriation is a natural inherent right to all people, indispensable to the enjoyment of rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, which was passed 18 days after the 14th Amendment was ratified by the exact same Congress. The second argument we're going to be using here after we talk about the actual legal layout here is the practical arguments that I'll be making using the constitutional comparisons that line up almost perfectly. There's several different forms of authority: family, community, city, state, federal, government, religion, and tons more. These often conflict and vary greatly, but the reason why these ones are so similar is because federal government authority and religious authority are massive systemic structures that scale with both operate on how your lifestyle is, on your culture is, and both are direct, but later down the line, reflections of your nation's morality. The examples we're going to be using here is we're going to talk about a few different things from the Abrahamic religions, and we're going to go through lining them up with the laws of nation. When you enter the U.S., you must swear primary allegiance to the United States, full jurisdiction. That means authority conflicts with your previous nation. It's handled the exact same way as religion. We accept the federal government's law above everything else, including religion and the nation of origin or your other nation's citizenship. So advocating for this would be fine, but allowing these other authority structures to go against the federal authority is illegal in the United States, and everybody has to adhere to that. So the examples I'm going to use there are going to be a little bit for everybody. We got slavery, we got usury, we got abortion, and we have the Sharia courts. We're going to go through all four of those hopefully tonight. The laws and government of a nation are a delayed reflection of the nation's morality. You could still follow other guidelines as another system of authority, but they are lesser, and these two are so closely tied. With new cultural changes down the line, we see changes to these rule sets of authority with religion and practices as well, just like with a nation. So to recap, we have two sets of authority that have to take the backseat to the nation, the law of the land for each nation that you're primary residents of. Both are granted under the U.S. moral principle and given to us by amendments. Both are large systemic authority scales for all the people under that umbrella. Both are moral reflections of the nation that change with time and people's practices, but also shape your upbringing and values. And both are still practiced to a degree, but have to adhere to a greater authority, the nation. This isn't going to be an exact one by one, and I feel like a lot of the consequences and distinctions we're going to hear from Jason are going to be non-consequential when it comes to the base root of the argument. He's just going to name off differences and not so much be able to explain why they're invalidating. So we have great parallels in inception, practice, and conflicting with the primary authority on multiple levels, and I'm going to prove all those tonight. So sit back, strap in.
And that's time. All right. So 2 minutes is on the clock for you, Mr. Jason. Use that time as you see fit to cross-examine. I will start the clock when you start. You are muted, just so you know.
No one has questioned the legality of the ability to practice your religion. The only thing that actually exists, considering what you have brought to the table so far, is are there provisions to exempt some from certain actions considering their religious observance?
Absolutely. And also, if there's something that does that, it makes the law of the land unconstitutional.
Is there are there any provisions for those who happen to have dual citizenship? Is there certain limitations to what positions in the government they can hold?
No, I don't.
Absolutely, there are. It's called
the president, maybe? Yeah, the president. Other than that, you can hold the Congress and everything like that, yeah.
Yes. The presidency happens to be the only one to where you have to be only a citizen of the United States in order to be the president. However, are there any exemptions for religious activities?
No.
Okay, so they are not the same, therefore not equal. We're done.
All right. Then 3 minutes is now on the clock for you, sir. Jason, use that 3 minutes for your opening. Starts when you start.
All right. The concept that religious people possess dual loyalty parallels dual citizenship as a long-standing, often negative and controversial trope. Historically, this charge has been used to question patriotism, trustworthiness, and civic belonging of religious minorities, most notably Jews, but also has been extended to Catholics and Muslims, by alleging their true allegiance is to their faith or a foreign entity rather than their home country. This is there's actually some truth to this assertion. However, for the godless, they tend to not comprehend why. I personally don't see any contradiction, mostly because, like most people, I can wrap my head around the concept of a tiered loyalty system. For religious priorities, the loyalties are as follows: God, family, and then country. Okay, let me go ahead and repeat that again: God, family, and country. Why? Because the closer you are to your personal relationship to something, the more important it is to you. A person will always choose their religious beliefs over anything else, provided they take their beliefs actually seriously. Family will be a close second. Who would have thought? The more personal things are, the more important it is. Country that you give your loyalty to is quite impersonal at the end of the day. Many will never leave their home country, and those who choose to immigrate to other nations tend to leave their homelands for some reason for the betterment of their personal lives. Some of those migrants may never actually become loyal to their new homeland. However, many end up doing so out of being grateful for being accepted into this new land. Ultimately, it's offensive immediately to immediately consider national loyalty should be questioned based on one's individual's personal faith. This trope is ahistoric and denies the most important liberal principles of individualism. My opponent, who is a liberal, tends to LARP amongst conservatives as a liberal. He's the token liberal, and that is okay. But when it turns out, even most conservatives tend to respect the founding principles of liberalism, which were used to found the greatest country in the world ever known, America. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
All right. 2 minutes is on the clock for you now, Tyler. Go ahead and cross-examine.
So, are you aware that these claims you're making about religion, about 20% of the country also holds those exact same claims for dual citizenship, and they say they shouldn't even be part of the Congress and things like that?
Well, as someone who is actually vehemently against Islam, I would say openly that I don't believe the practice of Islam should be allowed in the West, but that's because it's antithetical to Western values. Although our Constitution allows for it, and therefore it's fine. In fact, there has been at least one Medal of Honor recipient who happened to be of the Muslim faith. Would you question that individual's loyalty? By the way, he earned it in Iraq.
No. I think that dual citizenship and having a religion are absolutely fine. I'm arguing the individualist stance here. So if
you're actually arguing, no, you are.
I'm asking questions. I'm just doing cross. We're not debating yet. Yeah. So if a woman wants to go punch, if your wife wants you to punch somebody in the face, you put that authority above the laws that would put you in jail for assault and battery?
No, because it's antithetical.
But you're saying that you put family over your loyalty to the country and following the law.
Yes, I will definitely put my family over loyal to my country every day.
Okay, and then are you aware your stance on Islam is antithetical to liberal individualism, which you argued in your opening?
No, my stance on Islam is that it is antithetical to actual Western philosophy and principles. And even though I don't agree with that religion, I still tolerate its existence in the West.
But you're saying you would advocate for getting rid of these people,
I would advocate not getting rid of the people.
There's varying degrees of people that following religion.
I would advocate for the disallowance of the practice of Islam within the West.
And if they said no, you wouldn't allow them in the country, correct?
Well, then we can yeet them out, yes.
Okay, so you were saying that we shouldn't bring people in regardless of their religion, how much they practice it to a degree, it doesn't matter as long as they say
it's because the actual tenets of Islam requires conquering. So if you understand the religion of Islam, you would actually comprehend that the reason why I would advocate to prevent its practice is because of its means of it actually commands its followers to overthrow whatever government is there in order to install an Islamic government.
All right, so you're the negative. You want to start asking me some questions?
We're in the open time, so feel free to discuss.
So when you want to say that you should question people on their dual loyalty, do you comprehend that there's different levels of loyalty, things that you would hold? Are there anything that you hold more important than your national loyalty?
National loyalty? No, I mean, it doesn't matter what you hold importance. I'm talking about the hierarchy of how it needs to be followed.
It does matter, because under the argument that I put forward, that it is a tiered system, and I started at the very top being God, number 2 being family, number 3 being nation. Is there anything that you hold above national loyalty that you find to be more important?
Well, the argument I'm making is more of a practical one, in that the national authority, the law of the land,
putting forward
surpasses everything else.
The argument that you're putting forward is that certain individuals, based on their personal religious beliefs, is that they should be questioned their loyalty towards our nation, which I find to be kind of ridiculous. Do you hold
No.
anything higher than your national?
No, I don't. I'm saying what needs to be at the top is the federal authority and the law of the land. And that law of the land does protect religious freedom, but as soon as these two forms of authority come into conflict, the federal system always wins.
Yeah, see, I just don't agree with you, man. I don't agree with you. In fact,
why would you not want Sharia law then?
We can see people right now who don't actually respect the federal authority right now standing up against the federal government, and it's actually completely fine and legal as long as they stay within the legal confines in their protest.
Sure, but at the end of the day, if they stay within their confines, that means they're following the law.
Actually,
protest is protected by the First Amendment.
No, a protest itself is protected against federal government, yes, to a point. However, when your protest crosses a specific line, it becomes unlawful. And people who are willing to break those laws, even if I agree with them or not, I find it actually admirable that they're willing to put their morality ahead of what the government says it should be.
I mean,
so I'm actually venerating those who will stand up to the government and hold things above the government, where you are actually arguing that we should hold federal government as God itself. And I find that to be highly offensive.
I get your appeals to emotion. I understand that, but what I'm arguing is the actual practical structure here is that if these people insurrect the Capitol, they need to be arrested and go to jail, regardless if they think the 2020 election was stolen.
What do you consider to be an insurrection, sir?
Whatever, I'm using the term colloquially, not legally. So anytime that you infringe with the orders of the government and fight against the authorities, you should be arrested.
So anytime that you protest against the government, under your definition, would be considered an insurrection at its lowest level.
Protest is protected by the First Amendment. No, protest is protected by the First Amendment. I'm talking about violent interactions where you're destroying property or attacking police officers. In those instances, you're breaking federal law.
What do you consider to be violent?
A violent crime, and we had this debate last week. That could also be arson or using grenades on a building. But that being said, I consider that to be a violent crime. But at the end of the day, though, these people are being arrested because that is the highest order of the land, is the law.
Okay. It still doesn't matter if you actually have a moral objection to the law. I see nothing wrong with you standing up against it.
Absolutely. That's what I said in my introduction, is you can go and advocate for these things, but you're not allowed to go out and break the law.
Sometimes advocation is not enough. I hate to break it to you, but some of the most religious people in America's history happen to stand up, and not necessarily always violently, but definitely up against federal laws and things, literally breaking laws. If you look at people like Martin Luther King, the man was considered to be a devout Christian. He was a pastor, and yet he stood up. He broke multiple federal laws in the process of doing his protest, even though he did it all non-violently. The fact that when people saw how the government was coming down and putting the boot of oppression down on his neck, the people actually started to come over to his side of the argument, because they saw a non-violent protest that was being beaten down by the federal government. Now, look, there are things that you can call me out on, many things when it comes to what I can do right, wrong, or indifferent. But I will sit there and say everyone has their rights to actually stand up against the government, even when it breaks the law. And you know what? Sometimes you can even approve of that.
I would argue that Martin Luther King's interpretation was to praise the United States, to say we want our even cut of the pie, we want to do everything right. And he was one of the most peaceful and effective protesters that led to civil rights. And the federal government was stepping in to help him against the state governments that were ignoring federal law. We used our federal forces to desegregate schools. That was the federal government stepping in and showing you it is the prime authority. So the federal government in that instance backs my practical claim. The federal law supersedes all.
So you're referring to Arkansas and the mobilization of the National Guards in order to desegregate schools, correct?
Yes.
Okay, yes, the federal government did step in that case. However, the FBI spent multiple years chasing, harassing, and everything else MLK. In fact, even charged him on multiple occasions for breaking federal law. And yet you sit there and claim that the federal government helped him out.
Was he convicted?
I don't know. They put a bullet.
Well, in our country, part of the federal law and constitution is that you're innocent until proven guilty, but at a court of your peers behind a reasonable doubt. So if he wasn't convicted, just the charges may have been intimidation by different government factors. But at the end of the day, the federal government backed him, aided him, passed civil rights, and desegregated schools against the states who are a lower level authority. You're kind of granting here that the federal government.
But 9 times out of 10, the process is the punishment. See, that's what I find ridiculous, is the things that we can actually look at from the founding documents, the Constitution, where you can sit there and go, yes, this, and this. And then we force people to go in and spend small fortunes in order to bring it before the courts until it finally gets up to the Supreme Court. And then the Supreme Court may wave a hand and say, yes, we'll hear it, or no, we won't.
And then you sue civilly to get all your money back.
That isn't how that works. And you never can win that. Okay. You are not allowed to sue because you made me go through the legal process. Yeah. You can sue individuals, the government for that. Hate to break
civilly, you could sue for court fees if a lawsuit was done, especially against the government. If a lawsuit was done to you unjustly, you can sue for court fees, for wrongful arrest, for all sorts of things. Absolutely.
If you're the one, but if you're the prosecution, you cannot sue the government because you're the one bringing forward the legal actions. That's kind of how that works.
So let me bring up your favorite subject here, Sharia law. What we saw in Europe when there was a bunch of asylees that came in. Now, asylees aren't like normal immigrants. They were unvetted. There was a lot of problems initially with this at first. But when they brought these asylees in and then they started to filter out, we saw Sharia courts rise up. Now, after about 20, 30 years of these asylees being here, abuse against women has plummeted. All these factors that are problems from the asylees when they first show up are slowly disappearing over time. Because the law of the land, which is supreme, the federal law of the land, is slowly moderating these people and assimilating them not by force, but just by the fact that you're in a new country and you have to follow our laws. They are supreme to your religion. But earlier you argued that religion is supreme to the federal government. Then just the practical reality of it is Sharia law is being moderated.
On the individual, actually, no, Sharia law is not being moderated. If you look in Afghanistan, if you look in the UK, they have rape gangs going on, and the government actually covered it up for several years. Now, that isn't part of their religion. That's actually more of a cultural thing. So I'm not going to blame Islam for that. I'm going to blame the culture from which they came and the immigrants refusing to give up those cultural things.
We see that in 2015, but those numbers are plummeting as time goes on, as they arrest these people, as they kick the bad ones out that are doing these bad things. And the vast majority of Muslims, because again, I'm an individual, what you argued for in your introduction, is that most of the Muslim community is not like that. The largest Muslim countries in the world are not jihadi countries. So yes, you have some problems with a couple jihadi countries in the Middle East and West Africa, but the vast majority of Muslims are not like that. And what we see is when they come into other countries, they submit to the supreme authority of the federal government, and it tamps down their extremism. And you want them banned, which would be anti-constitutional.
No, it absolutely wouldn't. You can actually determine, you can read the Quran itself, and you can actually see that it goes against, it's antithetical to Western philosophies and thoughts. And you can actually ban an entire religion based on things like that because of what the commandments are. Now, I wouldn't say kick all Muslims out. I would definitely just ask them to renounce their God, because Allah is not the same as Adonai, or as the Christians would call him, God.
I love that you bring that up, because I have 3 other examples of slavery, usury, and abortion that the religious community says should not be happening.
Slavery's been revoked in the West, in fact.
But it existed for 5,000 years under the Abrahamic religions. The Abrahamic religions permitted. The reason it was revoked is because of Western liberalism.
Slavery has existed throughout all of human history and still exists
Not
today.
now, buddy. Western got rid of it. Woo!
No. Libya.
I mean, we have what?
Real quick.
Yeah, I'm talking
let me
to the
jump
West.
in, gentlemen. I'm going to put 3 more minutes on the clock, but I would like to ask for you guys to try to make sure we stay on topic, because we kind of wandered off into the weeds a little bit there. I feel like I know where you guys were going with it, but please, like I said, just bring it back to the topic. 3 more minutes is on the clock.
Gotcha.
Go ahead and finish it up.
So another example would be usury. We see that usury is banned in the Bible. This carries over to the New Testament. If you look at what Jesus said in Luke 6:34 and 35, talking about these unfair lending practices. But under capitalism, usury is how people with no or bad credit get loans. You pay a 25% interest rate on your car, which is ridiculous to anybody. But if you don't have credit, that's the only way you're getting a car. It allows somebody to build credit. This is for you libertarians out there that don't want to vote with me because I'm talking about the federal government. Usury being banned is usury being allowed because religions are and at the top is better for
now
the society.
Now let's crop dust a little anti-Semitism in there, because that's really where it's all coming from. The actual practice of usury was only acceptable within Europe through the Jewish community, where there's nothing in the Torah that actually says anything against charging interest. Where in Christian doctrine, prior to, I want to say 1923, if I remember right, the church actually came out and said, okay, usury, we'll be okay with that. But that is only a recent development in Christianity. Still today in Islam, usury is forbidden. Therefore, there is no major Islamic banks because there's no money in it.
Now, another example of religious moderation here is also the supreme law of the land moderates the most extreme tendencies of religion. We see that with abortion. We are a 70% Christian nation, and only about 20% of the nation wants to ban abortion. There's massive crossover because our supreme form of authority, which is the federal government, allows it to be legal, and thus, over time, it moderates people.
Let's actually look at the argument of abortion real quick. I'm willing to entertain this, so we can actually bring this back to the original debate here, number one. With the Constitution. Show me the provision in the Constitution that actually shows that abortion is completely fine and legal.
There's none. It's a law.
No, it is. See, there's nothing in the Constitution because it's relegated through the 10th Amendment. That's why we now, with the overturning of Roe, we have sent it back to the states, and that's why different states, the populace actually determines what the law of that land is, because it's not under the federal purview. Could you please
Has any state outright banned abortion?
Yes, the state that I currently live in, Oklahoma, it is 100% banned.
I did not know that. I thought it was partially up to Texas is up to 8 weeks, I think, like that. Most of the heartbeat bill in Georgia is 12 to 16.
That's because Texas is cucked through Austin and Dallas next.
I live in Dallas.
I know you do.
All right, we got a few minutes left. You want to ask one more? You're the negative.
Look, I just look at it like this. Do you know the story of Corporal Dawes? They actually did a whole ass movie on him. Do you know who Corporal Dawes is? Desmond Dawes, the Hacksaw Ridge. Does that bring a? So there's a story. So there's a Seventh-day Adventist that wanted to actually join in the World War II actions over in the Pacific. Okay, he was drafted. They were going to give him a religious exemption because he was a Seventh-day Adventist. Okay, because he refused to pick up a rifle. He actually fought for his right to fight for his country. Many people called him anti-patriotic, claimed that he had no loyalty because of his Seventh-day Adventist notions. He later earned the Medal of Honor. And I mean, he went through the Battle of Okinawa, and he stayed up on top of a ridge under constant enemy fire, dragging wounded and dead soldiers, many times actually bringing Japanese soldiers and bringing them down that cliff to receive aid. Okay, I think looking at a religious group and saying they are not loyal to their country, I think is antithetical. I think what we need to look at is the individual and their actions. Even though I am an admitted bigot against Islam, I will sit there and say I have served next to many Muslims down in combat zones, and I never once questioned their loyalty. I think the actions of the individual should be a little bit more important than their identification of what religious group they are. I understand that you're a godless individual. What do you put above the federal government? You still haven't answered that.
Absolutely nothing. I said that earlier.
Actually, we're going to go ahead and stop it there. Okay. You guys can address all of that in your closings. So we do actually have some questions from the judges. So we're going to get through those. I have 1 minute on the clock for y'all. We're going to go to, and the first question is going to go to both of y'all. So I'll go to you first, Tyler. Is following God's law the same as following a country's law?
No,
they're following. Okay, go ahead.
They parallel each other. They have very big similarities. Similarities in inception, similarities in the U.S. moral principle, similarities in their form of systemic and large authority that encompasses a large umbrella. But they're not exactly the same. There are definitely some differences, and that's what we brought up. The president can't be a citizen of another nation. But everyone else in government, all 40 million people that work for the government, otherwise can. So there are some differences, especially if you dig into it, but those differences are inconsequential to the argument I'm making that these lesser forms of authority all fall under the federal government.
Okay. And the same question to you now, Mr. Jason. Let me ask
Run it by me
again.
again real quick.
Yeah, I was about to say, let me ask it again. To you, is following God's law the same as following a country's law?
Absolutely not. However, there are some caveats to that. When it came down to it, Yeshua, aka Jesus, or as the French would call them, Yeshui, said, "Sell your cloak and buy a sword," and also things like "Render under Caesar what is him." God actually supports helping your government fight and defending your nation when it is righteous and just. But following God's law is paramount.
Okay. Now we got a question from the other judge, and we got lots of them.
I like good questions. That means we got them engaged, got them thinking.
It did. That's correct. Yeah. Okay. I'm not sure there's second judge if that's supposed to be for both of them or not, but I'm gonna go ahead and just ask it to both of them. Under what circumstances? So once again, we're back to you first, Tyler. Under what circumstances is it morally justifiable to break laws for the sake of personal beliefs?
Never.
Under what? Oh, go ahead.
Well, okay. If the law is unconstitutional and you're trying to trigger some sort of court proceedings to get that law in front of the Supreme Court, that has to be done. You have to violate the law. If you're in government, you have to pass something that might obstruct the law in some way and challenge it on a court level. So if you have a strategy to potentially change the law, I could see in instances where you could argue for that within the confines. But generally, if everyone's following the law, including the government, no, I don't think it's at all necessary to do so.
Okay. Same question to you, Mr. Jason. Under what circumstances, under what circumstances is it morally justifiable to break laws for the sake of personal beliefs?
See, that's setting a heavy line in the sand. And that's one that I can't really spell out what would constitute that, but there are certain things that will drive someone to potentially that will offend them to the point of where they're willing to break the law. The civil rights movement in America and the movement to abolish slavery in the United States are probably the two greatest historical precedents that I can reach for American history, where people literally broke federal law in order to fight what they consider to be immoral. And I think that is a righteous thing at the end.
Okay. And it looks like there is a second part to that question.
Let's go. Might as well extend the time, brother. We're going hard. Let's go.
All right. So I'm actually going to stick with you, and then we'll go back to Tyler for this. So should those beliefs be quantifiable in a court of law?
Honestly, can I pull the judge who asked that for phrasing, because that's kind of a broad question. Can we narrow that down just a little bit?
Yeah. Could you clarify that question for me real quick, Judge? Currently it says, should these beliefs be quantifiable in a court of law? Yeah, I was kind of confused which beliefs exactly you meant there.
So in the case that you believe that...
Oh, you're echoing really badly.
Okay, let me see why.
I don't know why.
Sounds
I see why. Okay, yep. No, please continue. Sorry, Lethe.
Okay. So in the case that you believe your rights are being infringed upon, or let's say you're being treated unfairly, you believe this is the case, should you be able to show this in a court of law? Same thing goes if you believe the religion that you follow is giving you a directive to do a thing. Can you quantify that the religion is correct in making this statement?
Absolutely, you can. And one of the biggest problems I see in the U.S. judicial system is the fact that we can't advocate for jury nullification, where there's actual processes for that to exist. I think the inability to be able to call for jury nullification, which is appeal to the jury for them to basically say, we're not going to enforce said law because we find it to be immoral, I find that to be a moral failing in the U.S. justice system.
Okay. Now, can you restate that question for Tyler as well, please, Lethe?
I remember it. I can say it.
Okay, never mind. He remembers the question. Go ahead.
They absolutely can be if that's the will of the voters and it's within the U.S. moral principle. If there's certain things that religions push that fall outside of what our Constitution will allow, what the moral principle will allow, what certain things will allow, then probably shouldn't be made into law because, I mean, the Supreme Court would strike them down or other instances in our check and balance system. But if there are certain things the nation can agree to, even if they are rooted in some sort of religion, absolutely they can be. That's what democracy is all about.
All right, good stuff. Well then, 3 minutes is on the clock. We're going to start with you, Tyler. Give us your 3-minute closing. I'll start the clock whenever you start talking.
Benjamin Franklin, in his early days, pushed the argument that Catholics had dual loyalty. He said they were papists and that they were loyal to their religion at the same degree that they were loyal to their country, which invalidated them. Benjamin Franklin admitted that his stances on dual citizenship were antithetical to his stances, and he had cognitive dissonance, so later changed his views to be more aligned with mine, that dual citizenship and being a religious person were both lesser degree than the federal law and both perfectly acceptable. The moral principle, as I read in my introduction, dictates that both of these things should be here. They both come from amendment. So their inception is almost exactly the same. They come from exactly the same place. Now, moving forward, we went around a bit and kind of got into some smaller arguments. Again, Jason and I have had this discussion a couple of times, so we kind of know each other's points. We were arguing a little bit of a meta level. It seemed like it got off topic there, but that's because we've already done this a few times. But these religious systems, just like being a citizen of another nation, vary in degree. You can ignore certain things because they're not actually part of the federal law. You can be a moderate. You can be somebody that's Christian and for abortion. You can be a Muslim and not follow extreme Sharia law, just like you can be a citizen of another country. And when you're here, you don't have to adhere to the Iranian anti-speech laws or the Russian laws that'll put you in jail for being gay. These citizenships are a privilege that the government does not have the authority to strip. So, as I said earlier, the two moral systems come from the same place, but they also develop your framing, your upbringing, your culture, and again, like they can be ignored to a certain degree. So, going through the list of things I said earlier, we touched on several of them, but we argued about things that were kind of off topic. These greatly parallel. They're not perfect. The only strong critique I heard of my argument on the practical level, because a lot of these were appeals to emotion, is the president can't be of two nations, which is absolutely fine by me. But there was also a giant taboo that the president couldn't be a Catholic for a long time. And that's why it took so long for JFK to become the first president. That happens in a country. We don't achieve our ideals overnight. It took us a couple hundred years to get rid of slavery. We fought a war over it, but eventually we got there because of these moral principles of the United States. So going through our examples, I gave you multiple, but slavery, usury, abortion, Sharia law. Those four things are a religious code that needs to be adhered if you're going to be an absolutist in your religion. All four of those things are legal to practice in the United States. Sharia law is a little bit weird from the other three, but all those things are legal to practice as long as you follow the laws of the country. And again, as Jason said, you don't have to personally do them. You can celebrate your religion. You can have it guide your life, absolutely. But at the end of the day, if your religion says you can keep slaves, you can't, because the moral law or the religious law is sub to the federal law. The federal law is supreme, and just like another nation, your religious rights are beneath it. So I'm arguing that being of any religion is fine, perfectly good, come on in. Being a dual citizen is fine, perfectly good, come on in.
All right. 3 minutes is on the clock, Jason. Your turn to close. Go ahead and start when you're ready.
All righty. Well, I did get what I wanted today. I actually got him to admit that there is nothing above the federal government. To him, I'm sorry for his wife. Make sure you get everything sorted before you take half of the nothing he owns. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Tyler licks the boot. He loves the boot. It's delicious. I don't know what flavor kiwi is his thing, but he literally admitted, caught in 4K, nothing is above the federal government. Look, I actually don't like the practice of Islam. However, I can still sit there and go, it is their right to do it. And since I'm a constitutional type guy, I go, I kind of like it. I think the Constitution needs to be amended for that specific thing. But hey, that's just me. That's my opinion. But under the current stance that we have, I do not believe that it is equal, fair, or just to sit there and look at someone because they are Catholic, because they are Jewish, because they are Seventh-day Advent, or even Muslim. I do not believe that you should sit there and question their loyalty based on their religious affiliation. Hell, I love my godless brother up there, my man Tyler, who actually thinks that it is hilarious that I happen to be a Messianic Jew. I'm a Jew with Jesus. You know, he thinks it's funny that I believe in a sky daddy. You know, hey, that's all well and good. You're allowed to be wrong. You've been wrong multiple times tonight. But the reality is, at the end of the day, it's not equal. Okay? No equality, because country is on the same tier level as country. So if you are a dual citizenship, some of your loyalties to said country should be in question. If we were to go to war with name said country that you may have a dual citizenship with, we would be questioning your loyalty in that point. However, we actually have exemptions for individuals, especially in the military. If we happen to be fighting against a religious ideology of which you may be a part of, you can become a conscientious objector to that, and you can be released without any problem, without any legal issues. And I find that to be quite fair. There were several individuals whom I served with during the War on Terror who were openly Muslim, and they were asked, are you okay with this deployment because you will be fighting against your Muslim brothers and possibly sisters? And no one that I knew of stood up and became a conscientious objector, even though it was against some of the more extreme sides of the Islamic teachings that you should never fight another Muslim. So they actually thought that the war itself was just, and even though my opinions on those wars have changed throughout the years, I still have to give these individuals respect because they have fatwas set on them today because they stood up against the extreme followers of the same religion in which they're part of. So I just find it to be a little gross, you know. Yes, we have had two Catholics who have served as president. The first one was JFK, and the second one happened to be Joseph Raisinette Biden. Ew, gross. Why are you grouping people based on their religion? You might as well just do the same thing for race.
And time. Good stuff.
Sorry, I ran over. My bad.
No, it's okay. Like I said, if people are cooking, I don't like slam the lockdown. I try to put up a finger so y'all make sure you see it because the clock's above my head. But really, it's for the judges to decide if they feel like you breaking the rules was acceptable or not, and whether or not it was useful. So, with that said, that is all three in the books, and we did it at the 2-hour mark. Fucking great job, people. All right, I'm going to drop the link in chat. That is for everybody out there to vote. If you're streaming on another platform, please grab that, put it into your chat. This was a pretty crazy one. This one went all over the place. Once again, all three of the debates tonight, I do not envy the fucking judges. Alley Cat and Lethe, both y'all are up against it here. So we're gonna go back to you first, Alley Cat.
Okay.
Are you ready? Lay it on us.
Yeah. So this is like definitely the most entertaining and toughest one of the bunch, I think, tonight. And we'll probably get a division in judges at this time. It was really, really tough, really, really close. In fact, I'm basically doing this on a technicality. Both said in the question and answer period and in the closing, it was admitted that both religion and nation did touch. They're not parallel. Parallel lines don't touch. So I'm giving it definitely 4-6 to the negative.
4-6 to the negative. Okay. That is one vote. Lethe, you're up, sir. Where did you land?
Mute. So the prompt.
Chat, make sure you get votes in.
The prompt.
Here's my dual citizen.
Understand it that religious people have a dual allegiance. Tyler was the negative, correct?
Tyler was the affirmative, sir.
Tyler was the affirmative.
He was the affirmative, so they do have a dual allegiance. Okay. So
I believe so, yes.
I'm going to have to side with the affirmative on this one, as even in Jason's closing argument, he said it's unfair to question loyalty based on religious affiliation while putting forward constantly that there's a tier system and God is going to be at the beginning of that, when it comes down to people and their religions. So it seemed very contradictory. Whereas both outlined very similar stances when it comes down to this, the clear differences when it comes down to when it is okay to break laws and for what reasoning, especially considering the question that I asked in regards to, do those beliefs need to be quantifiable? I don't feel like I got a satisfactory answer, but I think I got the soul of that answer, and that answer is still going to be religion will come, or beliefs will come before rule of law. So with that being the case, it outlines clearly that there's a dual allegiance at play when it comes down to that. So as much as I was going to tie this until the closing statements, I'm going to give it 6-4 to Tyler.
6-4 to Tyler. Hey, all right. So we have our first judge disagreement. I'm going to drop that link one more time into the chat for everybody. Please make sure you click on that and vote. It costs you absolutely nothing to do it, and you guys are going to be the deciding factor. Because it is a dead tie, 6-4-4-6. So, with that said, I do actually have to parrot something that the chat said. I feel like it's meaningful that the judge has to clarify who was on the AF at the end of this fucking debate. That seems like that's something that seems to matter to me. I'm just saying. Anyway. All right, so go ahead and get those last votes locked in. And we're going to go ahead and look over here to the audience and see where you guys put it. All right, we got good votes coming in, and we're going to lock it right there. 6-4 for the AF. Looks like Tyler is going to win this one by split decision. The audience is giving it to Tyler with a 6-4. All right. So you know what? I want to say first and foremost, thank you, everybody. I'm about to drop a whole bunch of links into the chat for you guys. These are all of the people who participated in the debates tonight. Also, most of them have been chatting in the chat. If you just click their names, you can follow them at least on Discord. Or excuse me, I'm sorry. Thank you, Chief. You distracted me. You should be able to follow them at least on Twitch. Not all of them stream here, though. So that said, click that Discord link there if you guys are interested in participating in the debates, or even if you just want to hang out with us and talk to us in when we're not streaming. This was one hell of a night, people. Thank you all again. We're going to go ahead and move it to the after party. Just so everybody knows the way that this works, we're going to go back through the 3 prompts so that everybody who was sitting here on mute screaming at their fucking cameras can actually say what was on their minds. We're also going to open it up to anybody who is in the Discord channel. If I already know you, if you've talked in the Discord channel before, I like typed, et cetera, then you should be welcome as well. Jump into any chat room you can see, and I will drag you in as long as I know who you are, or as long as somebody who's in the room right now says, yep, I vouch for that person. Okay? All right, I'm going to go ahead and put our timer on the clock for the after party, and let's fucking go, gents.
I regret all of my decisions.
So what's the difference between you and Al-Qaeda besides the fact that we have an army base in Iraq?
Oh, hang on. You jumped over Lethe. What'd you say, Lethe?
Oh, I said I regret everything and may not exist, and God have mercy on my soul.
Right. Enjoy your backwoods. Now, what'd you say, Lonzo? Go ahead.
Okay, so what's the difference between you and Al-Qaeda besides the fact that we actually have an army base in Iraq while they don't have one in America?
Between who and Al-Qaeda?
I mean, because you don't have to
Jason,
right?
Feel free to name the time that we caged women in iron cages and lit them on fire.
You want me to name the time?
Yeah,
I can name it right now.
Cool.
Have you never heard of the Salem witch trials? Actually, did you forget about those things? Did you forget about when we just drowned women because we believed that they were witches?
When did the U.S. Army do that?
So it has to be the federal government that does it. That's what you're saying.
You were comparing me to Al Qaeda because I went to Iraq.
Yes, I'm comparing you to Al Qaeda because I'm not. You went to Iraq.
Yes,
I didn't know you went to
Iraq and
I
Afghanistan.
don't really care if you went to Iraq. Though.
Yeah,
that's not my point.
But
my point
you
is,
compare me to people that literally caged individual women and set them on fire.
You're only offended by this because you think you're different when you're not. Now, listen to what I'm trying to say. My reason I'm saying this is because in reality, you're just as much as a religious zealot as they are. The only difference is that they actually had to fight back against somebody while you get to sit at home and know that the government will do it for you.
No, I actually have been.
He was the government. He's saying he was there.
Yeah.
Oh, well, then my fault. Well, then you went overseas. So then there's no difference. So then there's no difference.
I mean,
so then there's literally no difference.
So, man.
So real quick, if you're getting, I'm sorry, let me try to clarify what Lonzo's saying.
You'll sit and bitch at a fucking webcam.
Yeah, I was about to say, give me a second. Let me try to clarify what I think he's trying to get at here. In both cases, people are fighting in that war based on their personal religious biases. Is that what you're getting at, Lonzo? Is that the comparison you're making?
I believe they're both religious extremists that believe that the other side are enemies that must be destroyed because they're completely incompatible with their own beliefs and their own land. And the only difference between Al Qaeda and him is that he has the power of the government, he has the belief that the government will do it for him, or he can do it himself, while they are in the weaker position where they actually have to strap a bomb to their vest, go out there and blow them damn self up to do it. And if he was in their position, he'd be doing the exact same thing.
Well,
I think they're both evil. That's my opinion on that.
I would and say that when you look at the Salem witch trial and you actually look at the historical references of it, it was actually women talking shit on other women that more likely prettier than themselves.
Well, women didn't carry out
really
the
didn't have much
right?
in the book.
Yeah, no.
Okay, now who was the person who passed? Okay, now who's the person who came through and passed these beliefs and said that the ones who carried the trials, the one that said that, oh, there is actually witchcraft happening here. Was it not a priest that they brought in that came there and decided these things?
Usually there was a judge. There was usually a judge that oversaw these trials. Of course, most of them were kangaroo trials. And if you actually look at how the proceedings went,
Cotton Mather.
I mean, look, I'm going to sit there and tell you, Christianity's done a lot of bad shit. I'll openly admit that. Okay, I have no issues being critical of even the religion that I follow.
No. You're comfortable being critical of it in the past tense while not accepting that the only difference between it and Islam is the current societal position that we're in due to the economic stability that we have as being the world powers and being the ones that hold the wealth while oppressing the ones who live in the other states. You don't actually accept the fact that we do share the exact same evil views as them. That's the part that you're denying.
I would actually claim that we don't share the same evil views, and one of the big parts of that is there's a lot of cousin fucking going on in the world of Islam.
And there wasn't happening in Christianity? That's what I'm hearing?
No, it didn't happen. It did happen, but
the house birth didn't happen. That was all made up bullshit.
Outlawed that. The church outlawed that.
So again, something that was a progressive thing that happened due to the actual societal changes for our material conditions. That is the difference here. That is the only fucking difference that you can name every single time. I guarantee it.
Actually, going by modern standards, cousin fucking is the progressive stance.
So real quick, I just want to ask a question to you, Jason, because again, he's coming at it a lot more passionately here. I'm trying to distill what he's getting at. Would you agree that and I understand this is reaching deep into history, even further back than the Salem witch trials, but based on things like the Crusades and such, would you agree that Christianity is just as committed to the idea of ideological expansionism as Islam?
No,
Christianity wants to make more Christians as bad as Islam wants to make more Islamis.
Yes and no. Yeah, yes and no. So under Islamic doctrine, it is a mandate that you actually conquer lands through religion, where Christianity did have that stance, I believe, up until about the 1600s. I believe the 1600s is when that started to go away. But Christianity also existed approximately 600 to 700 years before Islam was even created. Was dreamed up in a fever dream by a failed Jewish prophet, Muhammad, peace be upon him.
So do you believe that white Christian nationals of today do not actually qualify as Christians? Because they also believe in current day expansionism of Christianity, right? So
I don't share the belief of the white Christian nationalists. I don't understand all of their stuff. I haven't really looked into it all that much. The arguments of an incel sitting in his basement in Chicago has nothing to do with me. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cheers. Welcome in there, Vince Wilson. Give me a few words just so I can make sure your mic is right.
Oh no.
What's up, Doghouse?
I'm sorry, everybody. Hang on one second. Vince, say something for me.
Ooh.
Okay, say like words.
He just came. He just came.
Don't. I was gonna say, don't just goon, bro. Fucking words.
I don't know this man.
All right.
I don't vouch for him.
No, he's been in here before. He was brought in by somebody else last time.
No,
that was me that made that noise. I was reacting to the "Don't tread on me" thing up there.
Got you.
Oh, okay. I see. My mic was muted. I have a Shure mic. Sorry about that,
Stop
guys.
being a pro streamer for a second, Doghouse.
Listen,
I have something
start
to say.
this, Lethy.
There you are. Welcome in, Vince.
Hold on,
What's
amigo.
going on, y'all?
Well, so
Some of y'all I haven't seen in quite a long time.
we're going to be kind of working our way backwards, just so you know. I don't know how much of the debates you were actually tuned in for. So we have some commentary and some pushback on the debaters from what they were saying during the debate. But real quick before I do that, do any of the debaters have a hard out? Because we can do it out of order if some of y'all need to go like sooner rather than later. I would rather you be here for the conversation about your debate if possible. Anybody?
I'm good for a while.
Beautiful.
I have
Cool.
a hard out at the moment.
Also, Lethy, I know you're muted right now, but I just want to say Lethy and Alicat, both y'all were fucking great judges. I appreciated y'all's ability and your lack of bias here. Your questions were great and pressing. In general, your feedback was spot on. So as long as you guys are okay with it, don't be surprised if I tap you guys as judges more in the future. So I do still love my main two judges, but I also want them to be in here debating as well. So now. Real quick, I'm going to talk just because I want to. Those of you who do not know, I keep shit tons of notes while you guys are debating because I have to keep my mouth shut because I'm just a silly little moderator here. I'm going to kind of go through some of this stuff real quick and just give you all my feedback. And some of it's going to sound kind of crazy and disjointed and like a fever dream because I don't really keep it in a great flow. But for the two debaters, I kind of want both of y'all to just sort of hear what I picked up from this. So protesting the law while obeying the law seems hypocritical to me. I don't remember who it was that said that it was okay to protest the law, but you can't obey the law while protesting the law. That's
Actually
like we're gonna obey parts of the law while we're protesting other parts of the law, etc. But it just seemed weird to me. Prioritizing the wife's wishes over the law, that was a really cool point that you made there. And then also pointing out that the stance against Islam seemed anti-liberal, even though you were willing to accept their ability to do it. I felt like the way that he brought that up was pretty good, or the way that he just didn't drill down on it. I feel like I don't feel like you guys got to all four of the things that you mentioned in your opening, Tyler. So I feel like you left some meat on the table there. Jason's mentions for exemptions for religion, that was absolutely bomb, where he said you're not allowed to have dual citizenship for POTUS, but the president is allowed to have religion, so that obviously shows a difference. I would also say, though, how many Americans would support a president who didn't at least claim to be Christian? I don't think very many will, and I don't think we've ever had one that wasn't. So I would say that there may not be a codified bias against it, but I feel like there's definitely a voter bias against it.
There's definitely a cultural bias against it. I mean, honestly, bias, when you talk to an atheist about what they found, their foundation of their moral philosophy, you'll actually find 9 times out of 10, hell, you know what? 19 times out of 20, that is going to fall back on Christian morality, and then later preferences, because most Western philosophy is actually based off of Christian morality.
Somebody say atheist morality.
So
that is correct.
The other thing, and it's just I just got 2 more points I want to make real quick, and then I'm going to throw it back to all of y'all. Welcome in, Ancom. So first one, a really good point from Jason was whenever you caught Tyler with his pants around his ankles about having about holding anything over nationalism, the fact that, you know, do you hold the federal in above any other morality, et cetera, et cetera. I thought that was a really good gotcha for you. And then similarly, I thought that it was a really good, meaningful point that, and Tyler, who's not even here to listen to this, was whenever he brought up the Thomas Jefferson and the Ben Franklin part there at the end, agreeing with the concepts. So yeah, again, like I said, I thought all of that was really interesting, and I thought that was really good. So
Ben Franklin also had a history of psychosis from syphilis. He was a celebrated ladies' man, and because he spent most of his time in France,
I mean, so is Tommy J.
He caught all kinds of
not Franklin.
No,
Was Franklin in France as
No,
well? Oh, I didn't know he had ties.
Franklin was an ambassador to
Spent a lot of
France.
time in France as well.
Yeah,
I didn't even
Franklin
know
was
that.
an ambassador for America to France for over a decade. Yeah, so
Like
was
after
after
Jefferson.
during the American.
Yeah, after Jefferson.
Okay,
Mhm.
I did not know that. But again, yeah, just because somebody's crazy doesn't mean that everything they say is illegitimate. But I do hear your point there. So, anyways, so everybody who just piled in, Vince, you were in here first. What's on your mind? What do you think, especially of this debate specifically?
I came in at the very tail end. So
All right, no,
I
that's
figured
no
I'd
worries.
join in.
You missed a good show.
I probably did. I came in here. I was like, open panel? Sure, why not? I got out of bed. I'm like, I haven't turned my camera on in a minute. And Lethe, I felt like Lethe was calling me here. He wanted me to channel my inner Andrew Wilson. Come on, Lethe, don't do that. Come on now. Plus, I haven't seen some of you guys in a long time, so I just wanted to, kind of jump in and see how everybody's doing.
I'm glad I could facilitate a reunion tour. Well, then I will just ask you the TLDR, and you can just give us your top of the mind thoughts on the subject. Do you believe that religious people have a dual loyalty problem the same way that dual citizenship would?
I have not thought about that as much. Do I think religious people have a dual loyalty problem? They can in certain circumstances. It depends on what that you define. Like I could see it being dual loyalty in the sense that they are, like, for example, with Christian nationalists that might be more, have a dual loyalty to the nation as well as God. But that's kind of like a 1,000-foot overview. So it just really depends on what you're referring to. If you were to say a traditional Christian who goes to say church on Sunday, and now there can be other theocracies where maybe like in the Middle East, for example, with Islam, there are certain Islamist countries that have that loyalty to the state as well as their religion. So it just really depends on where and how and context. So it's a very broad question. It's kind of difficult to answer, in my opinion.
All right, cheers.
It's actually, you brought up a good point there. And when you look at the Islamic nations, they are ran through the religion itself. In fact, they rely on the religion to show their ability to exist. That's why the caliphates existed throughout their history. So I would actually argue in the case of Islamic caliphate or some of the Islamic countries, maybe there would be a dual loyalty issue. But basically because the religion is dictating how the country is ran. The U.S. overall, even though Judeo-Christian values are actually quite prominent within our culture and in our government, it's not the religion itself that runs America. So I believe there is a distinct difference there.
What is Judeo-Christian by do?
God, you said it. I was like, would I be wrong if I point that out? Good Lord.
I mean,
it depends on the. I mean, I definitely think we have, for example, when we came to like JD Vance. See, first of all, so people are well aware, my forte is more current events, more so than the 1,000-foot political philosophy. So something that I can tie this into is, for example, we saw the March for Life, right? I would say is some of that Christian nationalism kind of came out a little bit in that speech. Thus, what I'm trying to say is sure, with Islamic countries, there are certainly, where religion is deeply tied into their governmental activities. It does not negate that there is an element of Christian nationalism within the United States, even though, and you could say the fact that the vice president is at the head of the federal government at this point. Obviously, we don't have an established religion in the United States, like maybe some Middle Eastern countries, but nonetheless, it still exists in this country. And I think there is still a dual loyalty problem within that particular sect of Christianity here in the United States. Again, now, whether or not that's a negative connotation or a positive connotation, I guess that's a deeper question to look into. But in terms of if there is a dual loyalty problem, I think there is dual loyalty. Whether or not it's a problem or not, I suppose that's a bigger question. In the case of Christianity, there shouldn't be any idols. I know I'm talking a while, but there's the idea that there shouldn't be any idols. So there shouldn't be a dual loyalty problem in Christianity. And I think that's where Christian nationalism tends to have a bit of a conflict in that.
Okay.
So I just want to pipe up here.
I was about to say, Ancom. No, you were next. You were the one. I was just about to turn to you. Are a resident communist.
So
what do you
I
think?
want to point out that though by the wording of the prompt, Jason is, I think, more correct on this. if you go with the spirit of the prompt, which is to point out the conflict between religious belief and loyalty to one's nation, Jason's own words here defeated the spirit of this question, which was he specifically said his loyalties go God, family, country. Like, it's not that it's a dual loyalty situation. He's literally putting God above family and country. I'm not saying that's a good or a bad thing. I'm just pointing out that if you
that's a valid perspective. Cool.
Yeah,
let me do it. Let's do it in
question asked, pointing out that there is a conflict between religious belief and patriotism, loyalty to the nation, whatever.
Before you go off, Jason, that's why I want to point out to ANCOM. I think that's why the judges' decisions were split, because we were both looking at both sides of that, and we voted based on what we perceived more of that.
I think we need to do an internal critique on this. What do you hold higher than the federal government, Mr. ANCOM? Is there anything that you hold higher?
I mean, that assumes I hold it in high regard in the first place. There's lots of things I hold. There's lots of things I hold in higher regard than the federal fucking government. I'm an anarchist.
Is there anything that you would? Is there anything that you would kill for? Anything?
Is there anything I would kill for? Yes.
Okay, what is that?
Klondike bar.
If I believe that another person is being unjustly done violence upon, and the only way to prevent or stop that violence from happening is to kill the assailant.
Okay, so let's take self-defense off the table, because I believe everyone here does believe in self-defense. Is there anything else that you would absolutely kill for without question?
Without question, no. There's nothing that I would kill for without question. I question almost everything.
Okay. So you're the ultimate skeptic. Interesting. Okay.
He actually is.
Now,
I did say almost everything. I don't like to give full.
Please name something. Okay. I'm trying to come at this with good faith. So I need something.
Well, yeah, so it'll take me a moment to think of something. So the question is, what would I kill for without question?
Mm-hmm.
And that isn't self-defense or defense of another, right?
No, well, so taking self-defense,
because
if I witness Doghouse being attacked, and I would actually go to defend him, and me and him have actually fought. We have fought pretty.
It's Vince Wilson now. Okay, Doghouse. I don't know who exists. I don't know who that is. Anyways,
okay, Connor's cock holster. So if Connor's cock holster is being attacked,
now listen.
No, I give him shit. But look, self-defense. Look, even though me and him have been rivals on some things, I would still defend him, because I believe in my my brother and sister. In human flesh. It doesn't even have to be in Christ for sex. But like, if you were to see something like, so do you remember where you were on 9/11?
Yes, I was in my sophomore year of high school watching. It was a small little charter school, so we just had like a little atrium area with a TV.
I used to teach at charter schools, man. Charter schools are awesome. So I remember myself. In fact, I was 2 days back home from a deployment with the United States Air Force from Saudi Arabia when 9/11 happened. As soon as I saw that plane hit, I immediately called up and was like, where do I need to go? Who do we need to kill? Okay, because I saw my country attacked. And even though I knew that I wouldn't be able to take vengeance out on the individuals taking out that, I wanted to attack those who did it. Okay. I would happily go to war. In fact, have on multiple occasions, go to war, go to combat zones and perform sometimes immoral actions in the defense of my country. Okay. I would do the same for my family. Okay. And I damn sure if I saw an abomination, some form of blasphemy, like in the Church of Christ,
how do you define
I would do that too.
Quick question.
I would do the same thing too. Yes.
Wouldn't that be
you were in Saudi Arabia before 9/11?
Yes.
But Jason, wouldn't that be
considered
a feature and not a bug of religious control?
Let
repeat
me
that,
ask
please?
you.
Hold on. Leafy actually had an interesting question.
Yeah.
I want to address.
Would that not
Same.
be considered a feature and not a bug of religious control
that?
or governmental control?
What
The ability to get you to
example are you-
unquestioningly go over and take people's lives based on that ideal.
Well, it's a loyalty thing. If you're loyal to someone or something, and something is someone else or something else harms that thing, you want to go defend it. I mean, wouldn't you do the same thing for your wife? Would you do the same thing for your sister, brother, mother?
In this instance, I
things
wouldn't
like
call it
that.
defense, as there was no attack coming our way after that, and us going over there wasn't.
We don't know
stop.
that. We absolutely don't know that.
We absolutely know that there was no way they were going to invade the U.S. But the idea
who said invade? The fact that they legitimately ran aircraft in the building, killing thousands of they actually did.
And us invading them does not solve
Islamist.
I think an attack and invasion are a little bit different, to be fair, but that's just me.
I didn't say invasion. I said attack. I said attack. So,
yeah. Well, a white Christian nationalist shot up a couple of black churches.
Did you know that Islamic people helped us capture?
So, am I at war with
did
Christians now?
Wait,
should I go look for Christians now because we're under attack? As a black man, I feel like when a black church gets bombed by a white Christian nationalist, that is an attack upon me. Should I just go hunt down a bunch of Christians?
I say go for it, man.
Okay. I didn't think I was gonna have an intelligent conversation with this man.
Here a little bit for Jason, and this is really just to kind of get at the core of your moral beliefs. If you were alive in, I want to say the 11 or 1200, I can't remember when the first crusade was, would you, like, if you had been a British citizen, or under the king, would you have gone on the crusades?
Absolutely not, because the British were Protestant. The Crusades were a Catholic function. If I was French,
it was the Romans, and they called upon the banners.
Because that was before.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'd be pagan. I'd be pagan at that time if I was British.
No,
you would. If you're talking about
be Christian, because this was after William the Conqueror, but it was before Henry VIII started the Church of England. So everyone was still Catholic at this point, unless you were Orthodox. But that's. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you were living in the UK and you were Orthodox, you weren't really living in the UK. Let's just be honest.
The point is, I'm trying to get at your moral stance of this, because if you were a Christian in Britain at the time, because it wasn't the UK, it was just England at that point. If you were a Christian in England in the 1100s, when the First Crusade was being declared and men from all over Christendom were being called on to go and invade the Middle East, would you have been one of the people to go on that, and would you have felt morally justified in doing so, if so?
I mean, if I was, and honestly, Britain would probably be a bad example, because I believe most people who went on the First Crusade was Italian and French. If I was one of those people, probably would. If I was one of nobility or a trained soldier, although the majority of people that did go on the Crusades were literally, they weren't your average day individual. Most of them were.
They couldn't afford the
Crusades were called upon bannermen, and then the bannermen nobles took their peasants with them.
Yeah.
So I probably, I'm not going to say I wouldn't. Okay, I think
it depends on if the noble called you.
Yeah, I'm
more assuming that he had been called upon for through
if I was called on,
that would have taken.
If I was called on, yes, absolutely.
And you would have considered that a morally justified
expansion of Christianity.
Absolutely, yes. It wasn't the expansion of Christianity. It was. The claim was to reclaim the Holy Lands, and that was I can't remember the Pope that called for it, but that was the call. And yes, I probably would do it.
Yeah.
Multiple.
So real quick,
there was only one Pope. There's only been one Pope at any time.
We're talking about the first.
Well, there was the whole anti-Pope thing, but
yeah, but that's the Orthodox thing.
Might have come in here, and I haven't given him the chance to put the mic on yet.
I vouch for him 100%.
I appreciate that. But might as royalty here. So, what's on your mind, Mida? Because I know you had something to say.
Yeah. So I wanted to touch on the prompt that was being talked about the separation basically between church and state. I think that it is a conflict of interest for dual loyalty because even though we have the separation of church and state, we still see a lot of religious texts and religious ideals being used as a fundamental platform to push forward either side of the political spectrum, whether that be the Democrat or the Republican Party. And even in that sense, when they are sworn into office, they have to swear in on the Bible, which is a religious text and a structure that exists independent.
You absolutely do not have to swear on the Bible.
They can choose any book they want.
You don't have.
Yeah.
Has there ever been anybody
swearing on a dictionary if you wanted to?
Yeah, you can swear on any book. It does not have to be the Bible. Well, your knowledge is faulty.
And in Trump's case, you're not looking on the Bible either.
The separation of church and state is very simply described as there will be no state-ran religion. Okay,
that is not what
the whole life.
That
is literally what it means. From an originalist
that is what the Establishment Clause means in its most plain interpretation, but of course
the
complex. Supreme Court has repeatedly affirmed Madison's words in the letter to the Reverend, I can't remember his name, about erecting a wall of separation between church and state, wherein the state does not influence religion, as the king happened to be the head of the Church of England in England, which they were breaking away from, but also that the church would not have an influence on the state itself in its day-to-day runnings of the governmental business.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but that's why churches don't pay taxes, but they're not supposed to preach politics from the pulpit either in exchange of that. Right?
No representation.
And that's also a reason why we've only had 2 Catholic presidents in the history of the United States.
JFK and who?
Joseph Biden.
Biden.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm glad we both dislike Biden, but I'm sure it's for different reasons.
There have been a couple of presidents who haven't been sworn in on a Bible. There have been, as of right now, 4. But the point is that it uses
what did they use? Does it happen to say?
Yeah, I actually Googled this in real time. Yeah. John Quincy Adams used a volume of United States law. Theodore Roosevelt used President McKinley's assassination book. Calvin Coolidge used a non-standard autographed Vermont Bible, and Lyndon B. Johnson used JFK's assassination papers from the Air Force One.
That is metal as fuck. What was that third one? What is the Vermont Bible? What is that?
Yeah, it says that it is a non-standardized Vermont Bible that was also a part of a autobiography after someone named Harding's death.
Okay, so it was a form of it was not a Judeo-Christian Bible in the traditional sense.
Not sure. I would have to look more into it.
I'm sorry. Go on with your point. I just wanted to know that. That's really interesting. Thank you.
My issue is
Warren G. Harding, but
yeah, I think you're correct with that one. But yeah, what I was going to say is it's using a preconceived notion and a bias to elicit a specific response from people or voters within the United States that comes as a result of expectations for how the country or how certain people ought to think or how it ought to be run.
Well, it's perfectly fine because the moral framework that comes from religion is absolutely acceptable for an individual to embrace, style their life on it, fashions their upbringing or whatnot. We just don't want religious doctrine put into our government. So I think that's absolutely fine.
But then you'd have to rely on the government for interpretation of what the religious
not necessarily. I don't disagree with what Tyler is saying, but the problem is the moral frameworks that are presupposed actually aren't intrinsic to that of religion. You can have the same type of religious framework that comes from that of centralized religion, while still appealing to something like the categorical imperative, which is a fundamental rejection of religion to use a moral structure that is independent of it entirely.
I don't know if it's a rejection of it. He just excludes it out of his argument. He is fundamentally a Christian.
Sure. Yeah. And the reason for that was because when Immanuel Kant seen
just
the
didn't
rejection.
want to do low-hanging fruit. Yeah.
Yes, correct. When he's seen the rejection of certain religious principles and then the expectations that were created as a result of that, he tried to create a separation between the moral principles that he believed someone can adhere to and the origination of those moral principles. And this was like one of the the reason that ontology and deontology were spawned in a place where epistemology was predominantly in the philosophical space.
Suck it, Hume.
Well, and if you think about it from a historical perspective, many countries did embrace religion as the way to run their country, right? Like, and even today, you see people fleeing countries due to religious persecution, right? So,
Sure.
so this idea that that they definitely mirror might have been the word. And again, the only reason I voted the way I did was based on the actual wording of the debate. It's not parallel, but a mirror is actually maybe closer. And so there's a lot to be said the same, but the reality is that they're not exactly the same. And the United States has actually gone a way to make sure that that's the case.
So I would just argue that the biggest problem. I'm sorry. The biggest problem with the prompt that I had is the fact that they claimed that it was parallel. If you wanted to say there was contradictions, I would be completely on the affirmative. But when it comes to the parallels things, I think that's where the issue is. And mainly because historically, there have been religious groups that have been targeted with that same trope based on nothing more than their religious affiliation. And we can go over to Arlington and I can show you a whole lot of tombstones that have Christian markers, Jewish markers, even Islamic Muslim markers. Okay?
Why do you always say even?
Like the Somalis?
And even Muslims, like, bro, it's not
like the Somalis are being targeted for being from Somalia.
A little bit.
I don't have much opinion on light bulb heads. Skinnies should go fix their own country.
Let me tell you something.
I feel that way about.
Let me talk. No. Because I've been sitting here listening to you guys talk all a little nice and stuff about like all this technicalities and stuff here. But I just kind of want to rip into this guy's stupid ass opinions on the difference between Islam and Christianity.
You're not that guy.
Wait.
You really don't want to go down this route, buddy. Look, you already shit the bed on the
real quick before it continues. I just need to be very, very clear. We have to stay within TOS of Twitch.
Oh yeah, TOS.
And we do our best to not just insult each other and try to get gotchas. But if you have an actual thought, like I'm not saying you have to completely purify it, but just try to keep it above the belt. Go ahead, Lonzo.
Point out that the phrase light bulb head is getting dangerously close to TOS.
Dangerous?
Okay, and I don't know what that term means. I've literally never heard
saying Somalians have fucking
like light bulbs.
Yes.
Yeah, it refers to people with turbans.
No, it has everything to
do
do
with referring to
that.
Somalians.
I'm referring to their inbreeding has caused deformities. That's what I'm referring to.
He's saying Somali.
It's magical.
He's being flagrantly racist against Somalians.
That's better, you know.
Somalia is not a race. It's an.
Hey man, don't give the game away too fast, dude. At least give us a
You cannot be.
It's an ethnicity as well as a nationality.
Okay, so then I will clarify. I am very much anti-censorship. However, there are certain exceptions to that, and that is the only one, and that is any sort of racial slurs or cultural insults, et cetera, et cetera. So,
well,
again,
I'll try my best.
We don't let it go either direction. For what it's worth, we're not hypocrites. I'm just as critical as somebody who is. Because I have a whole list of slurs for the white Christian nationalists or any one of those three.
Well, he's not a white Christian nationalist.
Hey Jason, how would you go about?
He's Jewish. Remember,
we protect all people from racial slurs. Is all I'm getting at. So please.
How would you go about stopping Muslims from practicing?
Wait.
In the United States.
Hold on. Can I ask a quick question about prompt real fast before you guys get into that?
Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
All right. So what do you guys eat with cheese on a charcuterie?
Jesus, bro, not now.
Can you spell charcuterie?
I have an actual question that I've been wanting to ask.
Do you keep kosher?
Yes, Hammer. Hammer has an actual question he wants to ask. Shoot.
Okay, before we get into like the heavy hardcore debate, I just want to ask Jason. You said that you would stand up for a Muslim's right to practice their religion, right?
No, I actually said that I would advocate to abolish their.
He said he would eliminate it.
But because of the current stance of the status quo, yes, they do have the right, and I tolerate it.
So how would you go about
you
doing
tolerate?
that?
You don't stand for that one though.
Yeah, I don't stand for it, but I tolerate it.
How would you go about invalid or like implementing that?
Hold on, let Hammer finish, Circa.
Mm-hmm.
So
go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to clarify because I thought there was a contradiction. So you officially don't think that they should have the right to practice their religion?
No, I do not. because it's antithetical to Western values.
I'm gonna take a wild guess here and assume that you're pro-Israel.
No,
sure.
No, he's not.
I mean, sure.
I'm pro-America, but I mean, Israel has a right to exist as any other nation does. Yes, I am.
Okay.
There we go.
A liberal, but he's a liberal Zionist, the worst kind. Okay.
No,
okay.
I'm actually
No, he's very much a conservative.
Yeah, I'm very conservative.
Oh,
I brought a real right.
How would you go about stopping Muslims from practicing in the U.S.?
First of all, I would destroy all mosques in Western society, and I would, under threat of deportation, I would have them publicly renounce.
You are Jewish, right?
Their religion. I'm Messianic Jew.
Okay, so you do know what the Nazis did. I mean, just to point out something here, why is and I want you to understand, why is it that you're so comfortable as a Zionist with the close thin line difference between you and a fascist whenever the whole movement heavily got built off of what happened to the Jewish people in Europe, when you're so comfortable doing that to the Muslims, who, keep in mind, did not do what happened to the Jewish people in Europe. So, like, you know,
I'm sorry. Are you Somali? Because I'm detecting some inbreeding here. Because it's quite
I'm actually a mix of a lot of better things than you are. You fucking retard.
So Jason, all those ideas are pretty extreme. How would you go about keeping the First Amendment in a way that it wouldn't actually just end up hurting you?
I would amend the First Amendment.
To do what?
I actually believe the amendment needs to be amended. But
how?
Can you give the specifics about what changes you would make?
I would definitely first of all, I would basically say Islam is not allowed to be practiced.
So you would say you would amend it to say blah blah blah, and the free exercise thereof, referring to religion, except Islam.
Well, see, the free exercise thereof actually doesn't exist in America. There's many religions that are limited in how you can practice. You cannot practice animal.
That's not what the First Amendment's for.
No, that's only if they're in violation of other constitutional rights and laws that are.
The point is, I'm looking for specific wording of how you yourself would intend to change the First Amendment. What changes to the wording would you make?
See, that's a good question. I'm not a lawyer, and so the actual wording was probably a little bit beyond my scope.
You're not a lawyer?
Okay.
Just give us your opinion.
So then let me just clarify. Is Islam the only religion that you would seek to ban in the United States, or are there any others?
Absolutely not. I would ban the humanist church of Satanism. I would also ban the practice of voodoo and hoodoo.
So what type of religion do you practice?
Messianic Judaism.
Would you?
It's funny every time I hear it.
Would you ban the practice of similar types of Judaism?
So, Reform Judaism, I have no problem banning, but that's because they're not actually Jewish.
Okay. So how do you know that at some point this won't just end up being you?
It's textbook.
That was going to be my next question as well. Would you be okay with the majority of Americans voting and deciding to get rid of Messianic Jews?
The fact that I am actually part of the Jewish religion, many people, in fact, probably a lot of people on this panel right now, would like to do away with me practicing my religion.
I wouldn't. I've been to 3 bar mitzvahs. My concern is that you have zero ability to see how.
Let's just simplify this real quick. Let's just simplify this. Anybody with their cameras on, raise your hand if there are any religions that you want to ban from the United States, and go. 3,
Scientology?
4. Okay. Now, actually, I would like to hear. Lethe, you first. What religion would you ban from the United States?
The list
don't
is
take my
shorter
Lethe, don't
of
say
the
it.
ones I don't want gone. So Pastafarianism gets to stay. Zoroastrianism's perfectly fine, but everything else gets the yeet cannon.
So you would actually like to ban all religions, you're saying?
Yeah, why not?
Vigi, what was your response? What religion would you choose?
I would go Mormonism, Jesuit, Jesuits, Seventh-day Adventists, Scientology.
Jesuits are just a subset of the.
How long this list gets?
a bunch of subsidiary religions, kind of like the fringe versions.
Specifically, I would rewrite the First Amendment to exclude cults.
Ooh, unfortunately,
well, that's a hard to find thing.
Catholicism is the biggest cult on the planet by definition. So I'm looking at you now, Tyler. What raised your hand?
I think he means connotatively.
Scientology, because it's not a real religion; it's a literal scam masquerading.
What is
as a
Scientology?
religion.
You said okay,
Yeah.
and that's the only one?
It has a holy book. Stop.
Yeah, it's a scam to get rich people's money. Fucking dog, get out of here! It's a scam, and that's why. Not because
Even
it's
the
real
dog
religion.
we know what
dog
religions
spelled backwards.
So Lethe wants to ban all of them.
All religions are scams to get rich people's money.
Lethe wants to ban all of them. Jason wants to ban all of them but one. Vigilante wants Vigilante. Oh, I'm sorry.
Please don't misrepresent.
No, I'm
me.
sorry. I thought that you said everything that was not Messianic Jewish.
In practice, it's true.
I would
clarify then.
No, so I would ban Islam. I would ban the Humanist Church of Satanism, Voodoo, and Hoodoo.
It's whatever the
Beyond that,
that was
like
it?
if you want to be Sikh, if you want to be Hindi, if you want to be Buddhist, Taoist.
I misunderstood. I'm sorry.
With any of that. No, yeah.
Sincerely, I was not trying to mischaracterize you. I thought that you were saying that you were against like other kinds of Jews and stuff.
Well, I'm against
okay, for
Reform
Jason.
Judaism, yes.
Wait,
Well, real quick,
still be beating up Sikhs thinking that
hold
they're
on to your
Muslims.
question. Hold on to your question. Who was there? Anybody else who raised their hands? I just want to make sure.
I
didn't
did,
miss
but I'm
anybody.
not on camera.
I can't
I
wait
did,
till
but
okay.
Mormons overtake him.
Okay, no, Vince, you got your finger up. What religions would you ban?
It's the best one. You ready for this?
I'm all
I'd
ears.
ban the religion of MAGA. There you go.
Ooh.
That's what I would ban.
Yeah, we
That's a
were
good
trying to
idea.
get rid of
Ooh,
cults.
this man.
You did say get rid of cults. Very welcome to the party.
Get rid
Vince.
of cults.
And might have
Yep, that would count.
Tell us your imaginary hand. What was your religion?
Yeah, I've openly spoken about this. I would ban all centralized and non-centralized religion exclusively for public practice. Private practice and independent practice would be completely allowed, but things like synagogues, mosques, churches, etc., would be strictly outlawed under my ideal system.
I don't know how.
All right.
Is the goal to have like an atheist country or?
The goal is to allow people to be able to practice their religion in their own private way, in a way that exists independent of the public sector and doesn't have an influence outwardly on the politics or the social conditions of the country.
Is that
Ironically the exact thing that Jesus Christ himself called for? Said pray in your closet by yourself. Anybody who prays in public is doing it for attention.
I'm very against organized religion.
So Yeshua, Jesus, however you want to refer to him, he actually supported the church.
Jesus.
He actually supported churches. So that would be going against what Jesus, because part of the religion of Christianity.
Do you know the context of the Our Father? Do you know the context of the Our Father prayer?
I'm not Catholic, so I don't have.
No, it's Christ said it. Christ, it came out of Christ's mouth. Yeah.
Denomination.
So the Our Father prayer.
In heaven, blah blah blah.
Yep. Yeah. So the context of that was Jesus teaching that we should not, number one, ask God for things. God knows our hearts and our needs, and we should not ask him for things. He's not a fucking genie in a bottle. You don't say, please, please, please save Nana from cancer. He's going to do it if he's going to do it. The only thing that should come out of your mouth to God is thank you. And he goes through the Our Father. That's what that is. That's the only prayer we're supposed to offer to God. And he also clarifies that we should be praying in our closet on our own. And he goes on to say that people who pray in public are doing so for attention. So again, that's all straight from Jesus's sermon. Jesuit, whatever you want to call him. That was his belief, was that we only say that Our Father and we only do it privately. For what
he's criticizing the Pharisees at the time, but yeah.
Yes. Anyways,
It's
I'm
not
sorry. I just
really
wanted to
like
put that out there because that's
description.
kind of an important fact to me. That's actually one of the reasons why I won't call myself the word Christian, because even though I think he was the coolest guy that walked on the planet Earth, and I think that if all of us followed his teachings, the world would be a better place, I also can't get down with the shit that has been done in his name that runs directly against everything he fucking taught. So
Exactly. That's good.
sorry, that was I'll dust off. Please go on.
So you're not an apologist. Cool. I find a lot of Christian apologists to be
Wait,
kind of
okay. I have my
obnoxious.
question now.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Jason. So you said you said you don't have a problem with Hindi and Sikh and all that. How much do you know about Hinduism and Sikhism and all that stuff? Like, do you know those religions?
Well, do I know them? Do I know them as intimately as I probably do Islam? No, I spent.
Don't Messianic Jews believe that the New Testament is infallible as well as the Old Testament?
Hold on,
I'm confused.
I have my question that I just asked. Okay.
Yeah, right.
Jesus
So
I've been itching to do it, sir. I've been itching.
Look, I know. I'm the new guy, and I'll say inflammatory shit, so it's kind of fun. But please repeat yourself because I was distracted by.
Let me ask the question in a slightly different way. How well do you know the religions that you would allow? And do you know them well enough to know all of the things that you probably wouldn't agree with them on and might change your mind on?
I don't know all the teachings of Sikhism.
Is that what you were getting at, Hammer?
Yeah,
but I did. But I did
something.
spend. Yes, you can. But I spent well over a decade over in the Middle East fighting extremists in the Islamic world, and made some friends who happen to be Muslim and things like that. But I've read the Quran. Have you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So
have you read the Hadith? Have you read the?
Have I read Have I read all the
Bhagavad
Hadith?
Gita?
No one has read all the Hadiths. No one has read all the Shuras. No one has read all of them. Even the imams that preach and make them up as they go.
Imams are, there's a lot of them, so yeah, it'd be kind of hard.
Yeah. It's physically impossible. It's just like if you wanted to read all of the Christian liturgy that exists, you couldn't,
Like
because
parishes?
the church hides a bunch of stuff. The Orthodox Church has like 5 different books that they've published that they claim is part of the Bible that never was accepted. There's all kinds.
I mean, you reject rabbinic teachings, so you probably don't read that, but there's a lot of those. The Talmud and stuff, right?
I haven't read all the Talmud. No, I have not, but I've read portions of it.
But you would ban rabbinic teachings in Reform Judaism.
No, I reject Reform Judaism because they go against God's
You said
law.
you would ban the practice of it.
No, I never said that. I said I would not like it to exist. But
I think his specific words was that he would be okay with it being banned, but he wouldn't ban it.
Yes.
That is
he would, and that was where I got confused earlier. Like I said, I wasn't trying to misrepresent you, but that was kind of.
I've been doing this. I've been doing this long enough to know to be precise with my words. Please,
Heard that. Yeah,
do that.
100%.
Do that with me because I will do that with you, please.
No, absolutely. Again, always.
Didn't I ask you?
Actually,
would you ban religions close to or similar Judaism? And you said, yeah, I'd probably ban reformist Judaism.
I would have no problem if they banned reform.
You don't touch Judaism, okay?
Whatever.
We would, I don't remember exactly how he answered.
My opinion of what atheists have on religion is kind of moot. I don't care. If you're
not protect Israel, whether you like it or not.
I wanted to ask you whether or not you believe that the Bible is literal. Like, do you take a literalist view on the Bible?
You should, if he's a Masonic Jew.
Well, so a parable is not literal. A parable is a story, and you're supposed to take a meaning from.
I wasn't asking that, so I'm asking, like, do you believe the Bible is infallible?
Are you a literalist?
Yes, I believe that the Word of God is infallible. Yes.
So that would make your lineage.
And you believe that everything written in the Bible is the Word of God?
Did I say?
Clarify? No, okay. That's why I was asking.
Where do you get that from? Why do you think it's the Word of God?
But according to your history, wouldn't that mean that your lineage is cousin fuckers?
Sweet.
Indubitably.
I was
actually
on that note.
So no.
You're the Somali.
Nope. Go ahead.
Where does the Bible claim to be the Word of God?
So the Christian practices outlawed cousin fucking many centuries ago.
Where does the Bible
multiple stories in the Bible consist of cousin fucking? Whether or not it's outlawed, it's still a part of the historical narrative.
Yes, but you're also talking about stories that happened, well over 2,000 years ago for some of them, especially if they're in the Old Testament. So where you could sit there and go, well, is it your lineage? Cousin fucking, I hate to break it to you, pal, yours is too.
This logically doesn't make sense, though. You said Christianity outlawed it. Is there like a book of laws that Christianity has, like that they change over time or something, or is there just the Bible that they base their
several edicts put out by the churches that where they have actually come out with
the Bible?
FDR.
And does that apply to generally all Christians or just the specific ones that fall under those?
It depends. It depends on the church. Currently, you will see things like the United Methodists that will actually argue with some of the current teachings of Christianity, Episcopal, Lutheran,
Galatians.
Here's the reason I say this.
Where specifically in the Bible does it say not to fuck your cousin?
Sect, there isn't anything in the Bible that says don't fuck your cousin.
The reason I say this is because you spoke about this as if like the rules of Christianity are something that are just applied across the line over time, when in reality, because you're saying it as if Muslims also have, since these things are not in their text, as if they do these things themselves, or because they're not illegal in places that they're at. But
do you know what the Hadiths are?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear a word you just said. Could you say that again?
The Hadith is not the authoritative text of Islam. The only thing that's authoritative is the Quran.
Do you know?
I don't think your microphone is allowing you to lie right now because you're cutting out like fucking crazy.
I think it's only on your end there, Lonzo. Yeah, it's only on your end.
Yeah, I hear.
I can hear everybody else.
Do you know what a shura is?
Real quick, I'm going to jump in here. I just want to say that we are about to be changing directions in the chat. I'll let you guys finish up this, but we still have 2 more debates that I want to get through, and we've only got an hour left. I'm trying to give 30 minutes to each of them. So go ahead and put a bow on it with you, finish your thought, but we are going to go ahead and move on to the next debate prompt as soon as you guys are done.
I'm not worried about it.
Religion is cringe. That's my bow.
Hey, that's cool.
Jason, where does the Bible claim to be the Word of God?
I don't actually know that answer.
It doesn't, so I'm really confused by what you said earlier.
So it's divinely inspired teachings, and that was why I was asking.
It's from Timothy, but that's some misreading.
Yeah,
it's
right.
Breathe life into
but
it,
that's
but
why
that's
I was
not
asking you if you believe that
thing.
if you believe that the Bible is literally true and that everything written in it is the Word of God. You do not necessarily
It's also
believe that,
worth
though.
noting.
It's
also worth noting that in Timothy, Paul or the author, because I don't think
it's not Paul. Yeah.
So the book,
it's pseudo-epigraphical. Anyways, the in Timothy, the reference to Scripture, because the phrase is all Scripture is God breathed.
Life into
Theopneustos. Anyways, is referring to the Torah or the Scriptures that had been what they would think of as the Scriptures. None of the Gospels, the Epistles, any of those hadn't even been written, or many of them hadn't been written, much less canonized at this point.
They were not
Go ahead and finish your answer.
The first author.
Circa asked a question. Jason had an answer. Go ahead, sir.
So Circa, I do have to ask you: Are you a believer? Are you a believer in God?
No, I'm an atheist agnostic.
Oh, okay, then your opinion is moot. I don't care. Moving on.
I mean, I'd find religion fascinating.
If I wanted your opinion on my religion,
wait, hold on.
Unfortunately, you're going to get my opinion because you want to ban other people's religions for no fucking reason. I don't know what to tell you.
But you don't like religion, so who cares?
I do like religion.
That is a debate. Hold up, can I just state? The first ever debate that I had lost was the question about if you should debate fascists. Now,
Mr. Hammer
the fact
had a really good point. I want to make sure he gets that in.
I will get back to it.
Point was excellent.
Yeah, the debating fascists. Yes, I understand where you're going with that, Lonzo. So, Hammer, go ahead and say your thing again, please, because that's a valid point.
In case anyone didn't hear, you said that he is an atheist, so he can't have a religion, an opinion on Christianity or religion. But you have a very strong opinion on Islam. But you're not. You're obviously not Islam. So, like, what's going on?
Why is your opinion on Islam valid?
So I believe the godless. I believe the godless have no voice when it comes to.
I don't think God can exist, buddy. I think.
Well,
God
I remember.
According to a Muslim.
It's just like nose ring detected, opinion rejected, godless detected.
Okay.
Opinion.
I very well remember in the past the discussion about if you should debate fascists whenever I first came here to these debates. And I remember losing that debate because I said that you absolutely should debate fascists. I remember 3 distinct people saying that you should not debate fascists, and 2 of them are currently in this VC with me, and I have only noticed very niceties within the exchange between this man and them the entire discussion, which leads me to the question of, when a person openly states fascist ideals, and a person openly says that he does not believe that other people should have the same rights as him, why the fuck are we still using niceties and kind exchanges in a conversation with this man instead of directly attacking his actual ideals? I am saying this because I'm tired of this.
Fucking. He's not a fascist, and you're calling him one, so you're not attacking his ideals. You're trying to pin some on him.
Tyler, I really don't give a fuck how you want to spin it.
I got a super easy answer. I got a super easy answer for you, Lonzo. Hang on, everybody. I got a super easy answer for you, Lonzo. The reason is because one of the people who believes that there is validity in debating fascists is the dude whose panel this is. So people are trying to stay within my preferred framing or conduct or congeniality, if you want. We are still going to use our big brains and our big words to argue with fascist ideals, but we're not going to need to yell and scream and insult, because that makes us look like we are ill-equipped to debate the ideas, would be the answer to your question.
I would ask as a follow-up, exactly what have I said that is fascist, and can you define fascism? I bet you can't.
I am ill-equipped to actually. I am ill-equipped to debate a fascist. You are absolutely right. You are ill-equipped. You know what I do to fascists? I will very clearly explain to you what I do to fascists, but I can't in here. So I will see y'all later.
Let me.
I love racism.
So, Jason, if you wanted to protect Messianic Judaism, okay, in the United States, right now there's a movement in this country that would probably most likely want to get rid of that. You know that, right?
Yes.
You're okay with that?
Yes, people could have different opinions. It's amazing.
No, like remove you. I mean, like remove you.
I mean, sure.
Removal.
Sure.
What do you mean, sure? You're not going to be saying sure when it actually happens, maybe, right?
My man, you have no idea.
I don't. I'm asking you, Aaron.
I mean,
you would voluntarily self-deport, Jason?
No.
You would voluntarily renounce your Christianity or your Americanism?
No, neither. I was born here. I guess you I will die here. I have fought.
So people are born here. They have the right to be here.
You wanted to protect your family, right? Like your family security and the security of your religion. What is the best way to make sure that happens so you don't have to end up dead fighting at home because you were being forcibly removed because you were a Messianic Jew? What would be the best way to protect your family in that situation? I just don't get it.
I mean, I can't because of TOS.
I mean, it's the bravado is cool. I get it. I would probably
I was about to say save that for after the stream, and you guys can actually stay in and discuss that stuff once TOS is no longer an issue. How about that?
Just like when the NFAC was threatening me and sent me pictures of my house, I just reminded them that Big Trash Day comes on the first Monday of every month.
I'm not really interested in talking to a child.
Well, I mean, you're the one sitting here pissing yourself and everything else. I'm very, very calmly answering all your questions and mocking the dumb retort. So please feel free.
On that note, we're going to go ahead and move to the next topic. And don't worry, because I'm sure it's going to be just as inflammatory. The world government, the new world order. I feel like we just heard that from our current narcissist in chief. Something about us working towards a new world order or something of that nature. So that said, I'm curious why it is that people seem so against this idea of a single world government. And would it not give us the ability to get into some great works of humanity for a change, instead of just nationalist and or specific to a culture great works? I wish that we had something like an Arc de Triomphe that we got the Statue of Liberty that another country.
Statue of Liberty was a French project, by the way.
That's why I said, you gotta let me get my punchline in there, bro. All right, so I'm gonna just like I did last time, I'm gonna smash through my notes real quick so that you guys can then feed like sharks on everything stupid that I'm about to say. This was Vigilante. We were talking about the unified government. The actual prompt was a unified global. Wait, what is it? Fuck. A unified world government is inevitable and should be expedited. So I do want to actually agree with something that Alicat said, which was that the affirmative was on the fence here and started out behind the eight ball because he had two things that he needed to definitively prove. With that said, though, there were several notes that you said in your opening. I thought your opening was super duper hot. And by the way, I guess I actually haven't even given out my MVP, but maybe I'll just save that for the results page. There were several things in your opening that I was really excited to hear you get into. I liked the fact that you broke down both the plan that you had and then offered the benefits that it would give, but you were focusing more on why the world government would be beneficial as opposed to it being inevitable. So that was kind of a interesting mishap, I felt like. And then as such, like, I think that was the idea of why you thought it should be expedited, right? But you never got into where it was inevitable. And like I said, I think it was Alicat who mentioned that as well. But
I briefly touched on it in the first paragraph.
Word. Okay. The tax safe havens being gone, global health crisis being gone, standardized human rights, freedom of travel, getting rid of dodging crimes. All of those were super great points. Eliminating currency risk. This one I'm going to actually give it to Circa in a second because I noticed in chat that let me get through my shit, but this is going to go first because I know that he's an economy nerd, and so he's going to fight you on why that would or would not help. Actually, I was surprised that neither of y'all mentioned anything about great works of humanity, especially you, Vigi. I thought that you would be able to, you would go into, like, if we collaborated as a world, that we would actually be able to fucking travel to Mars or like we would be able to escalate human technology at an exponential rate if we got rid of the combat and competitivism. Hammer, free trade agreements do exist. That was a really good point. Can't push countries to implement human rights without using the barrel of a gun, which again, and I feel like that was where the whole thing fell over, was because you were talking about some nice world, peaceful, like we all get along, but there are going to be countries that are not going to agree, that are gonna have to be brought to heel. And now we're getting into an authoritarian implementation, right? Which I believe you said you were against. Bypass resistance, yeah, fixed and limited sovereignty. Oh, yeah. So that was the other thing. Jason, no, it wasn't Jason. I'm sorry. You had mentioned that in your master plan that there would be some limited sovereignty, that there would still be some level of national identity. It would just be that they kind of all fall under the umbrella. So whenever Hammer kind of was trying to call you out on that, or saying that, like, no, not all countries are going to give up their national identity, you had already addressed that. If possible, not pride would make impractical. That's right. Scale becomes unmanageable. Also true whenever you were getting into the bureaucracy, Hammer. And I hadn't really considered, like, we barely can afford the fucking government we already have. We're going to still have our government, but we're also going to have to pay up too. Like, that sounds real mafia. Vigilante example of how countries without bureaucratic flaws. That was good. Calling you out on that. Alliance law required. Okay. So having the requirements to implement laws in order to join an alliance, that might help. But once again, they can say they're doing it and then just not do it. Right. China is the best example of this, like the Uyghur Muslim situation, the child labor situation, the rampant pollution situation. Like, all of these things are things that we just kind of turned a blind eye to because we're making money, so it's okay. The UN is a form of world government. Is it though? It feels like it's more like I feel like Davos is more relevant world government than the UN government. Interpol being toothless currently. The countries who disagree must. Yeah, I said that. Oh, nuking an anthill. That was one of my favorite. Firing a nuke on an anthill was. I loved that. And then last thought, and this to me honestly kind of lost it for you, Vigilante, was when you accidentally forgot what Ultron said. You were talking about forcing world peace. That's not really, you can't peacefully force world peace. I think you're confusing quiet with the word peace. And on that note, discuss. Oh, and also somebody in chat asked what's the ICC versus the ICJ. I'm not sure I know the answer of that. International courts versus the international justice. Who's which and what? I'm going to go to, yes. First, I want to hear Circa ask the question about, or answer the thing about the stability of the national economies. Why would that not help the national economy and the dollar, whatever the global dollar would be? Why would that not stabilize it, Circa?
I only heard the second part of what you were saying. One more time. Give me some context.
In chat, you had said when somebody mentioned that when Vigilante said one of the benefits would be that it would take away the the currency risk and
the currency risk between exchanging currencies. Yeah, it wouldn't eliminate risk entirely though, because a lot of countries have different needs and they will need to be developed at different paces. And as much as I think it's sad to say, I don't really want to fund using the dollar development in Africa. They're so far removed from my interest that it's just going to end up with risks, like I just mentioned.
Okay.
But the currency risk in and of itself would technically be gone.
Got it. Okay. So you got it. All right, cool. Now, I had asked about the ICC versus the ICJ. It looked like you were about to answer that question, Jason. What you got?
So the ICC is the enforcement wing of the international justice community or whatever. But most countries, most sovereign countries that actually believe in sovereignty refuse to succumb to it, the US being one of them, Israel, I believe Russia, a lot of your superpowers, a lot of your nuclear countries refuse countries are essentially corporations at this point. Yeah. That will refuse to cede their sovereignty to these institutions. So I think the most glaring thing, that the biggest problem with this discussion about the new world order or new governance, world governance and centralized, is you deny the differences of culture. I've been all over the world, I've been on every continent with the exception of Antarctica, and I will tell you, they have different ideas where we all may have the same basic human ideals of thriving. We have different ideas of how to get there. And I assure you that East Asia versus Central Asia versus Western Asia, they all have different ideals of how to get to that goal, where the West will have different ideals themselves. Africa will have different ideals. And until you can find ways to overcome those cultural differences, it'll never happen. The UN is hilariously cucked by the United States, China, Russia, France, and UK, who all have veto power.
Yep. So let me push back on that idea.
Primarily
because
Russia.
If you've been around the world, hang on. If you've been around the world, I'm sure you've also been around the country. I know I sure have. And I can tell you that there are cultural differences from state to state. And somehow we managed to figure that out. Mm-hmm. Or are you proposing that we should dissolve the United States? Well, and that's what I was about to ask. Do you think that we should break the United States up into states only? Like, how do we reconcile it here?
I would argue one of the biggest problems in America today is that we are starting to lose our cultural identity as Americans. I would agree. I believe that there should be a combining factor where, even though I disagree with my man Tyler on things, we still come together and break bread as Americans. The same thing with Leafy, with Ancom. I could actually sit down. Now, they may have different ideas of me, or the young gentleman that rage quit and I laughed at. I could actually sit down and talk with him, even though he may think that I'm a fascist, which I find that to be laughable. But I could still sit down and break bread with them, even with vehement disagreements, because I believe being an American is paramount to a lot of my ideological differences. Even if you are the godless atheist who I like to mock, I still love them for being American. They're still part of my tribe.
Can I jump in about the ICC and ICJ real quick?
Yeah, please do. Because that's.
So why I brought that up in chat specifically was the ICJ is a UN court system. It solves disputes between other nations and their nation's government. All the governments that participate in the UN are by default subject to the ICJ, at least to some degree.
It is.
The ICC is a separate body that was established by a different treaty. They work sometimes with referrals from the United Nations, but they're their own separate body that you can choose to sign up for. You can tell them to go fuck themselves, and there's no consequence to you or your application to the UN. They're just an extra court that they decided to make, and George Clooney's wife is one of the people on it. They're not
the same
the
thing with
world
the
government.
ICJ, though. If the ICJ told America they have to do something, America would rightfully and very quickly tell them to go fuck themselves sideways.
They're significantly
And
less
there isn't a
toothless than the
fucking thing
ICC.
they would or could do. You know,
So you don't believe international law matters, Jason?
No, I believe international law is both fake and gay, and it is only enforced on those who cannot defend themselves against superpowers.
Like joyous, like fake and happy?
That's just all law, man.
Look. The reality is, even though I disagree with the confiscation of El Presidente down in Venezuela, who's going to enforce? Who's going to stop America from doing it? Okay. The reality is, I'm not saying right. I'm not saying right makes right. Might makes right, but I will say that might makes, and unless you can bring equal or superior violence, you cannot enforce.
That is literally might makes right, but
I'm not saying it's right though. I'm saying
no. Yeah, it's not right.
No, I
right?
think he's trying to
reality.
It's reality.
Yeah, might makes right. Makes reality.
No, it's not right. It's
Yeah.
reality. There's a difference between is and are.
there's someone else who said that. I can't remember. It's on the tip of my tongue.
Oh, Hitler owned a dog argument. Oh, here it comes.
Why it's worth breaking bread with everyone while advocating for their removal and the elimination of those nuanced discussions. That's a great question, Chief. How do you reconcile that, Jason? You're willing to break bread with a person that you've also advocated for their removal from the country. So you're literally not willing to break bread with them.
I never said that I wouldn't break bread with them. I could sit there and tell someone
Just
straight to their face,
somewhere
I don't
else?
think you belong here. I have no problem telling someone when I believe.
But you advocate for their removal from your ability to break bread with them. Does that not, do you not see the contradiction there?
No, there's no contradiction there.
I'm willing to break bread with them now because they happen to be in the community that I can break bread with them.
Yes.
But if I had my druthers, you would rather not have to break bread with them because they were removed from your community.
Sure.
We all think that to some degree.
Yeah,
I have to deal with bad faith actors.
With like a
I mean, like,
killer and have a conversation with them.
yeah, or something that's a bad faith debater or something like that. I won't pick to hang out with them, but if they're on a panel with me, I'll talk to Circa.
Look, I've debated with Pisco. I've debated with Pisco hundreds of times. And I don't think you can get more bad faith than him.
I don't know who that is, so I don't.
You don't know who
Pisco is a friend of Destiny's. No. He's a DGG guy or whatever.
Oh,
Gotcha.
He was.
Chronic debate loser.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. So again, like I said, that was the question I think that was being asked there. So to you, you do not believe that. Well, actually, no. I feel like once I rephrased it and I kind of drilled it down, you sort of shrugged and agreed and accepted. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I can talk to people who I disagree with and people who I absolutely
right. But what I'm saying is you don't want to have to.
I don't want to have to, but
you'd rather you didn't have to. Got it.
I can and I have. Yes.
Yeah. Got it.
So I know you don't support might makes right, but how do you feel about the statement "the strong deserve"? As in, the mighty deserve.
I mean, that actually follows human nature.
All right,
Okay.
I'm gonna have to
get out. That's a double-edged sword. I understand.
Real quick, everybody, is that you, Hammer?
Yeah.
I barely even changed
parting
my
thoughts.
word,
Any
but
last questions before you dip?
No, I think honestly, not to gloat too much, but I feel like everyone kind of is on board with my position. So, I didn't really have anyone to like go back and forth with. So, yeah, that's about it.
Fair enough.
Good job, Bam Margera.
All right, everybody, give Hammer a follow. That's him in the chat right there. I appreciate you, man, and I will get the prompts out to you ASAP. Oh wow!
All right, have a good night, guys.
Oh
yeah,
wow!
Bye.
Bye.
Anyways, so we've only got a few minutes left here. Does anybody have final thoughts on this prompt? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna throw a complete fucking curveball just because it's a hoot.
at some point, probably.
What would everybody else say to the idea that the reason that non-terrestrial intelligence is not communicating with us is because they don't have a single human human government to be able to communicate and negotiate with? If we found out tomorrow, if the government, if Donald Trump comes forward tomorrow and he says to everybody, and this is just a simple yes or a no, he says to us from the fucking desk, tunk, 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 all right, everybody, here's the deal. We all need to come together as one fucking team. Aliens are real, and they're going to give us all the answers to all the questions and all the technologies, but we have to have one governmental structure for them to communicate with. Who here would say, okay, fine, then yes. I'm sorry, what was that question, Griffiths?
I assume with Trump in charge?
That is the best way. That is the best way to get leftists.
No, that's the only way that it would happen.
Government. I could see every leftist being anti-world government from then on.
I'd say 25th Amendment, but that's just me. That it wouldn't surprise me if tomorrow he were to actually tweet something out like that. I'm not gonna lie. I'd be like, oh, that's another one of Trump's rants. I'd probably ignore it and move on.
That's
to the
why
next
I
thing,
made
to
the
be
Space Force. That's why he made the Space Force.
All I know is that if you don't elect me as Fuhrer of the world,
Didn't he release some shit? Didn't this government release some shit saying that aliens were real in this first term?
Again, there's a whole conversation about this that again, I'm not going to let this devolve all the way, but
I can talk about the technological advances that happened in a post-World War II world, and even during World War II, especially when we're talking about things like radiographical technologies and things like that. People don't just come up with that shit out of the blue.
Especially the spike in technology that happened immediately after some president said, beware the fucking military industrial complex, because they had just, you're not going to give me all the way. That's my Monday night stream.
I wasn't wrong.
I talk about this shit on Monday nights.
50%
Anyways,
of the Democratic Party would
I want to ask again. And I will even concede the point that, as much as I hate to say it, yes, Donald Trump will elect himself. I mean, we've only got him for a couple more years at max, right? So,
who says there's term limits? Who says there's term limits in this new?
No, I'm not talking about term limits. I'm talking about he's like in his 80s and he doesn't look healthy.
Fair enough.
So I'm saying there's a ticking clock. So yes, Donald Trump must be venerated as human leader on high, but in exchange, we get infinite energy. We get a complete rewrite to everything we know.
Are we saying like a post-scarcity society, literal post-scarcity?
What if the aliens have life-extending technology that can make Donald Trump effectively immortal?
I'm going to be here.
All right, fair. So we probably have to deal with infinite Trump as our representative.
So as far as case of the infinite energy thing, go open a book on physics. Impossible.
Not literal infinite energy, just effectively.
Like Dyson sphere.
Like there is a point at which we would have an energy surplus, no matter how much humans decide to use. The sun right now showers upon the surface of the earth 10 times more energy than we currently use. So it's more a matter of finding a way to collect and harness. He's not talking about literal infinite energy. He's not talking about breaking the laws of thermodynamics.
Correct. And I would say that there are legitimate theories about the idea that we would be able to harness basically cosmic energy, the energy that is just all around us, and it doesn't break physics. So yes, I get 0 point energy. I'm saying that if we got the secret to effectively limitless energy in the bargain, would we accept one world government under Trump? Tyler, yes or no?
I don't give a shit. I don't hate
yes,
Trump.
Grufus, yes or no?
I need to
one world government, though. You're also agreeing to one world government here.
No, that's a good point. No, fuck that.
Okay. No. Vigilante, yes or no?
Assuming that we set it up in similar to the way that I said, probably, yeah. Even as much as I hate Trump.
Alley Cat?
Okay, this one's easy for me. You set up the government, you take all the technology, and then you get rid of the government. So yes.
I like
True. Oh no, I'm changing.
You know what? I'm on board with Alley Cat, so I'm going to say yes. What he said, Jason. Yes or
no?
Yeah. Libertarians are hilarious. Absolutely not.
No world government would not accept it.
Nope.
Okay. Ancom, yes or no? So is that a no?
Yeah, the answer would.
That's a
That's
no.
a hard no. Okay.
That's a hard
All right.
no.
So no aliens for you. Circa, yes or no? Simple answer. You're muted.
What?
Yes or no? Would you
Uh-oh.
accept the one world government under Trump in exchange for 0 point energy and access to the stars?
Wow, that's a gnarly question. I don't know. I feel like the access probably wouldn't exist long with Trump, so I feel like it would eat itself alive. No.
No? All right. And for what it's worth, I hadn't even considered that as a thought. Y'all get to go to other fucking galaxies, bro. And you all can literally be like, whatever, see you later, Trump.
Supposedly.
Anyways,
I mean, it depends, though.
Vince, yes or no? Trump
Only
world government.
No under Trump, yes under Newsom.
I hate Trump
right,
so
cheers.
much I would limit humanity's potential.
Can I put John Stewart there instead of Newsom? All right, Lethe, yes or no?
Macron, meet you in the middle, Macron.
Trump.
First off, boo this man, 100% over. But yeah, I would just say yes because again, we could leave Trump.
Which man?
Or
Lethe?
you.
You? Who? Me? I have a name, sir.
Doghouse, yes.
Willing to trust these
Doghouse.
aliens
Oh.
and what they claim.
I mean, fair,
Illegal?
but they could have just taken our shit, right?
Exactly. So
They could have just
also,
taken our
Maybe,
shit.
but maybe there's something about us being like willingly giving up control to them that they need because I don't know, it makes us taste better.
I mean, especially considering I think if aliens haven't shown up, it's because of people like Trump. So I would think that alliance wouldn't last very long, even if he was the initial spokesperson.
I mean, if
Question.
Lethe's
I
bald
don't
head
care
was
if
not
it-
enough of a signal to these aliens, then I don't know what would work. Okay, I'm just saying.
How are these aliens coming into the United States?
Watch yourself there, young man. All right.
How are these aliens
I
coming
don't
into
care if
the
it's
Hey, look,
glare.
I'm balding,
I use a
okay?
green screen.
Hey.
I use a green screen and I can't have a reflection. So, all right.
Listen,
So
I'm close.
fair enough. We're gonna move on to the last topic, or I guess the first topic, because we're under 30 minutes now. My voice is starting to break because I'm hitting the vape now. Constitution is a meaningless document. So one of the prompts that I came up with, or has become, yeah. Sorry, I got a fucking hoogie in my throat. All right, so one of the prompts for next week, and I'm going to be talking about this a lot on stream tomorrow morning. So I'm not going to get into the bread and butter of what happened. I guess it was today, the most recent ICE shooting. But in watching it, regardless of where you stand on it, and like I said, I'm gonna be doing my research tomorrow, reading through it, watching all the videos, et cetera, so that I can make my own objective decision. I don't want to be influenced by anybody right now. But what I did see made me think that one of the prompts that needs to be happening next week, and I put it in the Discord channel, but I didn't read it on the list earlier. The Second Amendment is meaningless if it can't be used to defend oneself against a tyrannical government. What I saw today was a man who was openly carrying, who was clearly a 2A supporter, like myself, who was in moments, despite no other apparent, and again, like I said, I'm going to get into this more, did not seem to be threatening officers, but he got disarmed, even though he had not drawn it, and then executed afterwards. So, like I said, literally the Second Amendment seems to be pretty fucking meaningless if you use the framing that most of my 2A my fellow 2A supporters use, which is that we have this to stand against a tyrannical government. So if that part seems to be meaningless on surface right now, we cannot use our guns to stand against a tyrannical government, then what about the First Amendment? The First Amendment, like in this debate, you guys went through several places where the Constitution, or I guess this was you, Grufus, several places where the Constitution is already either disregarded or fucking meaningless. Now, I did like the defense against that, being that it's not that it prohibits behavior, it is a way to punish bad behavior. I like that in theory, but if we use that and we apply it to the government, if the government itself is disregarding the Constitution, who the fuck can defend us against the government except us. So, anyways, before my voice breaks completely and I can't even stream tomorrow, McGruff, first of all, it was Lonzo who left. So I'm going to, this will actually make it a little quicker too. Because I don't have much feedback for him if he's gone. This was actually both of y'all's best debates yet. McGruff, good examples during your evidence. I love the fact that you used actual, like you had all of this cited references. I made the joke about the tattoo, but legit having this on command was pretty dope. Selective enforcement of amendments, like I just said. But I was kind of disappointed because the best parts of your debate were quotes of other people. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, and this is just a critique in general. Try to put more of your words. Like I like quotes too. Yeah, I like quotes too, but I need to hear you chew it up and spit it out in your words. Otherwise, I don't feel like you understand it. You're just, So anyway, Lonzo, his cross was great. Constitution has been extended. I don't know what the fuck I meant there, but he was able to dismiss all of your citings and references. He did it offhand and he did it quite efficiently. Wow, that is super fucking cool. How did you do that, person in chat? You are magical.
Do what?
Anyway, look at the chat. I'm sorry.
I
the 1803 and 10th Amendment tie. I didn't understand that. I would like for somebody. Okay, still impressive. I would like for you to explain the 1803 and the 10th Amendment tie. You said something about those cited references, and I didn't feel like you actually explained or tied into. Hold on, let me get through it all real quick, and then that's where we'll start. Constitution became valid during the civil rights. I thought that was an interesting take from Lonzo because it seems like it flies in the face of his argument, and I approved of the fact that he realized it and danced away from it immediately. Because he was basically saying that it was invalid until that moment. Yeah, go ahead.
He said that it was invalid until the 13th Amendment, I believe, not until civil rights.
No, I'm sorry. Yes, he then moved it till late. He realized, as he said that. Well, I mean, I guess parts of it until later, even than that, was. So I assumed that he meant the Jim Crow laws and all that stuff. I assumed that he was talking about the entire civil rights fight, not just there. Anyway, Lonzo complained about the fact that you were talking about historical references and he was trying to keep it on. Well, it's like, dude, in debate, that's what you do. You hold it where you want it, right? I loved the fact that it was the Tiamat Square, and I really wanted to rub his nose on that
Tiananmen
one.
Square?
He meant to say the Tiananmen Square.
That wasn't Mao. That was Deng Xiaoping.
I didn't think that was Mao. I think it was too late.
Someone had said it was Mao in the debate, and I just remember being like, no, it wasn't.
Yeah, it was Lonzo that said Mao, and he was wrong.
Yeah, and the Tiamat Square. I loved that. Fucking cracked me up. But the nail in the coffin for the debate was that it clearly still means something if consequences exist. So even though, back to my opening statement about how we don't have any sort of consequences to enforce the Congress or to enforce the Constitution if the government itself is the ones breaking the Constitution. But despite that, as he said, there are still consequences. So there's obviously some meaning to it. Maybe not as much as we want, maybe not as much as we should, but. Yep. Says when I thought it was funny and cliche that the libertarian at some point in this, and I was thinking about making a joke about a drinking game in advance. Yeah. When did I agree to this? Right. So I just felt like
okay.
You had to say it just once.
Yeah.
Anyway, law doesn't stop.
I didn't say it. I didn't say
debate.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But anyway,
I didn't.
Just real quick, last thought was that it was the best debate I've seen from either of y'all ever, and it was awesome. So, everybody else, please, is the Constitution still meaningless? I'm sorry, is it meaningless now, or does it still matter?
No, but it is selectively enforced. I believe it does matter, and it should matter. The problem is that most people don't understand what's in the Constitution, and it's a failure of the public school system and their civics. The fact that people literally think they have folk tales what's in the Constitution. If it's not listed in the articles and the first 10 amendments, the 10th Amendment takes over, and everything
What does the 10th Amendment say again?
10th Amendment says if it's not listed in these provisions, then it is not the federal government's. It's the,
Right,
it's
It's the states' rights clause. Yeah,
So-
states' rights.
And the
clause.
ninth.
State rights or people.
But you need to
But-
answer a pop quiz before you can make a point.
What is the ninth?
It's not relevant to the conversation. Shut up.
Well, so
Oh, why are you coming in, buddy?
Well,
Why are you coming in?
Hold
I'm
on.
curious.
So what's
asking
simmer down,
clarification
kids, simmer
questions.
down. Why are you asking about
just
the
get
Ninth
a room and
Amendment?
fuck already.
Yeah,
Why
it's-
not?
So real quick, hold on. Because we're not doing a debate, Circa. We don't need to draw them in with facts, or we don't need to trap them or test them. So just tell us what is the Ninth Amendment and why is it relevant? That was to you, Circa.
ChatGPT's
I
learning.
know,
Hold
I'm
on.
asking you
No,
why
they-
you're why are you asking about the Ninth Amendment, or was that just because he was saying
to
that
just-
most people don't know?
And yes, he did say that civics doesn't teach it anymore, so we need to do that.
Got you. I see. That was your point. I got you. Okay, very cool. Yeah, no, because I don't fucking know the Ninth Amendment off the top of
It's
my
close.
head.
Uh,
But the
Ninth
funny
Amendment
thing
is-
is, go ahead. The Ninth
The
Amendment.
Ninth Amendment is the one is in unenumerated rights. So like the right. So
Wait, I
if-
thought that was
if,
the 10th
like,
Amendment.
The enumeration. of the
No. So
Constitution- the enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be constructed to deny or disparage others retained by the
It's to
people.
not disparage the rights that are given in the Constitution.
In layman's terms, say that again.
Basically,
You don't-
it's saying what we've outlaid here in the Constitution and these first 8 amendments, nothing in there can be interpreted to deny the rights of the people. That's basically what it's saying.
I see. So civil liberties being
Yeah, you know,
basically
like freedom of
codified.
religion and stuff. Those ones, weird,
Okay.
pesky ones.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess you could think of it as that a lot of the Constitution is what the government can do, or well, it's tough because there's a lot of what it does do, and there's a lot of what it can't do. And I think that this clause is basically an idea of like, well, just because it's not listed here doesn't mean we can't do it. Or
Well, the
doesn't mean
Constitution literally states that this is the framework of how the government should be ran. I thought it was interesting the critique against SCOTUS with the Marbury v. Madison deal. I get where he's coming from, but Article 3 has that listed out pretty well. I mean, of course they didn't. I can't remember what year they actually established the Supreme Court. And by the way, you don't even have to be a judge to be a judge on the Supreme Court.
Yeah. So actually, thank you
It
for
can be
reminding me. I had said that I was going to go to Grufus immediately
Technically-
after the.
Technically,
the
no
open-
one has to be a judge or a lawyer or anything to be appointed as a judge
To
at
do
any
anything.
federal level.
Yeah. So Grufus, is that the 1803 10th Amendment thing? Is that what you were going with that? I had asked you to explain that, please.
no, this is a different argument. That's a different
Okay,
argument entirely.
because I
So
remember you saying the SCOTUS thing. Can somebody give me the context of this SCOTUS case that you referenced? Or the
So-
establishment of the.
everyone talked
We're
at
talking
once.
about Marbury v. Madison.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I don't know what it is, so I don't know how to reference it. So yes, sure. Somebody said something about a ruling that involved the Supreme Court. Like it seemed like you were saying that the Supreme Court was voted on, or was like I didn't understand what you were talking about.
No. So SCOTUS was, so prior to 1803, SCOTUS didn't have the power of judicial review, like how it overturned Roe v. Wade, for example. Well, I guess that's not a good example because that's overturning case law, not common law.
Was
But
it Chevron or Exxon is a good one,
So-
maybe?
Well, Roe v. Wade itself was
Or-
actually a practice of judicial review because Roe v. Wade was protesting or not protesting.
It was
attempting
political-
to
it was
overturn a law in, I want to say Virginia, but I could have the state wrong, by saying it was unconstitutional. Basically, judicial review is the power that the Supreme Court has to say whether a law does or does not comply with the Constitution, and therefore whether it can or cannot legally be enforced.
I'm pretty sure Roe v. Wade probably was unconstitutional if you go by how they wrote it.
It was.
uses
It was
the-
judicial. it was judicial legislation, which does not exist constitutionally. So
No,
they
because in law you have two different types of ways you can approach these types of like on an individual basis, or you can do like an entire country related one. So it's ruled or standard if I'm not mistaken, and it should be like a standard, not a law.
Circa, I don't
Forgive me
if
I'm a little lost on.
Hold on, I don't want to get too far off track here because Horseradish is asking what Marbury v. Madison was about. I don't remember the specific details of the case. I believe it was that Marbury was specifically challenging. I don't remember if it was a law or an executive order because it was an executive order. He was challenging an executive order that Madison had drafted while president. And because no law or executive order or anything had been challenged as to its constitutionality up to that point, there was no procedure to say yes or no, this law or this EO or this regulation, whatever, violates a constitutional provision and goes beyond the powers that the government is expressly given. And so in deciding that case, they also had to decide that we, the Supreme Court, are the ones whose job it is to interpret the Constitution and to determine whether or not laws and actions of the government are or are not in line with the Constitution, thereby, as McGruff said, expressly giving themselves a power that was merely implied in the Constitution up to that point, but was never explicitly stated.
All right, so real quick, because I want to be clear to those of you who are just tuning in and do not know this. I do not purport to know everything, and so a lot of parts of this is me asking questions because I actually want to know, and I know things, but there's parts that I don't know, and I'm willing to publicly acknowledge the parts that I don't know. So with that said, I did pay attention in civics class. I fucking read it for fun. I actually never realized what you guys are telling me is true. I thought that was the third branch of government's purpose from the creation. So I would like to know.
Not quite.
Hold on. When the United States was created, what was the conceptual idea for that third branch? Like I thought that they were supposed to be checks and balances.
Article 3 establishes the judicial branch and only lists the Supreme Court. And it states that Congress must create courts that are subordinate to it. So
that Congress would be responsible for creating inferior courts to the Supreme Court, but it never specifies what the court's role is, probably because that was a very well understood concept from English common law at the time, and so they didn't feel the need to specify that the court's role was to decide in conflicts in matters of justice and equity.
Yeah, and it also ensures that you have a jury trials, and it also specifies what treason is. So it helps break down federal jurisdiction versus state. But our Article 3 is very brief because Congress had to create all the inferior courts. So it's kind of brief on it. The articles tell you what the different branches are supposed to do. And unfortunately, the executive branch is run rickshot on everything because Congress has abdicated a lot of their stuff to the executive. I can understand the argument of the Constitution has become worthless because of things like the Article 1 branch ceding all of their powers to Article 2. And that would be I understand the concept. I think one of the ways to help improve America is go back to the basics and to actually look at the blueprint which the founding fathers derived in 1788, which was the U.S. Constitution, and follow that fucking blueprint, not the Articles of Confederation, but the articles within the U.S. Constitution, because we found that the Articles of Confederation was a bit flawed because it did not allow for much of a centralized federal government. I think the current form of the republic is actually pretty good.
Hell yeah,
so
federal
Jason,
government.
I'm curious. Do you think, because I think you said the 10th Amendment, do you, and this is going to sound random, and it is random a little bit, do you agree with any amendments that were formed thereafter the 10th Amendment?
I agree. I agree with almost all of them, but what I'm stating, so the 10th Amendment states that if it's not listed in the Constitution, it's not part of the federal oversight. That is for the states to do, and that's what I mean by that.
To the people,
unless amended, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
and
right.
you can make amendments to that, but the deal is, in my opinion, I think the federal government oversteps its boundaries all the frickin' time, and they stick their nose where it is the states or the people's purview.
Give me some examples
for
fun.
Doing it for the past,
Can I answer the question
year and a half?
asked, though?
Actually, voting rights is one of them.
Voting rights are done by the states, I thought. All voting
No,
rights
it's
are done by
the
the states.
13th and 19th Amendment, men and women.
There are a couple amendments that deal with
Yeah.
it. Voting
I'm pretty
rights
sure
are generally
states handle most of it.
And it is expressly stated that the states
Voting
will
rights are
control
not handled by the
vote.
states. The process of voting is handled by the states. Voting rights are handled by the amendments. You're just wrong.
I mean,
So can I answer the actual question about the Constitution?
Sure.
Yeah, go for it, dude.
So what I wanted to say here is that the Second Amendment, I've seen right-wingers right now because of these events saying that people shouldn't be carrying guns during an ICE protest. That's absolutely stupid and antithetical to the First and Second Amendment. But the interpretation of a tyrannical government is not one that's subjective. When you have 13 states actively ignoring federal law and working against it, those states are out of step with the law. And it's the federal government's responsibility to send in federal enforcement to uphold the laws, especially on the number 2 subject from last election that arguably got the president elected.
For context, Tyler, will you define the word?
Seems circular.
Yeah.
Sure.
Let's call the supremacy clause. You can take that up with the Supreme Court if you think it's circular.
He threw me off when he started talking.
No, your argument's
say
circular.
the thing you just said again
clause.
Tyler.
That a tyrannical government is not
tyrannical.
a subjective
Thank you.
thing. Yes,
Please define the word tyranny, please.
Well, a tyrannical government in the context of what we're arguing is somebody that does representation or does taxation without representation, or puts things onto the people that they don't want when they can't elect their own representative. It doesn't give people a voice in the government to make their feelings and their desires heard, that breaks the laws or ignores the courts in order to uphold their standing. The only thing I can think of that Trump did to ignore the Supreme Court was the TikTok sale. He was only supposed to do that for 90 days. In terms of ignoring...
I just want you to do... No, it's okay. I want to hear it again.
Have you seen
Can you please define tyranny?
Tyranny would be taking away the people's representation or ability to represent themselves, or violating the laws to uphold illegal stances and practices.
Okay. And you don't think that the current government the only things has done any of those things?
Not when it comes to their ICE deportations.
Federal ICE presence is justified?
Yes. 13 states are ignoring federal law.
How many illegal?
Doesn't matter if it's 0. 13 states are ignoring federal law. Your pop quizzes are always stupid. It doesn't matter. They're ignoring federal law.
How many states were? How many colonies were there that were ignoring the Crown's law? What was that? Oh,
I thought they were pretty base.
So, hey, Minnesota's free to go fight a fucking revolutionary war to leave the United States.
How many illegal immigrants live in Minnesota, man?
It doesn't matter if it's 0, as I said.
Tyler,
I mean,
for what it's worth,
it seems like the force you're saying is justified, as in like the reason it's
justified that they're ignoring federal law.
They're doing their job, right? They're just going in.
Wait, yes, I got a question.
They're upholding federal law.
Yeah, go ahead.
How come they're not doing this in Florida?
Because Florida's cooperating with them.
Is it the state's job to enforce federal law, or the federal?
The state is not forced to. Yeah, you're right. You're right. That was actually a Supreme Court precedent that was written by Scalia to say that the state is not compelled to enforce federal law, but they're still ignoring it and they're actively working against it. You're not allowed to actively work against it.
Okay, so they're not compelled to. Federal law enforcement
actually enforce
is the one who has to enforce. Yeah, so federal law enforcement is the one who has. So again, when you're saying that the states are ignoring federal law, it's not up to them to enforce federal law.
Yeah, they're
it's
not
up to the
compelled
federal
to.
government.
They're not
Correct.
compelled
So
to,
I don't see
but
where the
they
issue
also
here
are
is.
ignoring it. That's not a problem if they ignore it. They're not legally bound to. It's an issue of them ignoring the law and working against them. Once they work against them and say you should remove federal
the law specifically. How are the
saying that you
states
should
working against the law?
saying you should remove federal employees and that are enforcing the law from your state. Saying you can keep people that are here illegally based on federal law in the state. That is ignoring and working against federal law.
See, you could make it much easier and just say there's actually a federal law that states that if you have illegal immigrants in your custody in jail, that you need to report them to the federal government. They aren't doing that. That alone right there actually violates
They do.
federal law.
What do you mean?
No, they do not.
California does.
No.
What do you mean?
It's sanctuary states and sanctuary cities refuse to do
Do you know
that.
what sanctuary city is or sanctuary state is?
Yes, we know what it is.
Really?
Every fucking time we answer, it's a pop quiz and you never answer the questions. You just dodge the pop quiz.
I'm sorry you don't like my questions because they make you feel insignificant, dude.
No, it's because you fucking dodge the question.
California absolutely works with ICE in the jail system. That's just fucking retarded.
It's been documented.
No, they don't.
Documented like what? You mean the fact that they do cooperate with them? I'm confused.
When
Sanctuary
when the-
cities
There,
only
there's a
mean
difference
local
between-
law enforcement doesn't ask people on the street when they report crimes even if they're citizens.
No,
That's
they
it.
don't. But when they are incarcerated and they are found to be illegal
They get rid of people who are illegal immigrants who have
They do
violent
not.
crimes or things like. If it's a traffic
do not.
ticket, obviously probably not.
No,
but
they
yes,
do
they
not.
do. Yes, they
Okay,
do.
real quick. We're not going to yes, they don't they.
Name one time
Alley Cat, what were you about to say, man?
anyone.
It's
Hang on, y'all.
ridiculous.
Alley Cat was about to say something. Y'all,
What was the difference between some and all, right? Like just because they reported some people doesn't mean they report all the people. So your argument is pretty baseless.
Who, me?
Well documented, yes.
Yes, okay.
But they don't like
right.
report to ICE for traffic tickets. Yeah, I'm sorry, but every violent criminal
Marijuana
who's illegal immigrant in
enforcement, you're admitting
California
that
gets
you're wrong.
reported to ICE. Dude.
why is the allowance of states' rights when it comes to marijuana sales different from a states' rights to enforce immigration law? Do you believe that they should kick in the doors of every state that is breaking federal law and allowing marijuana
That's
usage?
exactly what Obama did. 400 raids.
Actually, so myself personally, I would just say every state that is found to be openly violating federal laws, they just lose all federal monies. Plain and
Okay,
simple.
so we can do the same thing with the immigration law. Sounds
Yes,
good.
you can.
Cheers. All right, works for me. Now
so
that brings
the
me to my next question. Hang on.
I actually want to ask a quick question, if I could, just related
All right, cool.
to
Yep.
this.
No, that's fine. That's fine. And then I have one more
so-
question for the team.
One or both of Jason and or Tyler stated that state and local police are legally required to report undocumented immigrants in custody to the federal government. I cannot find any statute which indicates that is a law at the federal level, and so far as I can tell, that is a states' rights issue, and states are
I'll look
either
that up.
make
I'll look that
laws
up
one
for
way or
you.
the other on that.
So I'll look that up for you and get back to you. But I believe it has something to do with incarceration. It's one of the incarceration acts. I don't know which one right offhand, but it has to do. It has to do with getting.
Appreciate it.
It has to do with getting federal money for prisons and things like that.
So, real quick question, because somebody said something about this in or earlier whenever we first started talking about this subject, where they said something about Minnesota fighting for its right to secede. I also know we have at least one or two. Well, you're not a real Texan. No offense to Tyler, you haven't been there long enough. But any true Texan prides themselves on the fact that Texas is always kind of thinking about seceding. Do you believe? What is the meaningful difference between secession and insurrection? And do you believe that a state who chooses to should be allowed to secede? And this is kind of my last open question to everybody. Do you think that states should be able to separate themselves from the Union if they no longer believe that that document matters? I'll go to you first, Tyler.
That's
yes or no?
Oh man, contract law would have me say yes if they violate the contract that brought them in the first place, but my authoritarian pro big federal government stances say no. It is generally broadly, maybe not technically criminally, an insurrection you shouldn't be allowed to just because you don't like the federal government is doing laws in ways you don't like. So I'm going to go with no.
All right,
Texas would
Groofus.
like to hear this.
We're gonna go through everybody. Don't worry, Groofus. Do you believe that states should be allowed to secede from the union, or do you believe it should be treated as an insurrection? I'm pretty sure I know where you're going
Yes,
to go with this, but
yes, yes, yeah.
Okay.
You want me to expand more, or just
sure? Yeah.
yes.
I'll give you a couple of minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah. Brain fart. I think
I was gonna say if you fucking talk.
Yeah. I think state, especially if basically pulling off of what Tyler said, the contract law saying if you violate, I'm drawing a blank.
That's okay. So you're a yes. Vigilante.
Yeah,
do you
I'm a
believe
yes.
that states should be allowed to secede, or do you believe they should be treated like they're in secession? Insurrection. I'm sorry.
I believe that states should be allowed to secede. Yes.
Okay. And to you, Mr. Alleycat, should states be allowed to secede?
Oh yeah, for sure. We actually fought a whole war over this, and it was determined that they couldn't. But I still believe.
I was going to say, you mean the Civil War where the decision was made that they couldn't, right? Yeah. All right.
Yes,
Lethe,
exactly.
do you believe that states should be allowed to secede from the Union? What? What the fuck does that mean? They can bark at our heels as long as we get to stomp on them. I'm sorry. Go on, please. Wowie wow. Okay. What? Hard against treason. Got it. Jason, should states be allowed to secede?
Absolutely not. And the Supreme Court agrees with me. Texas v. White basically set the precedence. Texas itself is the only state in their constitution that claims they have the right to be their own country. And the Supreme Court said, no, not so far. As far as what my druthers are, yes, I actually have no issue if they want to succeed. However, every action has an equal and not necessarily proportionate reaction, and the reaction would be pretty much what Kai Leafy said. Things would get spicy, and not in a way that they would want. I think when they set up the autonomous zones in the different areas, I believe that the U.S. Army should have descended on all of those areas and treated them as the insurrectionists that they were.
Okay. And just out of curiosity, as a side note, real quick, simple yes or no, because it's kind of interesting that you quoted SCOTUS and said that they said so, and then leaned into the authority of that. Would you say that because the Supreme Court says something, you agree with it?
Well,
or do you think they get it wrong sometimes?
I think they do get it wrong sometimes. Roe v. Wade is a great
So we can't necessarily reference them as because they said
but
it.
I will also lean to the authority that they are the Supreme Court of the land. What they say goes as far as laws go. But I also will say in the same breath that the most based of all of our former presidents said Marbury made his decision. Now let's see him enforce it. So Andrew Jackson put it in.
I see.
Yes.
Gotcha. Ancom, yes or no? Should I put your A's back up?
What?
Put your A's back up while you answer.
Well, okay, yes, I will put my A's back up, but I'm going to be a little nuanced here because yes, they believe they should have the right, and I believe that the founders fucked up by not thinking about this in advance and being like, what if they want to leave? Maybe we should figure out a way to deal with that, because the main reason that Lincoln found to initiate the direct violence in the Civil War was that when the southern states seceded, there were a number of federal lands in those or within those borders, and I'm forgetting the specific fort in question, but the what?
Fort Sumter.
Fort Sumter, thank you. The Confederacy tried to take over the federal land of Fort Sumter, which I believe was in, I want to say the Carolinas, but I could have that wrong.
It's in the middle of a river, I think.
Yeah, but anyways, the point being that because of the existence of federal lands, it becomes a very difficult logistical challenge, and so just because they want to secede doesn't mean that like it's immediately going to solve those issues, and it's probably going to end up with conflict unless they can figure it out in advance. But if both sides are intransigent on that point, then it's gonna blow up. Sorry,
so that's lots of words. Yes or no?
Yes, I think they should have the right, but you
you don't think it's practical. Got it. Circa, yes or no, sir? Or lots of words more if you want. Do you believe that states should be allowed to secede?
No, I'm going to agree with Jason here. I think no, except in cases of Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution. If the guarantee to every state is not the Republican form of government and is not protecting them, then I think I'm just going to defer to what Jason said. I think he's accurate there.
Got it. And last but not least, bring us home, Mr. Wilson. Do you believe that they should be allowed to secede?
Yeah. So to your earlier question, because I think the initial one is secession the same as insurrection, and I think
well, I don't know what the difference is technically. So.
Right. So secession is a formal removal from the United States, right? So they may come together. The state governments may say, "Hey, we're seceding from this." Insurrection typically tends to be more violent. Now, with that being said, should states have the authority to secede is another question, because like has been said already, and Jason has said, Texas v. White has already established that states cannot secede from the United States. I think that would thus mean the only way they would be able to remove themselves from the United States would be through an insurrection. So I think what I'm trying to get at by saying this is, should states have their right to remove themselves from the United States? It depends. For example, we've seen this with what Trump is doing with Greenland or, say, Alberta. If he is waving a stack of cash in front of your face, if it is coercive in nature in order to secede, I know I don't see it happening with Texas at all, but hypothetically, let's say that Canada were waving a stack of cash in front of Canada. I don't think that they should be able to secede at coercion, at the barrel of a gun. But if they're doing it amongst their own free will, I mean, I don't necessarily see what the problem would be in that. I'd be open to hearing arguments against it.
Spoken like a true Texan.
Well, spent 20 plus years there myself, so that's why I know what the biggest problem with Texas is that it's full of Texans. And
not Dallas Cowboys. Just saying.
Yeah, no, I've lived in I've lived in a bunch of states, and you could put a gun to my head and I wouldn't be able to describe to you the state flag of any of them, but you can't be in Texas for more than 2 minutes and not run into somebody with a fucking tattoo of it on their body. So you can't not know the Texas flag. Anyways, so I'm going to go ahead and close up shop here for myself. We're going to rate this out. I just want to say thanks to everybody who showed up, everybody who's new. We definitely disagreed on a lot of stuff, but we did so as amicably as possible. You guys are welcome to stay in here. You're going to be up to your own accord in the Discord, or you guys moderate yourselves. But with that said, I appreciate every fucking one of y'all. Shout out to everybody. If you've got something you can put into the chat so that people can click your name and follow you, that'd be dope. I will get the prompts out. I'll be back on in 12 hours to do news review and talk with Oddrook. But and then Monday nights are my night to do fun stuff like conspiracies and paint miniatures and play video games. And I really enjoyed the Risk night. We might do that again if we can get people to play Risk with us. But anyways, Appreciate y'all. I will see you guys next Saturday, same time, same channel. And those of you who debate, I will get. Oh, and that's the other thing. If you guys know somebody who wants to get in on these, as long as they are good faith and they're going to try and debate, please send them my way. I am interested in getting more people in here for this. We do keep track. We have a ranking in the channel. We've got this all sorted out since January 1st. Thank you. Appreciate you. Let's Chief. Click that link and I will give you privileges. And if you want to be a debater, just let me know. And the way this works is I send out prompts and a list as quickly as I can. I'm going to actually start double booking now, just in case people flake out on me last minute, because life happens and it's not like I'm paying you fuckers to be here. So I can't be mad at you if you can't make it. But I'm going to have more people booked than I actually have time for in the debates. But if you don't go in the week that I have you second string, then you'll go first string the next week. So anyways, y'all have a great weekend. I will see you guys tomorrow morning. Everybody say goodbye. Bye.
Goodbye.
And does anybody have any suggestions on where to raid to? Does anybody have know anybody who else is
anywhere
streaming?
but Lethe's channel? Anywhere.
Rob Noir is on.
Rob Noir.
You forgot to give out your
Rob Noir.
I'm just kidding.
Okay. Yeah, I don't follow a lot of the other streamer peoples. We're gonna go say hi to fuck it. You know what? Grumple? No, he's not even. I don't think he's fallen asleep, actually. Let's see.
That's a very Grumple thing to do.
Yeah, you guys probably don't want to watch sumo wrestling at this hour. You know what? Let's go drop into Jason Society. Why not? That'll work for me. Y'all can go say what's up to him, give him a follow, give him a love, and try to be polite over there. Don't make us look bad, pretty please.
You heard that, Lethe? Behave.
Cheers,
what
y'all.
did I say?
That was fun, y'all.
Yeah, that was a blast.
Even though I guess I'm the resident fascist now, deemed by an individual that doesn't know what a fascist is.
Hey, I'm just saying, I saw all of you guys on. I just wanted to let you know that I was laying down in bed, one eye shut, ready to go to sleep. And I saw all of you wonderful people. And I said, damn, I haven't been up here in a long time. And I want to say hi to everybody. So
are you interested in debating, Vince?
I do. So what I predominantly do is TikTok debates. So I spend a majority, and I'll tell you why. It's easier to get on to TikTok when I'm on my way to work or on my way home. And one, the other thing is there's not a lot of streamers that are on there. It's most of the run-of-the-mill normies. Somebody who's like, Joe Blow who watches Fox News every day or whatever, or MSNBC.
It's easier to run them over.
Hey, sometimes
you
like an
easy mode.
Okay. Yeah, sometimes you like easy mode. Okay, you like just going through for the adventure. But I do think it also helps sharpen your skills a little bit. One of the things that and to kind of make it quicker, the other thing that I tend to do too is more like current events. So when you get into like political philosophy and stuff like that, that's when I start to check out a little bit. Not that I'm opposed to it. I would do some research and things of that nature. But it's just not my forte. I usually dig really deep into current events.
So for what it's worth, yeah, I try to keep at least some of the prompts on current event stuff. But I also have a tendency to do fun shit. Like I'll go through one of the prompts from last week was actually the first ever national debate tournament prompt, which was about giving labor access to management or something like that. So I'll mix weird shit in like that. Plus I take suggestions from anybody who's in the debates and I'll put those on the list as well. So that way, like it's a good mixture. It's not like I'm just going with like big 10K foot, or whatever, view stuff. So
yeah, that's why when y'all were talking about Christianity and stuff, I'm like, I don't mind talking about it. I'm just not well versed on that kind of stuff. I know. I'm versed on Christianity, but if it came to like Islam, Judaism, things like that, I only know from personal experience with Christianity. That not that I sit down and I study theology or anything.
And your understanding of Christianity is from whatever denomination that you follow necessarily. It may not even incorporate other denominations that you're, less informed about.
Orthodox Christianity or things like that, right?
Yeah. had a coworker that was Seventh-day Advent, man, and he actually opened my mind to a lot of different thoughts. I obviously didn't convert over to them, but it was an interesting, theological point of view. So I like hearing.
The fun one is when.
Things.
Okay, sorry. You just mentioned Seventh-day Adventists, and you being a Messianic Jew, I'm curious. Do you observe the Sabbath on Saturday or Sunday?
On Saturday, as it should be.
Fair enough. I was just curious because, that's a.
So,
real quick, before you, because you're welcome to answer that, but I'm going to leave actually here in a second. I just want to finish what I was saying to you, Vince, real quick, and to those of you who, again, you guys are still kind of new. To answer your question there, or your comment, if it's something that you're not interested in, just don't give an answer. You know what I mean? But I'm going to start sending you the prompts, and basically, like, if one of them stands out to you, and you're like, "Ooh, fuck, give me that," right? Then just let me know, and you know what I'm saying. So. Anyway,
I send that to Lethe sometimes. When Lethe sends me random messages, I'm like, "Oh yeah, fuck yeah, give me that." You know,
I don't know this man.
That's between me and him.
Yeah, cheers. Right on. Y'all have a great conversation. I appreciate y'all. Doot doot.
So horseradish. Oh shit.
I was gonna say I was gonna say you can confirm that I'll debate fucking either side of any topic.
Honestly, that's what I told Horseradish. I'll debate almost any side, even if I don't believe it, because I find it interesting.
No, Jason, you don't understand. Lethe had a panel a while ago where one of the topics was Trump's comments on the purge, and I don't remember if you remember your chat, Lethe, but I proceeded to convince your entire chat that the purge would be a good idea.
It was interesting.
I remember that vaguely. I don't know why but I remember something about the purge. I don't know. That's the thing for me though, is like I
remember me, Sprout, and Ty were on the panel. I think Ancom, were you on the panel on that one?
Sprout is still doing
on the purge one? No, I don't think so.
I don't think that one.
Yeah. But like me and Sprout were there, or I know Razor was there. I think Hammer was on that one too. But it was like we sat there and listened, and nobody took the side. Like not even the conservatives that were on took the side of like the purge would be a good idea. And me and Sprout colluded behind the scenes. We're like, fuck it, let's troll and take the position of the purge would be a good idea. And it was so much fun.
I'll tell you,
it was so hard.
I'll say
It
this:
was so hard to
like
pick
after that whole panel scene, kind of like, I mean, it's still in existence. Clearly, like we're here, but like I feel like I don't know. I get more enjoyment out of TikTok panels, and they get a lot more spicy. There's also like there are more extreme views on TikTok. I feel, and I say extreme by means of saying
help
like
yourself,
there's
can
not
you?
What? Oh,
Saying that
TikTok.
word.
I can go TikTok language. You want me to say TikTok language? Okay, wait. I know this irritates Lethe. So there is an innate urge when we're talking about pew-pews that, I have to say freedom seeds. We have to say like, oh, dude, TikTok language is insane, y'all. It's a whole different set. You talk about unaliving. You have to watch it because the AI is super tricky, but you learn it. And it's amazing. It's a new language. Lethe hates it, but
I don't blame Leafy for that, but
I feel like they're probably gonna ban Unalive at some point soon, and so y'all are gonna have to figure out even a different one.
Gentlemen, thank you for your time tonight.
But Jason,
some people
I just
may
have to
not
ask
like
one
me.
more time. If the Bible is true, and Adam and Eve had 2 kids, and then maybe they had a few more kids, who did their kids
There's a whole
sleep
lot of
with?
incest, yes. There's a whole lot of incest, yes.
Okay, just making sure.
So now I will actually say, because of the genetic differences that we see amongst the races, and I do believe races are real, because Kai, me, and you were both human, but we look substantially different. I don't believe that they were the only people.
I don't see color.
Yeah, bullshit. I don't believe that they were the only people. I believe it's the only one that was documented in Genesis, but I do believe that there was more seed individuals, the beginning of humanity. I believe that's why races exist. stuff like that, and I think it's fucking beautiful.
That's not Mark of Cain. Just making sure if it's the Mark of Cain or is it something different.
Well, so I'm not really too learned on the Mark of Cain stuff. I've heard it before, but I'm not a religious scholar. I just know that when I lived in Japan, I can spot the difference between a Chinese, a Japanese, a Korean, Filipino, Taiwanese. Well, not Taiwan, but Thailand. There's different characteristics of all these different groups. So,
Jason, can you just tell me what you mean by the word race?
Well,
start finish line, space in between.
I mean, I believe that there are
elves, goblins, orcs.
No,
I'm asking a serious question. I want to understand what Jason means when he talks about there being different races of humans.
So I actually believe that there is subgroups of people that have evolved differently based on geographical realities. The Negro people.
Okay, so you're just talking about like subpopulations of humans. Like it's all the same species, but you're just talking about like subpopulations of humans.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, that I don't think anyone.
I don't think
anyone contends with the idea that like humans will have adapted in different ways based on their environment. That's just basic evolution.
I basically believe there's only like 4 races. Okay, there's the Caucasian, the Negroid, the Asian style, like the
you said it wrong. Caucasoid.
Yeah, but
and you may as well say Mongoloid because I know that's where you're going with it.
Yeah, Asian is probably Mongoloid. I don't remember, but I do believe that there's really only 4 races and that everyone's a mix.
What's the 4th?
Mix of them. The indigenous, your indigenous type, like
I thought people generally put those under Mongoloid.
Well, it really depends, because if you look at Native American indigenous, a lot of them supposedly crossed over the land bridge from the Asian continent. However, but then you look at like the Australian indigenous, what are they fucking called? I can't remember. The Aboriginals.
The Aboriginals, yeah.
Yeah.
And you got the Maori of New Zealand and the various Pacific Islanders and like
kind of screws up that whole thought process, huh?
The land bridge hypothesis is largely discredited now. It seems more likely that it was a series of island hopping events.
Maybe. I don't know. But I do believe that there are evolutionary style differences in humanoids based on the basic geographic origin of their origin story. So
okay,
that's
now to just kind of sum up the crux of my question here, do you believe that there are any inherent superiorities or inferiorities between the races?
No, I believe there's cultural differences that lead to different outcomes.
All right, cool.
I mean, it's pretty fucking simple.
No, I zone out for 2 seconds, and then I'm like, "What did they say?"
Yeah, it's pretty simple. It's common sense.
I just wanted to get an understanding of what your thought process there was, and now I have.
Yeah, it's simple. It's like everyone's like, "Oh, Asians do so great." It's a cultural thing. It's literally their children are forced to study all the time. It's little things like that. It's not these people are incapable. No, far from it. Now, I do believe that because of certain practices, inbreeding will limit your ability to achieve higher learning statuses.
Did we not establish what your lineage is already?
Yeah, we got it.
I mean, dude, I've already admitted that there's tons of inbreeding throughout of human history. However,
specifically
when you're
documented in the book that you take as literal.
Do you know what messianic? Do you know what Messianic Judaism is?
Of course I do.
Do you? What is it?
Jewish people that believe in the teachings of Jesus as opposed to what they usually believe.
Yes. So it's
basically so cousin fuckers again.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people
brings me to another question. I'm very curious about this, Jason. Do you keep kosher?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Now I do mess up because I'm a convert and bacon is delicious, but I don't eat sea bugs. I do my best to keep kosher, but occasionally, I mean, and like even my buddy who was a Seventh-day Adventist, like you'd have to cut out donuts completely. He likes donuts because many donut shops will use pig lard in order to cook their donuts. So it's not the easiest thing. It's just like the Muslims trying to keep halal.
You can't let God get in between a good crawler and a coffee.
I am genuinely curious about this because it's one that gets used as a gotcha a lot, and I don't mean it that way. I'm genuinely curious. Do you try to avoid mixed fabrics?
I try to, but in modern
in modern times, it's very difficult. Yeah, but like
it's impossible.
If you have the choice between polyester and 100% wool, you're
I would
gonna
I would go with wool or cotton every day. Yes, I believe in more natural fabrics anyway. I actually hate all the man-made bullshit.
But no shrimp, no lobster?
No, I don't eat sea bugs. I don't eat clams. I don't eat shellfish. Seriously, pork is my my biggest cross to burden on that aspect. But I mean, I lived in Asia for several years, things like that. So a lot of the foods, I mean, they don't have large sprawling fields in Japan where they can raise cattle, but they have enough land to raise pig. That's why pork is such a staple in Asian food. It's about land availability.
They eat a lot of fish and seafood.
They do eat a lot of fish and seafood, yes.
Oh, scaly thing.
Although the Western diet has started to like invade and has been invading the Japanese culture for quite a while. So
it's not as bad as you think. It really depends on what part of Japan.
I was gonna say it may not be as bad, but it has started to permeate in their culture. So a lot of people.
Well, I mean, KFC is like a Christmas thing there. It's a huge thing for Christmas, which I found it funny when I was there, and I was like, man, I could really go for some mashed potatoes and that shit gravy they make, but no, it's rice. They don't have the mashed potatoes there, but
more chicken.
Chicken is better.
On the earth.
But
wait, they have rice and gravy in Japan?
Yes.
There are plenty of towns in America where there are more cows than people.
Yeah, fair.
But it's a real interesting thing when you live on a nation that is literally just a decent sized island. The availability of things is really cut off. It really is. In fact, I can actually justify the bombing of Pearl Harbor, as much pro-American as I am. I can justify the bombing of Pearl Harbor from the Japanese perspective just by looking at the sanctions and stuff that we placed on Japan prior to the bombing. So I mean, because we were crippling them through oil and lumber embargo.
They were also taking over almost the entire Pacific Ocean.
Yes.
Right? Like it wasn't just the US.
Like they had huge swaths of mainland China under their control at that point.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not saying Japan was right. I'm saying I could justify it through their perspective. See, you don't have to agree with something in order to understand it. And that's
I agree.
Totally fair.
I think that's kind of the big issue that I've seen and encountered when I have debated people is that there oftentimes when you try to like have an issue with a particular area of something. So like, for example, when they're, I was about to say booming. Cause I'm so used to TikTok. When
How
they're
would you feel if you
bombing
didn't eat breakfast?
these.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, God damn it.
You got him. You got him. Way to go, Leafy.
You
got him.
You
You got him.
distracted me like a motherfucker.
Got him.
Okay. Anyways, so, but like when I get into arguments with people and I'm like, hey, like I don't necessarily think that like we should be bombing these vessels in the middle of the ocean. I think we can intersect them. They're like, oh, so you support these people that are on the boat? I'm like, no. I'm saying we shouldn't be blowing boats out of the water.
Well,
and they're like, oh, so you should. It's like, no, just
Vince,
don't want them blowing them up.
You've dealt with me.
Oh, I know.
You probably think I'm
back and forth a few times.
But you think I'm a complete magatard, and I was even going, no, that ain't right.
I don't know.
I mean,
I think I'll put it. Let me put it this way. I'm actually going to engage with you. I think going into TikTok has washed me of any of my perceptions that I may have had on YouTube and Twitch. I will say this right now because I remember some of our conversations. Do I think that there was a point in time where I believed you were Maggie? Yes. I've engaged with far worse people on TikTok in the conservative party that I would say that you are far more moderate than the people I have engaged with, believe it or not.
I'm very moderate.
I have seen I have engaged with more groypers on TikTok than I have engaged with like actual moderate conservatives. I've dealt with people who are like undeniably like MAGA sycophants. Like, I mean, sycophants where like they don't even give an inch. They're like, no, I think this is justified. No, I think this is justified. Like they consistently move that line.
Where you look, never mind. Go ahead.
Well, so
I mean, right now it's about 7, but it can go 8 or 9.
I mean, you were. I think you were here when what's his name ran off, but he was literally called me a fascist and got upset when I said, "What's your definition of a fascist?" Because it's like that word is thrown around so much. I literally think he doesn't know what a fascist is. What? It's just. Sure. See, I don't fall for that dumb shit. I think those who call everyone a fascist is low tier, first order thinkers. Try to learn people's positions, and you don't have to agree with them. It's better to understand them. That's it.
Oh, hey, he's back.
Hey, he's back.
He spoke 3 times.
Actually, I think you're correct. I think anybody here who's actually ever heard me debate and listen to me in the past knows for a fact that I've almost never called people fascistic. I specifically have delegated that to you because of what your actual opinions are on the.
Oh, what's a fascist?
What's fascist? Okay, since Dickhead needs me to give a fucking definition, he's going to go. It's not correct, but
just real quick, careful because Lethe is still streaming. Just so you know.
Okay. You just called him a dickhead, but we're good.
I think that fascists.
I'm okay with that.
I think that fascists are people.
Jesus fucking Christ!
Let them answer people. Come on.
I think that a fascist is a person who finds an outgroup and decides to relegate them to being an inferior group to their own, or a group that must be deposed of, whether it be through state violence or through militant violence from the people within the state.
Okay, so the proper descriptor there would be bigot. A fascist is not that.
That's very broad.
You literally describe the entire human history.
Yeah. So
okay, well that's fine. I think a large chunk of human history involves this.
That's fine. But that doesn't make him fascist. It just means you're
okay.
stupid.
Well, my fault. I used the wrong word. I think you're a horrible person. Is that better?
Okay, that's cool. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
That's awesome, dude. God loves you. Jesus loves you.
I think you still got him.
And even if you don't believe in them, I believe in you, buddy.
No, they're just. It's just. It doesn't even matter. They're all fucking debate nerds that like do this shit about like. Well, do you know the technical meaning of this word? Actually, in this here, it's like
words have meaning.
Give a fuck. Bro. I kill people for this shit if it gets.
No,
too far.
you don't. You don't kill.
I will. Shit. I absolutely will. I absolutely will.
You've killed is
I absolutely will. I absolutely will, and we will find out in the near future what happens in this country.
I'm very tempted.
I know TikTok TOS is a lot more stricter, but I'm pretty certain that we probably should like
pretty
pull
sure.
back we should probably pull back.
I reminded him that we were.
By the way, first Monday of every month.
I'm actually kind of curious now. I almost want to go through the 14 characteristics with you, Jason,
I respect nothing
and
about
just
you
have you list off which ones you do and don't agree with.
That's like
14 characteristics of what?
Fascism.
Fascism. Yeah.
Oh, I actually spent a lot of time studying fascism. I'm a history guy, so
I'm sure you have.
Yeah.
Fair enough. So, have you heard the 14 characteristics of fascism?
Yes, I've read the paper. Yes, I've read the paper.
Okay.
Do you agree with it?
Yeah. Do I agree with it as an ideology or do I
just
analysis?
Well, no. Do you like of those 14? Going through them and like just determining, do you agree or disagree with the statements themselves? Like if we were to say that those 14 characteristics are a test, right?
So I
would
agree.
you agree with or disagree with a majority of them?
So I agree with the analysis that is what makes a fascist. Do I agree with them as they need to be employed? No.
Okay.
And,
well,
and in order,
What does that
and,
mean?
and the conclusion,
among the 14, there are a lot that your typical conservative would at least partially agree
yes,
with.
but the
And
analysis
so I'm
of
just
what
trying to
makes
figure
a
out like
fascist,
where you fall on that.
so the analysis of what makes a fascist, they actually state that you have to hit the vast majority of those in order to be a fascist.
Oh, no.
So
I'm
you could actually follow
I'm not,
3 or 4 of those and still not be fascist. But the
no,
deal
You can
is,
dodge one.
that's not the point of the question I was making. I was just
No,
curious about like how many of them you would agree
if
with
you'd
as
like
far
to,
as like.
if you'd like to play that game, I am more than happy to go
I
through
have
that list at
I
another
have my
day.
own question.
Yeah.
So,
It's like I said,
when
it's
you
just pure curiosity.
when you mentioned that you don't think that Muslims don't have like their culture or whatever, you don't think it's compatible with the West or whatever, and you're saying that you would be okay with them being removed from the Western culture, right? You're okay with them being removed from the West.
Yes.
Okay. Would comparably, if they were not comparably, but if they implement the same system they have currently for ICE to remove illegal immigrants from the country, supposedly, and they said we're going to do that same form of enforcement across the country to remove Muslims from the country. If some administration came along and decided to do that, would you agree with it?
I don't know. I honestly don't, because there is no current laws that prohibit it. And the reason why I would be more apt to support law enforcement enforcing laws is because those laws have been passed by duly elected representatives, where those laws do not exist for things like Islam being practiced in the U.S. So there's a whole different idealism there that you're not really considering, and that I am, and that these laws are passed by duly elected representatives, and the enforcement of those laws is actually what people expect.
No, well, that's I guess
no, that's not stupid. That's how our country works.
I didn't even say it was stupid. I didn't even say anything, actually. You didn't let me speak. But go ahead. What were you going to say? Alley Cat?
So, did you hang around enough to at least watch the rest of the panel after you left?
He's been watching Leafy the whole time, I would imagine.
Okay,
I did not.
because he did admit later that he would not know how to change the First Amendment in order to make such a thing happen.
Yeah.
And he definitely agreed that it would have to be done by legal means.
Yeah, and the issue with that for me is, now I guess it's because I do this entirely out of principle. You can say, well, that's not pragmatic or whatever. I really don't care if it's not pragmatic at all, really. But when it comes to the state sanctioned violence and them deciding the laws on what is and isn't illegal, if the state were to decide tomorrow that it was illegal to practice Islam in the country, and that they would enforce it, and that they would enforce that law through through a federal agency such as ICE, regardless of the legality of that, I would oppose it, whether it be through verbal means or physical means. I would oppose it. Now, the other person here is saying that they would not oppose that, and I'm not saying they have to. But what I'm more worried about is the fact that they seem to support it. As in, if a person were to bring that up in their run for office, such as Trump brought up his use of deportations, mass deportations, for his run to office, would you support somebody who would say that? Same thing for Islam.
Well, I mean, I do support mass deportations of illegal migrants, and I've openly admitted that I advocate for things like making Islam illegal in America. So, yes. Okay. But at least I'll own it. I'm not going to sit there and pretend and hide and all this other shit.
No, you're absolutely right. I respect that more than most of the people here, actually, because I think me and you both are completely on the opposite side of this issue. But I think that I respect the fact that you are openly comfortable with that, and I'm openly comfortable with saying, well, I'm not going to say it here because it's TOS, but you know what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, look, you can threaten my life all you want. I'll just find it funny.
I'm not threatening your life. What are you talking about?
I've actually been in armed conflict, so
okay.
You're glad to do more than yet.
He has not at any point threatened your life here, though. That's
he literally did. He literally did earlier.
No, he didn't. He said
he literally did during Radish's stream, and that's okay, dude. I'm okay with it.
No, he
like
didn't.
I said,
What did he say that made you think he was threatening your life?
Go back to the VOD, man. Just go to the VOD.
But see, this position isn't any different than somebody that would fight for abortion, right? Like, I've heard it before. It's like, we will fight to the death about abortion. So, like, I'm not certain he's doing anything.
Well, I
what
just
we accept in the country.
I think people try to use inflammatory rhetoric to try to pound their chest.
I think some people do. Yes, you are right.
I am very much into the whole "don't talk about it, be about it" world, because I've been about it, and I have found many people. Like, I actually respect the people who are fighting ICE over in Minnesota. I don't agree with them, but I at least respect them because they're putting their ass on the line. They're actually being about it. But the big problem that I do have with some of them is that once they find out, they're bitching about it. Nah, motherfucker, be about it. Don't bitch about it, be about it. And when it happens, when you get shot in the face with the pepper ball or whatever, don't go whining. You asked for it.
Yeah.
Now, do I agree with every action ICE has done? Hell no, absolutely not. But you can't cry. You can't cry when actions meet consequence.
Absolutely. I think when I think more of like a response to some form of what I would consider suppression from the state, I think there are a lot of people who say they wouldn't. I think even a lot of, especially actually right wingers, actually libertarians, the most, who talk about like don't tread on me and all that bullshit. I think that's all fake. I think it's a lot of bullshit that they talk about. I remember a certain person talking about if they ever had a conversation with a fascist, they wouldn't conversate or debate them. They would just punch them in the face or something like that. I can't remember who that might have been, but I remember some individual saying that.
Well, that was me. I'll just say that was me.
But,
you know.
So how far back does that go?
Look,
that was the first debate we had.
And you don't know who I am, and that's cool.
We should debate fascists, and
But,
I decided to make my opening argument. You don't debate fascists, you punch them, and that was my opening argument.
So I will say though,
my argument was against that, but
I've been to foreign wars. I mean, I went to January 6th and filmed idiots doing stupid things. I was interrogated by the FBI on 3 separate occasions over that. I have no problem with protest. I actually have no problem with rioting. I just have problems when people cry about the results of the riot and everything, what happens afterwards. State's going to state. Hate to break it to you. And for the libertarians and anarchist people, the NAP is a fucking joke. It's never existed anywhere, and it never will, because actual people who actually understand that might makes will totally dissolve the idea of an NAP. So you can have a small cooperative. You can have a small cooperative.
The state's gonna state. Like, you've got to be aware of how the state is going to use its monopoly on violence when you protest it.
I am a Fed. I am a Fed. I work for the federal government, and I don't agree with everything the state does. Okay, I can disagree. I can disagree with it, but I have defended the state, the nation, on multiple occasions, multiple deployments, against foreign enemies, and luckily not domestic. But I've been considered a domestic enemy for a while while under investigation. I don't lick the boot, but I also don't try to encourage it coming down on my throat either. It's I love the libertarian thought mindset. I just know it's impractical when it comes to human interactions. Seeing people from all different cultures. Like I said, everyone basically has the same goals. They have just different ideas of how to get there. And the only thing that I do know 100% is communism definitely doesn't work. Socialism definitely doesn't work. And libertarianism is a great thought experiment, but can never be practiced, all for the same reason. And it's because human nature will not allow it. There is always going to be someone who is going to want to take control.
I'm curious what you think human nature is. Can you sum up what you believe that term to refer to?
If a human finds a weakness, they will exploit it to their own benefit.
Interesting. Okay, that's a very pessimistic view of human nature. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but y'all have a wonderful night. But no, it was actually a pleasure. As much as adversarial as it's been, I've actually enjoyed my conversations. And sir, Lonzo, I'm sorry. Look, man, I actually hold no grudges against you. I did laugh when you left. I actually, if you'd like to talk with me, dude, feel free. Friend me. I'll come on your stream and you can, try doing the struggle session thing with me or whatever. I mean, I'm more than happy to talk to people about what I think because I like to understand I like to understand how. Well, if you just want to just talk to me, dude, I'm open to talking to anyone. I really am. And I do it in as good faith as I possibly can. I tell people what I believe.
I don't.
It pisses people off. Meh, I don't care. Their fragility is my entertainment. But I'd rather have nice, robust discussions about things that we disagree with on and agree with on. Because I
debate people like you for fun.
Yeah, I discussed.
Delaney, I was going to say, what you mentioned me after I commented on his view of human nature.
I was gonna say, to be fair, that's his view is kind of the reason why I stopped being a communist and shifted more to being a socialist, because I don't believe in the end goal of communism anymore. Because of without like forcible enforcement of mental institutions, I don't think communism would be possible. For the reason of I don't think unless we eliminate psychopaths and narcissists from society, that communism would ever be possible because of people like what he's talking about.
I was going to say I am not doing any of this conversation in good faith. If you're wondering what this is, I am not. I have no intention of doing so. I do not care about fair discourse in the slightest at the current moment, and I will not talk to you further from this point forward. I do not respect you as an individual to any degree. I just want that to be very clear.
That's fine. You're a coward, and I respect that. Enjoy your distance.
You can see me as a coward as much as you want.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact.
Y'all done with the dick measuring contest?
Yeah,
Jason, you watch Easy stream?
Who?
You watch Easy?
Easy? Who's that?
Yeah.
Oh, Speakeasy.
Speakeasy? No.
I was gonna say if you do, you should recognize me. I go on there and argue with people like you all the time.
I don't mess with people who don't pay their child support.
Oh, burn.
You got to be a man in order for me to talk to you. That's usually how I operate, and he's been found wanting. So,
my next debate is on Monday. It's on the on Easy stream, and it's against counterpoints on the Venezuela situation.
Interesting. Well, have fun with that, man.
Hey, Groofus.
Y'all take care.
Yeah.
Good night. God bless.
That picture that you've been showing, I saw you posted on Discord earlier today. What is the contempt finding in question? I don't understand what that's referring to.
The subpoena that the Clintons have been served multiple times is to appear in front of Congress, and they've repeatedly not shown up.
I find it crazy that a man.
Okay, what was the?
It was over Epstein.
For simply saying I do not respect.
Oh,
him.
okay. So they were subpoenaed to come in to testify about what they know about Epstein, and they had failed to do so. Okay.
Yes.
And so you're saying that triggers discovery and discovery forces disclosure. I didn't think congressional subpoenas could.
No, it's a joke. It's a really stupid joke.
I thought it was okay. I thought this was like a.
No, I'm not being serious.
I was always wondering.
No, I'm not being serious.
The whole thing about everybody is a liberal is, and I'm starting to peep what it is now. I think everybody is far too comfortable with. Really, I think maybe the spectrum is so extreme here in America that that's considered normal discourse now, and I didn't think that was the case until I've now seen how casual that is to other people. But I genuinely have lost so much respect today from just for so many people. I'm just bewildered by what I've heard today. A person referred to me as inbred, which is already just what the fuck. But for that whole conversation, I don't fucking know anymore. I genuinely don't. I don't.
Did you miss the
Brother,
memo,
you should
Lonzo?
you go on VK sometime. I've debated worse people than him. I'm going to be honest with you.
But no. That's not what I'm saying. I know there's shitty people out there. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the response to people like that. I didn't know it was so normal for people who have progressive views to look at a person who is like actually saying that they would want a section of the population anyway to be removed. Like that was one of the most basic things I did when I started streaming. I said, anybody mentioning inferiority or considering anything in any disrespect to a full-on group, whether it be religious, racial, ethnic, any of those things, or cultural, I don't care what it is. That was as far as you could. That was my line. Blocked. I would not. That was not a conversation. I would have a conversation about almost anything. Hell, you could debate me about the genocide of Israel. Palestinians. I did not care. But you would not straight up, because in my mind, that is what fascistic. That's fascistic speech right there. To just describe any issue to a full group and say that they must be removed sounds fascistic to me. But apparently, that's just me. That's just my own thinking. And I'm in a different bubble from everybody else, and I just misunderstood how this works. So I'm just learning something new today.
Authoritarian's a good word.
That's what I was going
to.
Yeah, I would say that's
authoritarian.
I think a big part of it is a lot of us that have been around this for a while are used to people like that, unfortunately.
It's not even that. Okay.
So unfortunately,
they're not going
this
away.
desensitizes you toward a lot of that kind of talk, and like it's something that.
That's great.
I feel where Alonzo's coming from, and I get that everybody's saying like we just get desensitized.
I've always been desensitized to this shit. I don't know why.
It's not even about being desensitized. It's the fact that we already knew.
I guess as he said,
Trump got
difference between a debater and an activist.
And the actions that are being taken by the current administration have been endorsed. I've been endorsing.
I look at all my conversations, all my debates
views.
to be me arguing about something that I strongly believe needs to be.
Well,
I'm arguing what I believe it should be. When I conversate about politics, I'm talking about what I think it should be and what I believe. At no point am I here to just do debate and have discourse about these things. That's why I said it's not in good faith all the time. Because sometimes I'm not arguing in good faith. Because I am not here to do like, oh, let's see how good my like this works, how good my speech is, how good I debate in the area of what do they call it, the market of ideas. No. I am here to push a specific point and to push for a specific goal, and that goal is completely the opposite of what he wants. And I think it's absurd that in the space of ideas, or whatever you want to call it, my ideas are looked at as the one side, which is completely inclusive. I don't want to harm Republicans. I want to actually help them. I want to provide them with free healthcare. I want to provide the things that they need for them. And then the other side of that discourse is a person talking about how we need to remove a group from the country. And we go, well, let's just get together and have a little conversation about it. Let's be a little bit nice about it. And I look at that and go, the fuck is going on?
So I realized I was muted as I was explaining this. It's not about being desensitized. It's not about any of these things that we're saying. It's about understanding the current climate that's been brought about by the current administration. When you have the president of a country openly dog whistling to white nationalist groups and white nationalists cozying up to the administration, when people like this see this, all of a sudden their views are perfectly fine to voice openly. And anybody that says otherwise is trying to censor them. So to know that literally the rock has been lifted and now these people can come in and say, all the things they've been wanting to say the entire time openly on a platform, and it's expected to be normal. At that point, make them look like idiots. I wanted them to keep talking.
Look, bro.
Well, I think this is also go ahead.
I like, for example, like we talk about the protests and shit that are going on. ICE just got to my city, and I know for a fact very soon protests are going to start just like they are in Minnesota. And we talk about like Tyler and Horseradish. We're talking about like the people that show up armed. I'm going to be one of the people that fucking show up armed with my handgun. And my state, Ohio, is a constitutional carry state, so it's going to be concealed carry.
Yeah.
So
I'm
sorry if this is going to bury the lead too much, or not bury the lead, but one of the topics for this week was U.S. citizens have the right to defend themselves against a tyrannical government, right? This is kind of what we're talking about right now. Like, concealed carry. My answer, of course they do. Just make sure that it's really tyrannical before you engage in a deadly game. So you showing up with a weapon, and let's say you brandish it in front of an officer and you get shot, do you expect sympathy?
Depends on context.
Depend on context.
Why?
Well, you say brandish a firearm. That's strange.
Yeah, you brandish a firearm in front of a cop in a
well, you can't do that in any situation.
That's my point. That's why context doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, to loop back into what Lonzo was saying and what Lethe was responding to as well. Well,
hold on, because brandishing technically is just holding the firearm.
Yeah.
In general, so open carrying a firearm at a protest in general is fine. So there's a reason the context does matter, because if you pointed it at the cop, that's fucking different. But if you're just holding it, that doesn't matter. That's the cop shooting you without provocation.
Well, Alley Cat's kind of right here, but not for the reason you think.
Brandish, wave or flourish something, especially a weapon, as a threat or in anger of incitement. So no, it's not just merely presenting it.
But again, Alley Cal is correct here, but for not necessarily the reason you might think. So let's run this through what I typically call the leftist smell test, right? People on the left generally talk about certain things within specific contexts. Does the state concern itself with morality when it enforces the law? If no, continue. Is the state held accountable for violations of the law that it does? If not, continue. Does the state have a monopoly on force and violence over you, a citizen? If yes, continue. You come to the conclusion that generally speaking, when Alley Cat is talking about whether or not you want to actually engage in some form of rebellion against a state or even a federal government, you need to make sure that it is done directly in response to an act of tyranny against you, not necessarily and not only that, you also have to have the necessary backing, not only man-wise, but militarily in terms of arms to be able to defend yourself against what the Fed or the state can throw at you as a precedent in response to you defending yourself. This will never be the case at a protest, because I'm going to be real with you here, and I wish it wasn't this way, but 99.99% of leftists are literally uninspired, homeless, jobless, broke pussies. They believe in gun control. Most of them don't own firearms. Most of them don't know what they're advocating for. They don't know their ideology, and they don't even know why they're at protests. They're just bored.
I think that goes for most people on the right too. I'm going to be completely honest.
Sure, but do you see these kind of protests on the right? The simple answer is no.
The right doesn't protest as much.
Correct.
So
and this is why the left takes the spotlight in this specific circumstance.
In the U.S., just to be clear, because it came up on the panel,
yes,
wrong. With Horseradish, in the U.S., protesting is perfectly legal. It's the First Amendment, peaceful protest, right? It's only when it becomes violent does it become illegal. In fact, I would even argue as far as much as that you need a permit to protest. I think that's bullshit. Right? They're talking about time, place, mannerisms. I don't think that that's really a thing. So but the point is that the U.S. lots of legal precedents that you can protest. That's part of the way the United States works. It's only when it becomes violent does it actually break the law.
Well, there's also benefit of the doubt that isn't given to people right now because of the political climate, as was being said before by Lethe. Like as of right now, a lot of libertarians, liberals, and even right-wing conservatives are making the left the common enemy in the United States. So you're never given the benefit of the doubt based on your ideology. And even in circumstances where there is an intrinsic right-wing ideology or a preferred right-wing ideology, they will still try to pin this as something being a part of a leftist principle or a leftist problem. We've seen this with attempted assassinations all across the United States in the last couple of years. But this is also another problem with the left, because the left, again, are uninspired and unmotivated to try to control the narrative in the United States by pushing back in any meaningful way against the right-wing narrative that is
I think you're being too broad. You're being too broad. You're being way too broad, because what are you referencing to as the left? Because if you're including people like Chuck Schumer in this group, well then of course we're fucked in that scenario. If you're going to include Chuck Schumer, a person whose entire job is to make sure to weaken the left, who's also you're considering the left, then of course we're going to look weak by comparison. Half of who you're considering to be left, entire job is to make us seem as weak as possible. That's absurd.
Yes, but that's because the political spectrum in the United States is significantly different as a result of the Overton window being center right than it is in a lot of other places of the world. So if we're going to accept the idea or the principle that someone who is a liberal in the United States, even though they might be center right ideologically or lower right ideologically, is still considered to be someone on the left just because of the relative Overton window, then we must also accept them to be either an associate or an assistant in someone we have to appeal to push back, to be able to prevail against the right-wing forces that exist to dismantle those.
Damn. I mean, he is right.
Well, yeah, I was going to argue Leachy is right too. I think this characteristic that the left doesn't want to control the narrative seems very foreign to me. I would argue Lady's more right, is that the left no longer has control over the narrative, and right-wingers are having more of a space to say things, especially stupid things, that's not, you guys don't have complete control of the narrative, but that's not a good thing either.
Well, the problem is how many figureheads exist on the right and came to popularity as a result of associations with political pundits. This was something that was specifically really prevalent with people like Charlie Kirk, Candace Owens, other individuals, Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson, etc. And this was something that the left attempted only to platform some of their worst figureheads. People like Hassan Piker, Vosh, etc. Destiny were the people that were going out and canvassing and working with politicians.
Wait. None of these people are in the same.
Yeah, these are not quite the same.
Yeah, these are three very different people.
Yeah. I was gonna say you're putting at the fault because the right platform people like Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro and Peterson, while the left was giving Hassan, Destiny, and other internet retards.
You're literally think about this. Okay, Ben Shapiro and Nick Fuentes are closer in views than Hassan and Destiny. That's just
Sure.
I mean, I don't like it. And also the left, you say the left platformed them, but I'm confused. Do you mean the constituency of the left? Or do you mean the party?
Yes. So it would be the party and the constituency. The constituency is just an expression of the people who exist under the party. When people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez or Bernie Sanders do things like reach out to Hassan Piker to play video games with them to promote a leftist ideology, this is a reflection of both the party and the constituency coming together to try to sort of socialize or create a combined narrative.
Not a great comparison, seeing as how people like Ben Shapiro or Nick Fuentes were immediately boosted by the right wing party as soon as they started their careers, whereas Hassan Piker met with people like AOC and Bernie Sanders around 13 years into his career.
Sure. But the signal boosting doesn't really matter if you are the signal boosting doesn't really matter because it is the bridging the gap between the party or the people in Congress, seat holders, etc., mayoral, gubernatorial, senator candidates, and the people who exist under the constituencies of those and reach out to the common man through activism.
Okay. And who would you have suggested that the Democratic Party, and I'm sure you're not meaning the farther left part of the Democratic Party, such as Bernie Sanders and AOC, but I'm sure you mean the actual majority of the Democratic parties and the establishment Dems, who do you think they should have reached out to in there?
Yeah, I think there are some good candidates. People like Sam Cedar, David Packman, who are generally more moderate, but talk about some of the more entry level, like leftist principles, are people who generally are absolved of like controversy. Sam Cedar has had associations with voice acting. David Packman is somebody who has yet to be involved in a major
What's the difference between Sam Cedar and Hassan? What the fuck?
There's a lot between Sam Cedar and Hassan. Sam Cedar, but both Sam Cedar and David Packman are farther left than Destiny, just so you know.
I would agree.
Yes. I want to know what those differences are real quick between those two.
Sure. Oh, well, I mean, obviously, I don't want to suck
Well,
all the air
Hassan
out of the room.
is,
Vigilante would like to talk about this.
I already know what you're going to say here.
Hassan's a tanky.
Hassan's a Marxist. Hassan is a Marxist.
I do love it.
No,
People who claim to be socialist, as soon as you ask them about like somebody who's far left, they immediately go to start throwing out Vosh terms like, "Oh, he's a tanky, he's a Marxist." Actually, describe what his views are that make him farther to the left than Sam Cedar.
No, he is literally a self-described Marxist. That is why I am calling him a Marxist.
Okay, but now,
versus Sam Cedar is just a general progressive.
But what are the view differences here?
So, Hassan believes in Marxism. You understand that view set of Marxism, right?
I read the Communist Manifesto. Go ahead.
Okay, while Hassan believes in Marxism, Sam Cedar is more of general progressivism. So like universal health care. I don't remember if Sam believes in UBI or not.
He does.
I think he does.
He does. He does. Okay.
Yep.
I know he believes in free college, but he doesn't believe in like actual socialism or anything farther than that.
Correct. They exist within the syndicalist pipeline. They often talk about or speak.
He's a social democrat.
Yes, correct. He often talks about things like using social programs such as expanding like universal health care, universal basic income, or things such as in the syndicalist sphere, such as giving corporate equity to the workers in a percentage similar to what Bernie Sanders originally proposes, but don't go into the socialist sphere of advocating for total unionization or like total control of the means of production and distribution like someone like Hassan Piker would.
Well, I know for a fact that Sam Cedar does believe in the nationalization of public, what was it, things like water, like basic things like that, basic human necessities like that we have within this country. Like he believes in nationalizing a lot of stuff. He even talked about that with Elon whenever they were threatening to nationalize Elon SpaceX. So I'm confused. Like, is that not?
So that's Hassan does believe in nationalizing things like water.
Yeah,
internet,
but I'm talking about Sam Cedar because this is what he said. This was a conversation he had whenever Trump and Elon had a little falling out, and they were talking about nationalizing SpaceX as like an insult to Elon Musk. Sam Cedar was in favor of this.
Real quick, I'm going to take that opportunity to jump.
I watch him every day. I mean, I would know.
Welcome back, Lonzo. I'm glad to see you. You came back in here. I wanted to make sure and jump in to tell you that you got the MVP for the night. By the way, I didn't get the chance to say that before you dipped earlier.
I'm sorry, but this is probably going to be my last debate.
Well, and so that's why I came in here as well.
Wait, should I end the stream before we have this conversation?
Yes, Horsey.
Oh, sure. Yes, okay, that would be a swell plan,
I'm
Mr.
Gonna go ahead
Mr.
Congrats, Lonzo.
All right,
good night, stream.
Appreciate everyone. Chat W.
Night, folks.
I had fun making fun of this asshole. Like, it was great. Catch you guys next time. We will get it done. Who we raid out into? Let's send it to Para. All right, deuces, y'all.
Let me know when we're clear, sir. I'm gonna pack a bowl while you